Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
greatest. The best over pick up the rope. Clutching impossible situations like I'm playing against bots. Major winner. Major MVP. They don't call me Undertaker for nothing. And that's exactly why I'll win.
You know you have to qualify first, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier for CS2. We're in Paris, France. My name's Henry G. We're here with Neo. And Neo, 64 teams, the most ambitious LAN qualifier of all time, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, and you can already start to see as well what the setup is like behind us. It is pretty unreal here. This has the making to be a really, really interesting tournament. The fact that it is 64 teams on LAN qualifying for the main event, which is already one of, if not the biggest we've got in the calendar right now as well, outside of the majors. This is a ridiculous tournament.
Dare I say it, a life-changing qualifier.
Absolutely.
So we had some of the household names, you got your Liquids, your Heroics and stuff, but some of the teams that turned up here out of the 64, if they managed to make it to the main tournament, $2 million in terms of VRS points, prize money available, life-changing qualifier. Really exciting.
Yeah, generally speaking, there could be a team of, friends, and there is quite a few teams here who are just mates, local to the region, faces stacks. Aminex brought his buddies from home as well, right? These sort of teams who maybe don't even have really aspirations of kind of even going the full distance and being pro, they're just taking a chance, having a bit of fun, right? They qualified to the main event. You get like one win in the main event, and it is insane VRS.
You and I have been to plenty of UK LANs like this, and you miss this kind of energy, you know? Everyone in the same room, even though you know you're not going to win, turning up with the boys, and as you can see, 64 teams, and then we'll go through to the playoffs. We've taken down to 32, and we'll be taking 4 teams in total to the main event. Bear in mind, some of the best teams in the world, like we said, $2 million prize pool there as well. This is going to be, as we said, ambitious, and we're a little bit behind schedule, but hopefully we're going to get going and have 16 games running at once in about 20 minutes.
And not only that, because of the demand to this tournament as a whole, now the finals have got in the Accor Arena on top of that, where the major was held 3 years ago. Amazing. So it's even further leveled up. This as again the making to be such a ridiculously cool tournament. We're really looking forward to getting this one on the way.
And bear in mind, we're best of 3 all the way through. There's no best of 1s here. We're not messing around whatsoever. Let's look at the schedule though. Let's see who will be playing, who will be stepping up. I think one of the favorites of the tournament, BCG, with Simple, as we saw, he has got to qualify. Categorically, he's got to qualify up against the Basement Boys, which I believe are pretty handy from what you tell me.
Yes, playing a lot of Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments. They play a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike, to be honest with them, but it's still a really, really big ask. You've put it right that this is a BC game side that absolutely have to qualify. And honestly, let's be frank about it. At this sort of stage and this sort of level, they should be qualifying near flawlessly. We can allow a map dropped here or there, but for the most part, they should go through cleanly without a loss.
Yeah, we're using a GSL format. The TLDR, that is, win 2 games, you're through to the next round, lose 2 games throughout the tournament. So the first round, we're looking to get 32 teams. You can see we're going to be covering 3 games today. There's lots of Counter-Strike going on. 16 games at once for the first round. We can't cover all of that. We're going to be covering those 3 there. The TBD in the second one is because we don't know what the second round will entail just yet.
Yeah, but there's some pretty spicy games that could happen as well. If things go right. There's a world that we could get a heroic 9 as that second game, but they've got to win their first games. But if that does happen, that could be really, really good. Of course, here is actually some of those groups as well, and hence what I was talking about, where we could get that heroic 9 if they can take them down. I will say ABT, a side that I've caught in the past, a little bit handy at times. We've got a few players about them, so worth keeping an eye out for there. But fundamentally, Heroic and 9 should be picking up wins there, and they are the heavy favorites in their group. And of course, again, for maybe a team like Heroic, I think in particular, this is a side that I think for them should be qualifying, should be doing it cleanly. In terms of
the prestige of the organization,
And even the players they've got now, they've done a really decent job of rebuilding this roster after, in classic Heroic fashion, losing so many players, getting bought, losing the cause, this, that, and the other. I think they've done a really good job of finding the next 5 and finding what 5 should be able to get them back to the big stages and back into the VRS, and this could be the time for them.
They always seem to bounce back. Whenever you doubt them, they always seem to find a plucky squad, and we'll see what they can do at this qualifier. Here's Group 6 for you, one of the more exciting ones. I think everyone's super hyped to see Simple and the Mongolian boys here on LAN. Going against Basement Boys should be their group, though. You look at the quality of teams here, sure, there's some notable players, but BCG, they should be the ones going to advance the playoffs in the top side of that bracket.
Do you want to hear my hot take?
Go on then.
I think one win this group.
No way.
Yeah.
Come on.
Nafany and Co, bro. That TDK lineup.
Honestly, actually not a bad take.
That TDK lineup now being picked up by One Win. It's such an unreal story for that One Win team as well. And I'm sure we'll get a chance to cover them at some point, but really, really cool lineup. They've got so much talent. They absolutely dominate the tier 2. Group 16.
How wild is it? We got 16 groups. Yeah.
Also kind of wild because, obviously VP, Sangal, prestige organizations, very decent rosters. VP, I've been a little bit of a laughing stock recently because of everything that's happened.
Kind of dead in the water.
Yeah, exactly. And losing on LAN to Deco recently, the WW Stream team as well. But still a good team. Sangal a very good team. But GG How, I've caught this team on LAN, was in ACL last year in China. They are LAN demons. That's where they do their best work.
I remember we commentated them in Mongolia at the start of the year, or last year.
Yeah.
They seem like they always have very skilled players, but they're not taking it as seriously as other teams potentially.
Yes.
That's what I've always noticed with them. They're always like scary team, could cause an upset, and this is the perfect environment to do that 100%. Sort of thing, right?
They're LAN demons. I think online they're pretty average. I cast them a bit online, and they're okay, but obviously they're playing with I'd say pretty high ping comparatively to other European teams, going to be based mainly out of the Middle East. But, Samus for me, he's okay online. On LAN, well, when I did that ACL tournament, he was the best player rifling-wise there. Ridiculously talented.
You and I talked about this before we went live. The fact we've got so many tier 2, tier 3 teams looking to cause upsets here, I'm hoping we see a lot of cash as a map. You know what I mean? Not cash money. Cash as the map. It doesn't seem to be played at all in the big tournaments. Everyone's vetoing it. These are the teams that should be focusing on the bogey maps like cash, and I'm hoping we get a lot of it this tournament. What do you think the chances are?
It's been weird compared to I would say the last few years where we've had new maps introduced or reintroduced into towards the pool. And there's something we discussed in the green room a little bit. It's like when we had Ancient brought in towards the pool for the first time, Copenhagen Flames played it 28 times in 2 weeks. We lost one of them. That year they then end up qualifying for the major, being the best team in tier 2 essentially. Following that, we had last year Zero Tenacity ended up playing Anubis. It was 144 times across the year. I think it was in a 9-month window. Insane. There was one period I cast them where they had played it 60 times in the last 3 months.
Holy.
And they were again 85% plus win rate on it.
Dude, I
one of the best teams in tier 2.
Commentated a cash game yet.
Yeah.
If I don't get to do it this tournament, I don't know what's going on. Yeah. This will be ridiculous.
But it's not being played, and I've been doing a lot of the tier 2 tournaments over the last couple of weeks, the last 2 to 3 weeks, or basically most days. I think I've cast a cash twice tops. It gets permabanned a lot.
Dude, people wanted it though. Everyone was talking about bring cash back, do this. It's been years and years, and then it gets released into Premiere. No one's playing.
Least played
map. Face
every
it,
time. Least played map.
Yeah,
as well.
right.
Yeah.
What's going on?
No one's playing it. No one's plugging it.
The old boys have moved on. Perhaps it's an unk map.
That is it. But I think it's so fun for me. Nuke's still the best map in the pool, but Cash is that close second, man. It is really, really an interesting team. And now we've got the boys as well. One win. This side, for me, they are my. I wouldn't
dark horses.
It actually feels like I'm underselling them. This is a team. They qualified to Pro League by winning the ECL Cups. They beat Nemesis 3-2 in a best of 5. They're unbelievable there. Hotu also a really good sleeper team. They qualified to the first few tier 1 tournaments this year. Really, really cool roster as well. A lot of talent, a lot of experience in this lineup as well. So definitely one that's worth keeping an eye out for. But that one win team, man, Axel, when he's on his best,
you sold me on
he's fantastic.
Okay,
I think
Axel's actually found his form again.
He's not bad,
dude, he was what?
But he's getting there.
He was formerly one of the best riflers on the planet.
Oh no, he was. Was it 2024? He was number 4 in the world.
Yeah.
And the only top 3 above him were Orpers. He was the best rifler in the world.
He's just fallen off.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he bounces back. This seems like CS2 has never agreed with him. He never found that form again.
I think the way in which the game changed, it felt like it really he got hurt the most by it compared to I think a lot of other people. Obviously, there was a talk of Orpers. It was a little harder to AWP, but definitely the start. But for some reason, whatever it was with CS2 killed him compared to other riflers, which they love that whole swing heavy CS2 kind of change. I don't know what it was for Axel, but while he's not back to his best, he's not back to number 4 best rifler in the world. He's better than where he was.
So we've got the Saw boys as well, an organization that has struggled mainly due to a PC game.
Yeah, and now they're back together for free. PC game, 2.5 million.
Business ever from Saw.
100%.
Yeah.
Think about it, 2.5 million for the core, right? 6 months later, they get the whole
it's
core
like a
back.
Henry Jeeves transfer. Holy.
That's Sword Colossus. They 2.5 million. They get paid for the core, and then 6 months later they get the core back for free, and they're back again.
And they're super fired up. They've got some good experience. They've learned a lot, and now they're back. Yeah, I hope they do well. It'd be nice to see them step up. You've got Big as well. What have you made of Big recently? They seem to be getting better.
I think one of, if not the most competent and best team in tier 2 at the moment. This team is unbelievably good. I think JDC, without a doubt, is just an animal. I think for me as well, undersung in so many conversations around Big, because there is a lot of talent here. Obviously, you've got people like Blame F, I think is obviously an incredible player on his day, Grix, right, who's phenomenally talented. But JDC, for me, is such an unsung hero. He wins this team so many rounds in so many clutch situations. He's so proficient in openings as well.
I think everyone likes having Big involved in Counter-Strike in general, and it felt like for last year, it felt like we might lose them in terms of like the results they were getting and how badly every single tournament seemed to go. Like Tapson and JDC, I'm just like surprised they're still kicking around and managed to weather the storm. Because now with BlameF coming in, they're actually looking like a team that could cause some serious damage here, and I dare say one of the favorites to actually make it through at least in the playoffs here. You'd hope they can qualify for the main event.
That's it. We've got Infinite here as well, who've just brought in Volt. They brought him out from Focus.
Good to see Volt back in the server.
Exactly, yeah. I was playing with Focus, and that team immediately hit the ground running. LAN qualification, their first ever tournament that they played, that Focus lineup, and Volt was a very integral part of it. Recently, of course, now brought in towards this lineup of Infinite. A lot of talent here, right? Really, really cool lineup. And one for me that I feel like also has the potential to be interesting, right? Slend on this team as well, somebody that I've always liked. Really talented individual, alongside Volt, who's such a good supporting element towards this team. I like it a lot, but whether they can go the distance is a big ask.
Yeah, I think you're probably onto something there. This is what I'm looking forward to the most, is like learning about these teams. I don't get to commentate much Tier 2 stuff like you do. So the fact that we get to see them on LAN, this sort of environment where it's cutthroat. Speaking of which, we've got Heroic on screen as well, a new roster.
New look, Martineza in the team.
I know, right?
I like it.
There's so many crazy storylines. Yeah. So they're teams you never would fathom coming together, but here they are. Heroic trying a new roster here. Do you feel they've got what it takes to maybe make it to the actual main event?
I do. I think for me, they're up there in my like absolute favorites to make it. I'd say teams like Big, Heroic. I don't even know if I want to throw out Liquid there, to be honest. I actually think it's risky. I think it's risky. Liquid love a choke.
They're looking better now.
They are looking better, but they love a choke.
They've had more time.
And how funny would that be? How funny would it be? But no, I think Heroic are definitely up there, and the ones that not only should make it, but should make it cleanly as well. We've got Fnatic too, right?
Dude,
Fnatic,
I haven't been following the Fnatic story. I know they've pretty much gone full Ukrainian at this stage.
Yes, they are, full Ukrainian. It's Fear and his mates now.
Yeah.
I would say, having caught the team quite a lot recently, not a huge fan of them, to be honest. I think they're pretty poor. Comparatively to where they once were. I think this is an organization that's obviously in a weird spot. And then now, rumor mill churning that Fnatic, the organization, is being bought by a football team as well. Yeah, so whether that happens or not, maybe it's an injection of cash.
It is a massive shame, like considering the prestige of the org, the history they've got, multiple majors, some of those iconic lineups of all time. And now this lineup, it doesn't inspire much hope for much at all. You decide they just seem to turn up, get knocked out in the group stages, call it a day, and that's maybe what I'm expecting here today as well. Love to be proven wrong, but they just don't seem to have the household names, the characters that they used to. You're not super excited about their chances going forward, but who have we got here?
Basement Boys.
The Basement Boys. Now, that's an actual organization, right? This is not like a pug team. This is actual real Basement Boys. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Ukrainian organization. And pretty cool from what I've caught. I've caught a lot of them recently. The only issue with this team, a lot of roster changes, a lot of moving parts, players in and out. So the 5 that you get, it feels like, every month and a half or whatever, there's a new iteration and whatnot. So honestly, for me, it feels like this team, they're pretty decent. They have their moments, but it's about finding stability. But if we're talking about players who are pretty decent, these two right in front of us are incredible, of course, when they're on.
I was going to say, there's definitely a few caveats to be exchanged there. But Electronic, I honestly thought last year, I thought he was done. I thought his career was completely down the gurgler.
Yes.
The fact he's back to BC game and with Simple as well, haven't caught many of their performances. I can't imagine he's lighting up the server too much, but as long as he's holding his own and not like botting out, I think that's fine.
Exactly.
Right?
And it's a cool team now, right? Because you got Magis leading this team, right? Now he's taking off the IGL role, which I think is obviously
what is the
awesome.
average age of this squad? I guess with the Mongolian kids, it's younger, but like
Mazinho brings it way down.
Yeah,
to,
right.
17,
exactly. Okay.
But as a whole, a really, really kind of cool team. Name value wise, it's about living up to name value, which obviously is kind of impossible in a way when you've got arguably the greatest player of all time.
I mean, that's what it's all about, though. BCG is an organization. As long as they've got eyeballs on the squad, that's all they really need to happen, and they get a lot of conversation and a lot of people talking about them. So yeah, excited to see what they can do. Always fun to watch Simple on LAN, especially. These are the sort of tournaments he should be thriving in, though, right? This sort of qualifier, we want to see vintage Simple. We want to see the years rolled right back. We want to see some 30 bombs from him. I don't think I've watched a few of the games. I haven't seen like an electrifying Simple performance since he's come back.
No, not really. I think you're right. He has his moments, right? It's like, these flash in the pan rounds, getting like a naughty 3K. I'm like, okay, there it is. It's still in there somewhere. somewhere, but it's about unlocking it across a map, across a game as well.
Sure.
Which is there where I think the issues will come through for BC game.
Even a tournament. We want to be talking about.
Yes.
I'm not sure how we're going to do MVPs here, but you'd like to see Simple in the conversation for MVP at this sort of tournament, right? That's what you want to see.
And especially because the way their group's set up, it's weighted for this team to kind of coach through.
True.
Yeah, so realistically, he should be putting up, ungodly numbers in this group. So he's got a pretty easy run of things, especially compared to some of the group of deaths that we actually do have. That Saw one is really interesting too, like that group.
I have no idea, but it seems like Simple and where he's at in his career right now, I can't imagine he's as locked into some of the kids right now. He's probably not been at boot camp for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Drilling it. I'm sure they've done enough practice, but I don't think he has the same hunger he used to.
He doesn't. I think he's kind of essentially said it, really. And it's hard to get that hunger as well. I think also when you're not playing in every big tournament ever, and you have to actually do the sort of the hard work rather than it being kind of on a bit of a platter. Exactly. The grind is a whole different thing. And I think, especially with how this VRS system has sort of changed and gone around, a lot of players have had to sort of drop down to revitalize their career. They don't realize how difficult it is. A lot of these tier 2 tournaments, that we kind of get in the online world are pretty cooked, and they're long days.
The level of Counter-Strike in general right now is so much higher than even 3 years ago. Everyone's, even in tier 3, there are kids out there who will knock your socks off every single time.
100%.
The aim, the aggression, it's a different game. It's evolving every single week.
That's what we're hoping here. I want to see a random team make it. I'm all for an underdog.
There's going to be
some
great storyline. We're going to have some new talent, some new stars in the making, and hopefully some big upsets as well. I know upset is a cautious word to use it, but in fact, I want to see some big names get heartbroken. That's what we're here for, an open qualifier.
Yeah, we actually have the potential to see one of these big ticket organizations who should be guaranteed to make it through not, and that's where I think a lot of the real funny storylines, and also I think long-term storylines are we could see this be the start of the proper careers for a tier 2, a tier 3 team who make their run here, qualify to the main event, make a name for themselves. You can get enough VRS points that really, if you do well, you can actually set up the rest of your year, if not the kind of into 2027 as well, where you're actually getting invites to the IEMs and the Pro Leagues and the PGLs of the world, which again sets your career up.
Talking of VRS points, there is prize money at this qualifier as well. The top 4 slots make it to the main event, and then we have $100,000 to anyone who doesn't make top 4. So it's actually a pretty stacked Counter-Strike tournament in general, let alone a qualifier.
100k land for essentially, you could kind of maybe say tier 2 in the sense of if this was a standalone land, right? 100k, you're taking all day. That's a big land to play for.
An unknown team or a plucky new squad, just turning up to this event and getting a couple of wins under your belt with massive implications for the VRS situation.
Yeah, I really, again, where this whole storyline of I love an underdog, because it actually can be life-changing, and that's kind of the cool thing. And I think it's something that we've also sort of missed by we're not having RMRs, right? Yeah. Think about when we had the RMRs back, and we had teams like B&E come out of the woodwork, Into the Breach, obviously, hits home for
I guess people
us.
were worried that when we lost the RMRs, VRS wouldn't necessarily be a solid replacement for it, but you think about it now, every game has a lot, even if a third place aside or whatever, the VRS points are so important. So it has maybe rectified that issue, but now I think we're ready to go.
I think we are. And not only that as well, we're land VRS points, so 2 times basically.
True.
So it's even more spicy, which I think makes it really good. We're really excited for this game to get underway, and hopefully it will be soon. All the players seem to be getting ready, getting towards game as well, and we'll try and keep you updated on, because there's so many games happening simultaneously. But ladies and gents, we are live. We are ready to go in a second. Yeah, knife round here as well. But top left, I'm going to assume that is correct. That is our veto for this. Inferno, Nuke, and Mirage. Inferno picked by BC Game, Nuke picked by the Basement Boys, and Mirage our decider if we need it.
Yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hyped.
Do you know what?
It's been about 15 years since I was in a LAN room like this, so this is really cool.
You know what I'm really hoping for? And I don't know if we'll get it, but I'm used to it with, the UK LANs, the Insomnias, the Epic LANs, right? I want to see people, win around, get up loud, shouting.
With Taz behind them as well. He was famous back in the ESEA LAN, the early CSGO, getting in your faces.
I want to see
talking.
that. I want to be able to turn around and see him shouting at them across the LAN hall.
They're presumably not opposite each other directly.
No,
I guess
they
it'd
be
somewhere in the room. But this is the perfect environment with a psychological warfare. That's what you want to get stuck in. You want to be shouting. I don't necessarily think we'll see it from BC Game, but some of the younger teams that are looking to prove themselves, you're definitely going to get a bit
the plucky underdogs, or the mates who have come out to play. I absolutely think there's a world we could see them come through. I'm assuming not live here. It looks like they are.
No, this is just an avant-garde pistol strap.
Yes.
You sit seat spawn, you wait for them to get bored, they'll come down and get you. No, I think you're right. I think they are. We can look at the buy at least. We're seeing a couple of smokes, Molotov and flashes suggest a technical pistol round. I would speculate we're going towards the B-bomb site with that sort of setup.
Yeah, I think you're all right. And then I was looking to see if we get there's some dualies. Dualies become really popular now on Inferno, especially sitting up close towards half war, for example.
Dude, it feels like every pistol round on every map at this point. Dualies have really made a huge comeback. The R8 is also getting purchased these days. I'm not even sure if you've called that, but
in Tier 2, I've seen it a few times, and to some success somehow.
Yeah,
Dust 2 in particular.
They're using a Mirage window, and it's like looking for it's like a scout almost using it, like trying to get a couple of tags. Don't necessarily agree with it myself, but good luck to them.
Yeah,
good luck to him. The shotguns, I want to see more of those. Do you remember towards the end of CSGO, and it felt like Simple was a little bit jaded in general? He was buying like shotguns pretty much every gun round.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing. Inferno, that's the map he was doing it the most. There he is on your screen right now. I dare say he'll be having some fun today. He knows going up against fellow countrymen here as well, wants to kind of set the standard for the team going into this first best of 3. I'm hoping for 20 kills at least. Simple.
Yes.
Like, give us something to get hyped about.
Yeah, I want to see kind of one of him or Senzu really light things up.
Like so many huge names and talented players now. Like, I don't think there's much room for excuses at this point. Like, if they don't do well here, sure, they'll say they need more time. But in terms of the talent you have here, you should be devouring this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. And I think about it, with this new look BC game roster, first tournament they play, they win. They walk away.
That's true.
At that Alisa event,
they only
walk
play
over the trophy.
Finnish teams.
It's very true. They were very, part-time plumbers, but they did end up lifting the trophy. First tournament went successfully. Yeah, they part-time plumbers aren't electricians, but they get the win nonetheless. And it's a good, essentially, a kind of a weird boot camp in a way, right? A boot camp tournament kind of thing. It's a prep. It's a getting ready for this.
Yeah, and you've got to meet each other in person, hang out, and it's like a boot camp. That's actually a very valid point. And hopefully they can transition that form into this game. I know I said I want an upset, but not in the opening round. Simple. Let's hit the ground running here.
How wild would it be? Right now. How wild would it be if Basement Boys take him down here?
Dude, it could happen. That's the beauty of the open land qualifier. Anything can happen. It probably won't, but if it does, it could be a historic upset here. And just to bear in mind as well, you can lose up to 2 games in GSL format, so you go into the lower bracket of this group, but ideally, of course, you want to get 2 wins, make your way towards the playoffs, and be one of the 32 teams that escape the group stages.
I'm keeping an eye now, just looking across. There's a few games that are already live, and I've even just seen, I don't even know who this is, but there's a team right by us.
Yeah.
And they're 1v3, 3 of them stacked into backside Inferno in dark, and they lost the pistol because they're all 3 lined up. So we're off to an absolute barn run. It was a 1 versus 3 on that site, and they've just let it slip. So that was quite funny. This is the beauty of this. And it's something that I'm kind of looking forward to, because we're doing the first and the third game today, right? In that break that we have in between, I want to go wander around. I want to go spectate. I don't know if we're actually allowed up in.
I'd say we're probably not allowed in the tournament area.
I'd assume so, but it'd be cool to go have a little wander around and hover on the shoulders and see what's going on. And again, it does really remind me of the Epic lands, the Insomnias, and all those local lands that we get. And having a LAN environment like this, an open LAN like this is really cool. But there's a few teams that we didn't touch on that I definitely think are worth mentioning. Obviously, we kind of touched on a lot of the big ticket names, BC Game, Liquid Big, Heroic, etc. But there's a few that are definitely, I think, for me, worth bringing up.
Okay.
100 Thieves.
Oh, absolutely.
Very, very important tournament for them. 100 Thieves.
This is a make or break tournament for them. Like they can do well here, make it to the main event.
Yes.
They're like, what, 60th, I think, right now in VRS?
Yeah.
It would be
43 now.
Okay, so they're knocking on the door to make
exactly. And
a good result, even at this qualifier, could be huge for them.
And we saw Messier on Twitter as well, talking about how the goal for this team was always Singapore. It was never about the Cologne. It was always about getting their way to that last major of the year, and they are getting there. So this is the thing that we're looking for 100 Thieves. Talking about this could actually be the one that gets them over the line. They get to the main event, they do even just okay at the main event, and that's the VRS that probably puts them really in that contention. So big thing for them. Another team that's obviously worth mentioning, I think always worth mentioning, is Inner Circle. Really cool team. Headtrick back in that roster. Obviously Captain Kirk, Onic, whatnot. Very, very decent team. Eyeballers, they had a couple of Tier 1 tournaments when they were replaced a few teams start of the year, but Crims now in this team, JW and Crims.
Dude, in fact, you've got the Fnatic roster, which I couldn't even name a player from them. You've got Eyeballers with their iconic roster essentially, and exactly. Dude, that's such a shame.
It's so funny in a way as well. Like I saw there's like a quite famous tweet, which is someone's like, oh, my grandma or whatever just woke up from a 13-year coma, and then someone retweets it being like, tell her LeBron's still doing it, tell her JW and Crims are still doing it, they're still here. But yeah, cool team for them. other teams that are like the more like tier 2, slightly more plucky underdog teams that I think are worth mentioning. Focus, really cool team.
Yep.
Had some decent results at the start of the year, but they've also had some roster changes, but are fun nonetheless. We had Sinners, who obviously made it to Cologne. Didn't really do anything there, but they made it nonetheless.
They had some good maps.
Exactly.
Yeah, they didn't win many, but they had some good maps.
Exactly.
They had double digits a few times.
But they kind of, for the first half of the year, were sort of considered one of the best tier 2 teams, if not like basically kind of like the best. Another one's Echo, which is a Danish stack, but actually some
lost
really
me on Echo.
yeah. So my assumptions are more of a mix than an organization, but some really decent names on there. Iceberg, Salazar Leaks, Boy, Nicky
nice.
B. You know, these are guys who played in like the likes of essentially Tricked in the past for that organization went under, but decent team nonetheless.
All right, Neo, I dare say we are good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening round here, the Esports World Cup CS2 last chance qualifier between BCG and the Basement Boys. And we're starting on T side. As we said, we saw quite a technical setup in terms of utility for BCG here. I'm speculating they go towards B here, smoking towards Coffin, CT Spore, Molotov, new boxes, and then you go in towards the side here.
Yeah.
That's all we're guessing.
We're leaving one man, Owner, all alone on this B side. He's going to have a lot of work to be done here. A quad stack A. A quad stack A is bold, but the only thing that can make this really work well for them is the second there's a bit of utility over, they've got to push mid. And they actually already are. They're flashing towards mid, but it might be too little too late. This rotation's coming over now from Trouble, but he's going to be delayed. So it's all on Owner, and he finds the first. Senzu, head, caught, looking for a second. Flash will force him off that angle, and a smoke will keep him at bay.
That's all he had to do, though. He stayed alive. He's got the man advantage. Sure, the bomb will go down. It'll be a difficult retake here, but that's exactly what this setup was designed to do.
Now what? Magisk gonna get tagged up close. That Dooley's spamming through. We said that we'll see at least one pair. We get two, him and Magent. They're waiting for their time. First find from Owner to try and get them back in, but Mazzini on Magisk kills a piece of them. Trouble will find one of his own, and it's all on Simple, but he can't quite find it. Defuse will come through with two remaining alive. Trouble and Magent, the Doolies, see it over the line. Basement Boys start off this series well.
They do indeed, but the bomb gets planted. Shout out to Owner once again. That's an incredibly difficult position to be in. You've got the whole execution coming your way. You're alone on the bomb site. The fact you had 2 kills, survive, and get the defuse as well. Magnificent work from him. Really well played. Nice calm round there from the Basement Boys. A little bit disappointing, I suppose, there from BCG. Didn't really feel like they were ever going to win the round, but as we mentioned, they got the bomb planted. There will be a buy available going forward, which, as we always say there, winning the second round force buy is arguably even better than winning the pistol.
It's more important, for sure.
They're going to see Galil's out in full force here. We have got a Tech-9 and a Deagle. Electronic Mages rocking those.
Bolstering up the util as well, which is a nice thing to see. It's not just going to be raw aim balls from them.
Magisk is opted for no armor. He's gone for the full utility belts here.
Yeah, that is bold, actually.
So it could be the same play again. Looks like they're posturing towards that banana area. Magan this time, though, full control. He's alone once again. They're running the same setup we saw in the pistol round. Different player, but he's probably got utility dropped behind him to give the illusion of more players being present.
A risky one there as well, jump peeking. Simple. Close, but no cigar. And he will get some support in hours. Oh no, we'll double back over. So 2 towards this B side, a bit more of a standard setup. What is that idea of how they want to play this? Essentially, what we're looking for here for Basement Boys, you get a bit of contact, you drop that smoke, front side of the site, and there it is. It'll come down. And with Owner having another one in his back pocket, they can just replenish this all the way down to about 20 seconds. Exactly.
This is going to be another... Now you've lost all map control with BCG as well. You can't really justify falling back and trying to explore the map elsewhere. You have no idea if you're being backstabbed. You've got about 15-second window here to actually make your way through this smoke. Execution coming in once again, but no conviction really behind it. They're going to have to run through the smoke now and hope for the best.
They're breaking it open. They're going to fight behind Magan. He's flashed off that corner. He's forced back. In dark, Owner is surely dead to right, but he gets one before he drops. He's looking for a little more, but he can't quite find it. Magan, the spam on the smoke, gets the trade, but bomb goes down. And a 3 versus 4 now. They're set up in a good way. Spam through and Senzu will find Magent. And that brings it back level 3 versus 3.
Really does. Going to be a difficult retake now. No CT utility available. There's the last of it. Smoke down towards Banana. Simple boost above. Should be guaranteed a kill here. There's the first. Can he get the double? Absolutely can. Nice conversion there. Should be the round in the bag. We said that winning the second round force buy was worth its weight in gold, and they've managed to actually pull it off in style as well. Clean finish there from Simple and Mages, as we will see it go 1-1.
Yeah, and to flawlessly convert that 3 versus 3 post spawn as well, it is such a testament to just how scary this team really are. Basement Boys, they take their foot foot off the gas for half a second, and they get punished immediately.
The thing is, you got the opening kill. Owner stepping up there once again, but as I mentioned, the space taken by BCG there as the execution was coming through, stifling pressure. Only good for one, and then Simple stepping up. Nice little double kill from him. May just close things out, and we will see presumably a force buy here from the CTs as well. Not quite as potent as what we saw from BCG. They're going to have Deagles and 5-7s, and towards B we go once again, looking for prime real estate on the map, but we have got CTs pushing the apartments and slipping the nets.
Electronic. He does pull his gun out in time.
He's not ready.
Half a second of ready. Now not ready. Oof. That was a little
world he died
as well. Oh my. I'm not feeling that confident just yet about this.
I mean, going 1-for-1 there doesn't really help the CTs out at all in this sort of situation. How do you got away cleanly with the gun? Maybe there's something to be concerned about with BCG, but ultimately a 4-on-4 in this scenario, heavily favoring the terrorist forces. We'll see whether they can utilize this space towards the apartments. Looks like they'll be finishing up towards A. It's a contact play with the MAC-10s out of the apps itself. Should be absolutely fine though, but there is a bit of a stack going on here.
Yeah, they got the numbers here. They're actually kind of ready for this.
What just happened? Did they Molotov themselves?
No. Oh, did they actually?
Because the T-side molly went off in the apartment, so I think they missed her. I think they're trying to Molotov the pits and just missed the molly.
They've still got time to cancel this. It's not exactly like it has to be committed, but they're diving in into the pistols. Oda's going to get 2, and he's looking for a little more. Cryptus Deagle delivers on towards Senzu, and Simple struggling down. He falls, and what was a loose turn force buy, it's Basement Boys who bite back.
That was quite ugly. I don't want to speculate too much, but it did look like a T-side molly that missed. It was designed to go towards the pits and completely fumbled it. Then they were out of position, panicking, and you can see, the tilt kicking in already. Round 3.
We're in for a good one.
I don't know if we'll see the replay of the Molotov. That is the key part of the round here. Like I said, this is not a big deal. A 4-on-4 absolutely fine. The fumbling of the util and having to cancel and go back through towards Boiler, that's where the round was lost, IMO. But force buy wars officially begin here. The Basement Boys stealing one away. First blunder of the tournament posted by BCG.
Not what you want to see. Also worth keeping an eye on. Trouble is keeping a little bit of extra money in the back pocket. He wants to get that AWP out as well. He is very proficient on the AWP. He's, for me, the star of this team. He is the man who will really deliver to get Basement Boys over the line. If they are going to pick up a map or pick up a series, he's the one to look towards. But pretty quick contact up towards Long. Magisk spotted, but he's actually going to take CT control.
Interesting call. But Owner has been very impressive in these first rounds of Inferno. Looking for a double. This time can't find it. Significant damage, though. Great shot from Electronic with that Tech 9. Can he find a double? Not quite, but we are into a 3-on-3 scenario. They're in CT spawn, kind of in no man's land right now. We'll see whether they can do anything with it. They've got a couple of flashes and a smoke.
He's in a horrible spot here as well. That flash does not work. Finds the first, can't get the second. Simple, lovely trade will allow a bomb plant to come down and a re-smoke as well to lock them out from this banana rotation. Breaking it open, Fake Reality got to do something. Mazzinho scared about CT, looking the wrong way, but it doesn't matter. Mazzinho lines up both and gets them. And BC game bite back. What a game we are getting here to start. Nothing is going to plan.
No, absolutely not, but felt like they needed that. Things were already starting to spiral after losing to the Pistols, but a force buy of their own. Clean kills from Enzinho. Guarantees another force buy from the CT side now. We'll see whether they can actually step up. As, it was own up. You think another 5-on-4 situation that doesn't work out from them. That was a very crucial kill there from Electronic towards the boiler room. Simple, nice entry as they made their way through CT. And we actually got a full eco. So, should be absolutely fine. Smooth sailing from here on out for BCG.
Should. Operative word. But no, you are right. This one should be clean and simple. We'll make sure it starts well. Flashing. Samazinho forward for apps control.
It's promising that Simple's got 6 and 3 early on.
Yes.
We said we wanted to see at least 20 kills from him.
It's true.
He's
on track.
Start. Yeah, definitely on for that. At least 20 with this sort of start.
They're going B as well. And Magan is the only one holding down the fort. He's behind a smoke. So they don't know it yet, but they can actually just wander in towards the site for free. That CT smoke's fading, though, so keep an eye out for that. Messinho caught. Pants around his ankles, and that actually now leaves them a little exposed in a way. There's an AK recovered, but they also don't need to go for this, really. They can save it.
Yeah, you're looking for exits at this stage. Hold on to the AK-47 for sure. In the hands of Trouble right now. He will be escorted over towards Banana, but best you're looking for is some exits here. But bear in mind, with the new bomb blast and the way that's been changed, there are so many little crevices on the map, and you don't need to leave towards T-spawn or anything like that.
You can save it at the altar in church, which I think is insane. I don't know about you.
Exits aren't really the same as what it used to be a few months ago.
Yeah, you have to be so proactive on the exits. You basically have to be fighting through church to be getting exits these days. But either way, only the one casualty. You're not too upset about that against that full eco. Maybe only the one casualty. Magisk will actually get his. Bit of money made as well on the Mac 10. But ultimately, Basement Boys on the other side. AK saved, 2 staying alive, and now the AK will be dropped over. Trouble will pick up the AWP as well, and actually this now becomes a proper true test of what this game should be looking like. First proper full buy to come through momentarily.
It's certainly been an exciting affair so far. Opening game here of the Esports World Cup. Last chance qualifier for CS2. We've got 3 days of play for you. This is the opening game. Bear in mind, you open up HLTV right now. There's 16 other games going on at once. So yeah, a lot of Counter-Strike to digest. We'll be covering 3 of those games today. And we're trying to pick the most exciting and relevant ones. And of course, everyone wants to watch Simple on the server, especially this new look, BCG. With the Mongolians coming through as well. A deadly squad on paper.
And so far, pretty exciting. Pretty exciting to start. We picked a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get in towards middle, though. Pocket strap being deployed with the bonus round situation there. They've got an opening kill on the CT side, and they are converting the round by the looks of things here. It's down to Simple, who is showing some rare form, but only good for 1.
Senzu, big ask, 1 versus 3. Smoke at his feet. Cold Zera box will find Fake Reality, and a smoke out towards Moto gives him a bit of space, and he'll replenish it as well. So now it's about, we've got to collect this C4. It goes down in a 1 versus 2, which is absolutely doable. And at the same time, he's got a minute to kill here. He does not actually need to even commit towards A.
So much time to work with. He's got that presence as well. A player like Senzu, one of the most deadly riflers on the planet. And you give him enough space, he will be converting these sort of situations. 60 HP, a smoke and a flash, waiting for a CT mistake to be presented, at least sowing seeds of doubt into the minds of the CT here. Smoke goes down towards the library area once again. And now the retake begins, Neo. Can they pull it off?
That smoke is good, but he's stuck in no man's land. Senju gets the first. 1 versus 1. And Magen's lost him. He's looking desperately. He's trying to fight him, and Senzu's going to get both. A 1 versus 3. That is monstrous. From Senzu to that BC game their 4th. And the first proper full buy out from Basement Boys is squandered. That is absolutely going to kill the mental.
Yeah, textbook play there from Senzu. Couldn't have done a better job there in the 1 versus 3. Calm, patient, and deadly. You can see that smoke down as well. You see how much room that gives him to wiggle and to segregate the duels and have 1v1 instead of 1v2s. Really well played. And here's the first shotgun of the tournament as well in the hands of Ona, who has done pretty well, but those initial rounds now, a distant memory as BCG up to 4. Another eco here for the Basement Boys.
He's in the perfect spot for it, up towards B.
True.
There's the shotgun comparison. But he probably wants to be towards half wall, but early molly and then nade behind it. And eyes map now, Magisk. They'll open up proceedings. There's still 3 more to be had here towards B. So they are walking into the numbers, but the bomb isn't committed. So it's on the back of Simple, and he's still over towards ramp.
Well. Should be absolutely fine. Ona looking to step up here with the Mag 7 in hand. Good flash. Does actually find some space here. Could be the double. It's getting a little bit dicey again. These rounds haven't been the cleanest, but the shotgun certainly has another 100 damage as he puts in the aggression through the smoke as Ona, and it is an absolute catastrophe for BCG. Just 1 by 1 they go down.
Jumping Mag 7 as well. Oh, electronic.
Oh, they seem like, again, they look a little bit like unsure of their final commitment there on the BCG side. They're like, some walking in contact play, got grenades in hand. It just felt like you already had, again, opening kill, and you don't get a single kill after that. You had, what, Deagles? No armor hit. Kevlar to Deagles. Now they're going to lead the round with 2 AKs and an AWP. That is a bit of a stinker from BCG, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's an absolute cherry on top, though, for Basement Boys. Not only are you winning the round, but then you're walking around with so many guns as well. It's so good for the money.
Changes the landscape of this map dramatically. What amazing output from the shotgun as well. Gets the opening kill, then 100 damage on the next shot. Didn't get another, but then it picks up the AK-47, full steam ahead. And yeah, Ona continuing the strong form. He's at 8-6 right now. Overall score will be 5-2. Oh, sorry, 4-3, I should say, considering the Basement Boys just stole one away. That's a huge round.
It is. That is sick. That is really, really cool round to get. And
it's a tilter.
Yeah.
So you get the opening pick. And then one by one, the spacing's all over the place. It's an ugly round, unfortunately. Like, well played to the CTs. They stacked the bomb site correctly there, but as we saw, the fact there's no trade potential there, and you're going down to the shotguns and then trying to bail halfway through the call. You've already committed to the bomb site. You got to keep going.
No shocker that we see a timeout out from a BC game. And to be honest, Taz probably picks up on a lot of the problems that we've seen already, right? Yeah. It is very much like Magic has given a call out of spawn. Yep. This is the idea of how we're going to formulate the round. It's the mid to late round that's killing them. That's where they're falling flat. Because
they're getting the opening picks.
Yeah, they're
every time.
Second guessing themselves. They're on and on in the crucial moments. And that is the difference between an okay team and a good team. It is this fact that it is like this full commitment to the call, and there's never a hesitation. It's all subconscious split second decision making. And we're not seeing that. That was very much off the level that we want out of them.
This is why historically you don't like building a team with so many big personalities, star players, because how do you define the roles at that point? You want to be the guy converting the frag. Your teammate goes in first. You get the kill. But it feels like that could be a problem with BCG. So many big name players that want to step up and show that they're worth their weight in the roster in terms of transfer. But yeah, that was a pretty disappointing finish from BCG. We'll see if they can bounce back though. There's going to be a force buy. They've got the Galils. Electronic on the Tech 9, currently 2-5. And they have got some decent space. Very passive setup from the CTs this time. 2 players towards the arch side. Orp baiting in Fake Reality. Fake Reality. What a name that is.
I know.
Fake Reality.
Smoke will come down. I'll block off Trouble. So it looks like he's going to get a boost out of this.
Nice idea.
Could be pretty good, actually. He might just be able to see him towards short if it fades. He was spotted on that jump. Simple will give a little spam, but nothing found. They very early actually got a lot of apps control here, which is great. Flash in, dink on towards Electronic as well. And Krivda will fall back off that.
Here we go then. No opening kills, bit of damage inflicted towards Electronic. Setting up utility towards the arch side here, courtesy of Simple. Teammates getting towards top and middle. Mzinho, Galil in hand. Here comes the commitment on the util. It's going in towards the arch and library areas. And they'll be trying to brute force their way in towards the A site.
30 seconds, they've got to go Fake Reality. He's flashed around that corner from Krivda. And then I'll find one. Trouble with that AWP up close and personal. He gets 2. That's Trouble. That's the one that's worth keeping an eye out for. But Simple, Electronic, the dynamic duo of old, come alive to put this into a 2 versus 2. AK and AWP now recovered. And this is actually doable. Really doable.
Electronic not known to be an AWPer. Yeah, that's fair to say.
They'd love a swap here, but they don't want to risk it.
Yeah, so you're favoring the CTs here, but you'd never know. Electronic, if you can find one with that AWP, all bets are off. He'll get it, takes that owner towards that quad side, and it's a miracle that BCG needed on this round, and it looks like they've converted it. Low HP on Simple Electronic, but the AWP saving the day there. A double kill for Electronic in this round. As, yeah, final CT now. The money's not too bad overall. They're with to buy going forward, but it's 0 chance of clutching up here. It will be BCG to find that elusive 5th round here on the T side of their map pick.
Pandemonium of force buys right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing is going to plan still. 5-3, and they extend that lead to 2 once again. And off the back of the attack pause as well, it's really good to see. You know, immediate success off the back of a conversation with Taz. That is what you want to see. Success on the attack pauses leading to now, you'd hope, pulling a bit further away. But there's still residual cash to fall back on for Basement Boys, so a buy back in place for that CT side. Troubling towards the AWP, M4's alongside it, but that 1 AK saved.
Very important round for both teams here in terms of the finances going forward.
It's a huge swing round, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. But the AK in the hands of Maget, and we are going to be pushing down middle here. Aggressive stance from the CT's owner. Once again, trying to step up. It is a beautiful flick coming in from Simple. Another opening frag from him as he takes his total up to 9 and 5. And now you're waiting for the CT reactions to come through. And they're certainly going to get one towards Apps.
Oh, Mzinho, he's holding that angle. But he falls asleep and he gets caught once again. They nearly line up, but Electronic can't get both. Fake Reality left reeling, but still breathing. In this 3 versus 3, and they're moving towards B.
Trouble to defend with the AWP. Miss one shot could cost you the round here. You'll be smoked off from the bomb site itself. The retake, famously, nigh impossible on this B bomb site on Inferno. Let's see whether he can find that opening kill and put them in a prime position here to maybe pick up round number 9. Smoke down towards CT spawn. Actually hits him as well. And that's the missed shot. In they go.
What a molly. He's going to try and slow them down, but they don't care. They go through it. Flash over in towards Coffin as well, which will slow him down. You really look towards how they play this retake, and he is so lucky to stay alive as that nade lands right at his feet. 16 points of HP for him, 26 for Fake Reality, and now, as you mentioned, this nigh-on impregnable B site, I think you've got to save this. I don't know if you can actually give this a proper go.
Considering we speculated with the money as well, you'll put the rod in the water, you'll have a look around, you'll see if anyone gives a freebie away. You have got a kit. Definitely not an impossible round, but in terms of the finances, you're probably thinking of the save at this stage. We'll see if they want to commit to this. Looks like we're going in.
That molly didn't miss. Yeah. The molly makes it towards water, then yes, okay, we can give it a look in. The fact that it doesn't, that's that. It's whether they can stay alive from the spam deals further damage, but yeah, 3 stay alive from Basement Boys. That does allow them a reinvest in towards next round at the very least, but not the way they wanted to go. And essentially, it comes down to whether Trouble could have hit that shot. If he does, obviously he was flashed off the angle, but if he hits it with a bit of fortune, then it's on. But without it, it's kind of pointless.
That was the money shot. Speaking of which, Simple hit one at the start of the round there. Nice reaction to CTs. That's an aggressive throughout this round. Getting good trades, but ultimately outclassed towards the end. We go 6 and 3. They do save significant amount of weaponry, though. We've got 2 AKs and the AWP from the previous round for the Basement Boys. Trouble looking to step up once again, taking the AWP over towards the banana side of the map. 3 players here in total. Initial bombardment of utility. They'll drop some off and probably rotate a player back in towards A. Quad boost coming in as well. Fake Reality looking to step up here as Electronic and Zinho back towards the apps, where it's been a huge talking point in terms of the opening kills. Lots of action towards the apps.
They're setting up here, and they're really not going to feign that much presence over towards B. There was one flash thrown over by Senzu, just trying to draw attention there, but you can actually already tell they've not nibbled. If anything, Basement Boys, they kind of know this is leading the other way. They're immediately rotating off Trouble. And send towards A. Quad stack here now on this site. And the first fight is going to be taking mid-control. You got Maggin up close on the long side, and 2 playing through short now. And as this smoke fades, this becomes an absolute bloodbath. The question is, in favor of who? Flash hits Krivda, so they know he's up close, and they just got to swing him. Clothesline for the first, looking for the second. Krivda will get the support. A missed AWP shot as well is not going to help, and that will cost Simple his life. And his Electronic Force, Senzu, who was selling the fake, has nothing to do with this.
Do you see what I mean again about the spacing?
Yeah.
Lots of 1v1 duels. Like they're waiting for their teammate to go down before the swing comes in. A team that's more synergized and like playing a meta tier 1 CS, everyone's going into the challenge together. Not one by one, allowing the CTs to reset and actually lose no players towards mid.
Yeah, it's 1 by 1, and I'd argue as well that with Basement Boys, it's actually more like 1 versus 2 in every fight, because Basement Boys' spacing is really, really good. Every fight they're taking, even if you look towards that previous round when Mazzinho and they fight on towards him, it's a 2-stack movement through stairs, because they're always covering for each other. Nothing saved, nothing gained. Another round back for Basement Boys. Honestly, some really clean Counter-Strike.
Some very nice shots, and if BCG are going to present that sort of flat mid-rounds where you're just going 1 by 1 and a bit of panic in there as well. Look at that, you can see it like literally 1 by 1. And he got Simple towards the boiler. Yeah, that was a disappointing finish there. Senzu, as you mentioned, on the other side of the map, doesn't get to save anything as we've got the penultimate round here. 3 AKs and a couple of pistols for BCG. This could very likely be a 6-6 half.
Yeah.
Got, what, 2 AKs, make it 3 on the CT side. Now opening kill, this time courtesy of the boys in the basement.
Yeah, the double nade landing right at the feet of Magisk. Airstrike on towards him.
Okay, they just made a call from spawn this time. Yeah, you know what? We're just going towards B. We're executing. Everyone going together. Try and trade your kills.
Try
your best. Problem is now, with 5 players going there, it's very difficult, as we mentioned earlier on. You can't really justify leaving the area now because you have no idea the backstep's coming through. They have actually gone towards T-spawn.
Yeah, they're going to cancel them full reset.
It's a really brave move. Now you have to spend a lot of time checking every crevice of the map.
And not only that, you have to do it now with considerably less utility. You have to really min-max your useful usage now. You've got 2 smokes to work with, 1 Molotov and 3 flashes to kind of try and pull you into this, already at a number disadvantage. And for me, that really worries me. But the good news is they've slightly kind of sold the ruse a little bit. This 3-stack towards B, they've got to rotate 1 over.
They're going to do an apps pop here. Smoke towards Moto. Molotov in the pit. This is the Molotov they missed before. Remember who saw that?
Yes.
This is the Molotov they missed. That's where things went wrong. This time, nailed it.
Trouble finds the first, looking for a second on. He's given time to cock the gun, looking for more. And as Krivda supports, Trouble will find his second. Well, that's that. They get shut down again in a very one-by-one fashion. I know it's a little bit of a chokehold in towards balcony, but Trouble goes huge. 3 massive kills for him. And Basement Boys get another, and I'll say it without breaking a sweat. They do it easily.
Yeah, there's not that much pressure being applied. As you mentioned, like, once you've committed 5 players towards a banana at the start, as you said, you're going to have to expend so much utility just trying to regain that space. You might as well have just committed in towards B. You already had the banana control. Sure, you lost a player on route, but this is another just flat round where, sure, you had the Molotov this time. That's great, but you could see from the POV of Trouble's AWP, like, not really flash, didn't look uncomfortable at all. Very clean finish to the round. If we go into the final round of this first half, there are minuses to pick a BCG. Still absolutely fine. 6 rounds on the T side. More than workable, of course. But yeah, just the way the rounds have been kind of finishing up for BCG, there's some very disappointing fundamentals being displayed.
Looks like I might be going for it again as well. A bit more of a contact play, and actually works well as Krivda will be caught for the first, but Trouble's still here with this orb, and by his namesake, is causing a few problems. But they've taken the site now, and a plan to come through. 4 versus 4 on the retake for this final round.
They have managed to scavenge an AK-47. Electronics gone down here. CTs. No reason to save here. Last round of this first half. In we go. It's looking comfortable. Nice Molotov towards a pit. Baits out Senzu. And Simple fighting back with that Deagle.
Oh, hang on. They spotted him in towards Mini, but do they expect there to be a second? It might not matter. Simple's got 2 with the Deagle. He's looking for a little more, but Owner and Maggot do well. And with 2 remaining alive, Basement Boys are going to tie this game up 6 rounds apiece. A really nice retake there, actually. They play off each other very well. They get in behind, and they follow them in towards balcony, which is kind of brilliant because they completely overlook that angle. So it's a free kill in towards big pit. That then gives them space to move through in towards short, and it all locks itself into place. BC Game will be made to work for this.
Oh, absolutely. This has not been the walk in the park we talked about in the pre-game. It looks like, yeah, they're going to have to be locked in fully, and no more mistakes really on their map pick. Sure, like I said, 6-6 is fine, but the winning positions they were in and the rounds they fumbled, definitely tilting, and we know this is a team of potential tilters with Simple and Electronic. The vibes could get pretty wretched pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Nice shots by Simple, but not able to do it in the end with the Deagle. So 6 all at the half. A pistol here to start would really bring them back into things. And it starts well. Mazzinho finds that first. Electronic will push mid and nail one of his own already. They're being suffocated in towards second mid. This pistol is falling very, very flat. And he's running out of ammo. Poor Fake Reality. No chance in hell. But he gets out.
There's a world.
No.
There's a world now.
Oh my God.
One more kill there. I think that round falls apart, but well done. That's more like it. BCG have not looked very assertive, is the word I would use today. They seem that they have an idea at the start of the round what they're doing. It's the mid-rounds and final commitments to the bomb site. It's been very ropey. But this one didn't seem like there was any problem whatsoever. Nice shot from Electronic, the drive-by with the Julies there towards T-steps. Mzinho, pretty clean finish in the end. 1v3. Got a bit dicey, I suppose, but we have got a force buy in the second. Trouble will save $1,000 considering he's the AWPer, but yeah, they've gone in with the Tech 9s and the Mac 10.
It's a ball call. I don't love force buys when you haven't got a bomb plant behind it, so at least give it like some sustenance. I feel like relying so heavily on the Tech 9s, yeah, they're great, don't get me wrong, but it is bold.
Let's see your words.
Yeah, they're flying in, actually. Fake Reality's going to get one. Maggot's going to get another, and I might just be my words here, Henry, unless Electronic can go huge on the flank. He's pushed behind. He's got 2, and Senzu at the same time.
Okay, we're back. Oh my God. Oh, thought he was going to be taken down there from Boiler, but a chance to get the bomb down here.
Take that.
Should be absolutely fine. Can't even imagine a world where BCG loses round, but let's see what happens.
I think Magic will see it off at the end. But honestly, 3 kills on a bomb plant on what is a force buy there. They might actually just go back in the force buys. You've got enough money now to actually work with it.
I think if you're a team like Basement Boys, you've got to take some risks.
Yep,
and
I agree.
Yeah, you've shown you can keep your head above water. You can go toe-to-toe with the likes of BCG, but yeah, you're going to have to take some risks here financially. I would like to see the force buy once again.
We've probably had
surviving
7 force buy conversions already this game. Like, you kind of may as well. It sort of feels like the story of this matchup. And yeah, we're going to get exactly that. Galil's across the board, but actually some decent utility behind it as well.
Absolutely. 8-6. Very important round once again. It's been a great way to kick off the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier. We've had a lot of high-octane Counter-Strike rounds here. Some heartbreak, some blunders, That's what it's all about here. 64 teams on LAN, 16 best of threes running in tandem live right now. As we get ready, the force spy from the Basement Boys. Galil's across the board and some decent util. It's quite potent. BCG, some solid banana control. Spamming through the smokes, no significant damage presented just yet.
Right idea by Senzu, just a little bit over to that left-hand side, so he's missing out on Owner. Oh, I say that! He'll find it just on the edge of ramp, and that will open things up. So the spam wars do not go well for Basement Boys, who are trying to give themselves a bit of an opener to work with. However, they have taken some mid-controls. A smoke down towards long, and they're going to push it. They're walking straight into the big man himself. Simple's here, ready and waiting. The only issue is this is a very often a one-and-done angle. To get more than one from that spot, if they were to push long, is difficult, but they're not. They're going to double back, and towards B is where they head, as slowly Magen's getting some control there.
So, trying to sell the idea this could still be an A finish. I don't think they're biting down on it whatsoever, though. Smoke is not ideal. I don't think they wanted to go there. Maybe I'm wrong. But in we go towards B. Senzu looking quite comfortable here. Opening kill. Make it a couple. No problem as he finds his hat trick as well. Nothing for trouble to do here, I'm afraid. Spam down, and it's going to be a quad kill for Senzu. Starting to go massive here on the first map of the best of three.
Yeah, lovely work. And now it will reset things. Have to take a step back in terms of the finances. And with that being said, a bit of a chance now for B's game to really pull away. It's not exactly been the easiest of maps, but they can still...
In this sort of tournament, though, Naya, like, as long as you just get the win here, that's what really matters.
Yeah.
I don't think they're doing a massive amount of prep for the Basement Boys. I think they're they're off the back of a LAN win.
Yeah.
They just want to play who's in front of them, and they would say in the interviews, we're just here to play our own game.
And focus
that's
on
what
themselves.
They would tell you.
Yeah, which is something they still need to do, as we've seen so far in this
definitely.
game.
Like, I guess it's a unique setup, let's say that. So I guess, like, just getting used to the environment. It's not like a booth where everything's silent. You can really focus on yourself. There's a lot of moving parts here. Understandably not looking as clean as we might want to see from BCG, but as I said, as long as they get the win here, it doesn't really matter too much. We'll see the eco come through. I say eco, they actually have got a bit of bite to it. Got the upgraded pistol, some Kevlar as well. Can't imagine a world where BCG give up too much space here. By passive setup, utility in hand. Nice defensive position from Simple as well. On towards our library, deeper angle than you might expect. Just want to get a nice opening kill. Stay alive here, doesn't need to repeak. Good CS being presented here by Simple. Looking for that double, nice damage output, but that should be enough to win the round already.
Yeah, should be fine. Only down in towards short as well, just in case they were tempted to test anything, but looks like they won't. I feel like it's going to be a dive up long into the not-so-caring arms of Magisk. He wants to fight, and Simple's here as well for support. Electronic, one of his own. The spam on the smoke is good, and Magisk is getting aggro, because why wouldn't you? Freebies for him as he gets two simple ones, and, well, just like that, another round for BC game. And Henry, I've been having a little look at some of the other results that have been going on simultaneously. We said we keep everyone updated. There's been a few maps already locked in place.
Let's go.
Big versus Zeta Forward, 13-1, map 1. Fluxo, 13-1 against Dusty, map 1.
13-0 is kicking around.
Dendele, 13-0. 10-0, 10-8, sorry, Saw at the moment. Hotu, 13-1 as well. Infinite, 13-1 for them. 13-2 for Heroic. 13-2 for 9.
Okay, so everyone getting slapped around.
13-3 for Astral. 12-1 currently Gen 1. So a lot of people are getting slapped.
Okay, so we did choose the best game then.
100%.
Yeah. All right.
This is one of the very few. It's like this one and Saw versus EAC, which feels like competitive, and every other game super one-sided.
Best of threes, though, bear in mind. Anything can happen. AK-47's out now for the boys in the basement. 10-6. You feel this map slipping out of their grasp. Electronic, I think he'll be overlooked there, but Mzinho certainly won't. He goes down early. 5-4, first advantage Basement Boys have had in some time. As I mentioned, that Molotov might give them some bad info here. Oh, speaking of bad, the spray wasn't great. Definitely had at least one on the menu there.
Should have had two. Yeah, making the move. Simple actually might be able to get free B, but Maget was ready for it. The counter strafe will catch the head.
That's a shame.
Magisk and Senzu have to just save. They can't even give this one a look in.
Like we said, everything there on a silver platter for Electronic overlooked. They thought they Molotoved him, it didn't reach. You get a player with his back turned to you, and your spray does 60 damage. Like, bruh. That's unfortunate.
Tough watch.
That was a tough one.
Watch. He's not been lights out. He's not been bad, don't get me wrong. No one's really been bad, which is a good sign to BC game. No one's gone missing, which I think is a real positive for them. But we expect more out of somebody of his caliber.
In that scenario, sure. Like, you couldn't have asked for a better position.
Yeah.
Like, overlooked, back's turned to you, 100 HP, and it somehow doesn't get a kill, and it does allow the Basement Boys to get on the board here in the second half of 6-6 at halftime, bear in mind.
Yeah. They're pulling away now as well.
That's a huge amount of cash injected into the squad with 5 players surviving. So the game is back on.
Yeah, they were pulling away, BC game, right? They were getting to a worrying spot where, you know, if you feel like you win that, the map just locks itself into place. It'd been flawless up until that point. And now, you're able to sort of rein yourself back in.
Absolutely.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Trouble. Obviously, I highlighted him kind of coming in towards this. Him and Owner are generally the main names, but they're both really playing well to the level we want to see out for them. And they're going toe-to-toe. And the one thing I was worried about, I think especially because it's Basement Boys and because they are playing essentially who is their hero, right, against Simple. I wouldn't even be surprised if a lot of these players kind of started wanting to compete by watching someone like Simple, right? So they're playing against a guy who's an icon for the region and for the game.
Yeah, true.
I was worried they were coming towards this game scared and be a little bit, you know, too much respect being shown, which happens very, very often for a lot of these tier 2, tier 3 teams. But anything but, they're taking a lot of the fight to BC game and they're trying to match them toe-to-toe.
Important rounds here. See whether BCG can hold the wolf from the door. Looking to close this one out. Their map pick. Nuke up next. Mirage if required. And this opening round here at Esports World Cup. Last chance qualifier. Banana control granted.
Oh my God.
Through they go to smoke. Senzu's there. He's been pretty lights out. You think he's going to get a couple here, but caught off guard. Didn't anticipate that level of aggression. And it's the opening kill for the Basement Boys once again. We have one player remaining on the bomb site. It's going to be Magis, game leader. Looking to step up here.
He needs to buy time. That's really all he needs to do.
Historically, through his career, always been known as the Prince of Pit. Always as the pit player. Now over towards B.
Very true, actually, yeah.
He was like iconic in the pit position.
And I guess part of it is probably, you know, now taking over the reins of this team, sort of giving people their preferred spots, and he just takes whatever's left over, in a sense. They're moving forward, and Majesty's role here was trying to slow them down to buy time for rotations, but I actually think they're just cancelling. Look, no one's even rotated over for a second, so site's taken, and that's another round for Basement Boys, so it will be up to an 8th now for the T side. And while it took them a while to come alive and come online in the second half, now back-to-back round, they're starting to kind of kick it up a notch.
Well. It's the right call to make. A difficult one, sure. But it's almost impossible to consider that round working out in their favor. You lost the opening pick. They've got the bomb planted. You have one player stuck in spawn. Might as well hold on to the cash. The little you have left, you can see that Mages could drop a gun for Senzu, but he can also buy himself. Knocking on the door of $5,000, but 10-8. Basement Boys down, but certainly not out. Another clean sweep of a round there now. 5 players surviving once again. $3,500 extra for each player. So yeah, a ton of money going forward now. Finances won't be a problem for a few rounds here.
Yeah, financially they are stocked now, and this is good. This gives them so much breathing room. It's just one less thing you have to really think about and consider, and especially because kind of the whole narrative around the first half was about finances. It was forced by wins that were breaking econs back and forth. Now we've actually got a real stockpile to fall back on, which gives us just a little bit of ease on the mind so they can actually pull off this potential recovery. They're only 2 rounds behind. That's reaching distance.
Here we go then. Round number 19. Pressure on for BCG here. Need to break this streak. Can't be letting them have so many clean rounds here. Uncontested. Massive grenade to kick things off. Over 50 damage towards Trouble. They won't be dissuaded. Very meta mid-smoke being deployed at the start of the round, largely to flash through. Surprise the CTs on the other side, and they are not falling for this at all. They are falling back. They want nothing to do with the smoke. Very passive setup called from BCG here. Simple. AWP in the pit. No problem the first shot. Can they convert this advantage?
He has a spot electronic as well. He'll get one. That too as well. That's a lot more like it. As Simple finds his second, and the last one at crib, they're surely dead to rights, and is Mazzinho will lock in the last, but that is an A-hold.
Credit where credit is due. There's definitely been some ugly rounds here for BCG, but that was absolutely textbook.
Yeah.
Electronic making up for the fumbled spray in the previous round as well.
True.
That was a really nice double kill from him. That's what you want to see. Those are the kind of rounds that inspire hope for BCG fans. Like, that's what you think, okay, this team really should be qualifying for the main event if they can bring these sort of rounds together.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's the opening map of the tournament. I'm sure they'll tidy things up as the tournament progresses.
Exactly. warming up into things. And yes, a couple of rounds back-to-back for Basement Boys, but still in a really commanding spot. This is bold. Magisk will lose his life. Senzu is here, looking for two, and the third is potential. The nade will come down, but Trouble will just about evade the HE.
Wow.
But that is really, really aggressive and somehow works. And then Simple will find his in towards Balk. Oh, Basement Boys, they've got too giddy here to fight, and it's come back to bite them.
Well, at least we said the money's going to be good. Can they make a dent here? Electronic got like a prime position for a kill there. At least he stays alive, just gets a bit of intel. Should be absolutely fine, should be the operative word there, but 4 versus 2. Essentially a 2-on-2, they progress in towards A here. It's their best bets. But low HP on Trouble, the AWP. 1 minute on the clock, comes down to fake reality here. He's got the bomb in his back. They've got a couple of flashes, 1 smoke and a Molotov. I'm not even sure what the call would be here. Do you just go for a contact play and Molotov the pit? Try and get a quick kill with the AWP? Simple, pretty prime position. Should be no problem whatsoever. He's actually picked up an AK as well.
All right. I'm actually kind of surprised in a way that they're giving us a look in. They're so low in the hands of Trouble. This round feels like a non-starter. It would have to be absolutely fumbled by BC Game for this one to fall
it
flat.
Can happen.
They're contacting and spotted and dropped, and the AWP of Trouble now posted on the angle. He's looking to flick left or right, but he might just be met with an HE. Perfectly played by Electronic, making sure he gives them absolutely nothing as BC Game get yet another on the board and are right at that finish line now.
Yeah, it was looking problematic, a little bit scary at times there for BCG, but as we said, as long as you get the map on the board, doesn't really matter about the fumbled rounds or some questionable setups. Ultimately looking quite comfortable now.
Not how you get there, just that you
exactly,
get there.
Especially in this sort of tournament as well. Like, I don't think they're doing a massive amount of prep for the Basement Boys. They're turning up, playing their own game.
That's it.
And getting warmed up into the tournament. And we'll see if Simple and closing down. We said we want to see 20 from him. 16 and 11 right now. It would take 4 kills in this round to get us to the match of 20, but let's see what can be done.
1 and 20, but at least it's not been an underperformance. So that's it's good. It's above average, which is what we want to see. Break on that smoke. Trouble want to fight behind it. He did spot 2. He's again needs to be careful not to gift anything over. Ollie on towards Wood. Senzu. He's actually going to respect it. He'll fall back. Got a double stack still towards B1, playing out via CT. Some boys are going to reconsider as they move back towards A, but there is 3 players here to meet them. And Simple and Electronic, who have done such a fantastic job so far of locking down this A site, are going to be called upon once again. Smoke down and fake reality. He's going to push this. This is good map control.
Looking quite healthy, isn't it? CT's in the dark in terms of information.
They've got the wrong read. They rotate Electronic over towards B. This is rough. Look, they're about to suffocate in towards the site. Simple's got to go huge. There's the first. With that AK, we need at least 1 more from him, and he needs support.
The thing is,
through a short and balcony.
The presence of a Simple AK, though, could be enough to dissuade them.
Yeah, you are right. Let's see. There's the second for him. He's looking for and Simple and Mazzinho are keeping this site on the lock and key, and it might be all over in a flash. And it is Magisk, the new man leading the helm of this side. They take their map pick of Inferno, and actually, they do it in style.
Well, he didn't get the quad kill, but a triple with the AK-47. He gets 19 kills in total on the first map here. Opening round of the Esports World Cup last month's qualifier.
All round up.
Yeah, dude. I actually thought from Basement Boys that was a pretty impressive performance. Like, in terms of didn't know really much about this team going into it. The fact they kept their head above water and actually had them on the ropes at one point as well. Yeah. Had to steal a couple of rounds away, but yeah, that was an entertaining first map. That was BCG's pick as well. So the fact they've actually made that sort of statement performance, I think BCG won't be taking them too lightly going to that second map. They're going to be on high alert now.
And Nuke's a pretty decent map for this side as well, for Basement Boys. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for. This could be really quite interesting moving forward. I'm impressed. I think for a side like Basement Boys, who obviously, in terms of the caliber and definitely the experience, way below, right? Sure. They've stepped up in a big way, but still now a big arse. To bite back in towards Nuke, take us towards the decider of Mirage. I don't know if they got it in the locker because it actually feels like while it was scrappy at the start, BC Game are warming up, man. They're warming up.
Just the individual skill, the unbelievable level that BCG have in their squad. Senzu, like, looking razor sharp. Simple towards the end there. I don't know. Maybe I'm a hater. I wasn't expecting Simple to get 3 kills that last round. I thought, okay, he'll probably get a couple of AK kills. That was a super crisp sequence. Like, I don't know why I'm doubting the go. Something about it, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm a hater. But,
I'll say as well, Electronic, who started really slow, he picked it up towards the end. I thought he was super crucial on that CT side. Mazzinho had some really nice moments as well. And while they were scrappy at the start, I thought Magic's calls towards the end were good. He really got a read on what
the calls were fine. It was the mid-rounding where they seemed to be like deers in the headlights at some points. Like, one player would go down, and it's a bit panicky, a bit messy. But as we said, it's the opening map of the tournament. It's an open qualifier. There's going to be those scrappy rounds. You don't really know who you're up against, and you've got like the basement boys super locked in. They are going to be countering you. They're going to try and do everything they can to steal even like a kill away, let alone a round. They'll be prepping hard for this matchup, and I don't think BCG would. So you expect the scrappy game. I would say like some of the fundamentals a little bit questionable from BCG, but they got the job done, and everyone looked pretty good, generally speaking. A couple of mistakes from, or missed shot, that's a shame from Electronic, but as you said, he made up for it later down the line.
He did, exactly. And the start of this game, as we run through these, it kind of highlights again, just remembering how wild it was. There was something ridiculous, like 5-4 spies back to back to back to start things off, and then there was like 7 in total for the first half. A ridiculously wild, unpredictable in a way sort of game, but once we hit that halfway point, that's when it started to pick back up, and that's actually really what we got to see. I think BC game flexed their muscles a little bit, show actually just the caliber of this team. It was a little bit ugly at the start, but that CT side I think shows like a little bit more of the best of them.
Really excited for the next map. You said that Basement Boys are quite handy on Nuke?
I've seen some good things from them. It's not always the cleanest, right? But again, with this team, for me, everything goes through Trouble. He's the one who really is the man who lights up the server. And I will also mention on the CT side, Owner. Keep an eye on him.
Well, those are the two names of Inferno. We noticed it from the CT pistol. Owner, I was like, wow, he's actually playing some very nice, polished CS. Actually, he's like getting his kills, holding on to advantages. Trouble seemed pretty decent on the AWP. So yeah, great to point those names out. Hopefully they continue that sort of form into the second map of Nuke, because sure, you don't get knocked out of the tournament, you lose as best of 3, but you're definitely not in a prime position. You're then down into elimination territory with one more best of 3, and anything can and will happen. Any other results coming through that leap off the page for you? Let's have a cheeky look.
I think we had a lot of 13-0s to start things off, which was, or 13-1s, 13-0s. It seems like really nothing other crazy. Saw got their win. Bit of a close game against EAC, but good to see this Saw core back together and doing well. But that is it for map number 1. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we've got map number 2 here in this series. And after what we've just seen, you don't want to miss it. Sit tight. We'll see you there.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qualifier City, powered by play.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier for CS2. Plenty of action behind us right now. 16 best of threes, all kind of under action here, but we're focusing on BCG versus the Basement Boys. Second map coming up of Nuke, and a chance for the Basement Boys to cause some damage here.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how this pans out. I think we've already seen there's some capabilities in this Basement Boys side, and there's a little bit about them. Whether it's enough to get them over the line here on Nuke, we're going to have to find out. But some really good Counter-Strike nonetheless. We've been kind of following as well some of the other games that have been going on. A lot of 13-1s to 13-3s.
Zeros and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of one-sided games. As what we would sort of expect opening game with the seeding being best versus the worst in a way. But still at the same time, I'm waiting for that one upset. I just want to see, I want us to be like, coming into a death segment and be like, oh my God, they've just lost. That's what I'm waiting for. We haven't got it yet.
There was a moment in that first map where it felt like Basement Boys were going to cause that upset. It was BCG looking quite shaky, a bit ropey, some fumbled rounds, but overall you could see the skill prevail, just outclassing them towards the end of the map.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's where now the hope is that that first half was basically a bit of a warm-up into the tournament for BC Game, and now we're getting them firing on all cylinders. Now we're getting them actually clicking together, listening to the calls, doing the calls, and then actually probably hitting their shots.
Excited to see what Senzu can cook up as well. Like, he is showing some incredible form. The 1v3 he posted, and then Simple getting those 4 kills towards the end of Inferno as well. It looks like everyone's kind of locked in. Should be a 2-0, but we're hoping for a bit more tension on the server. I want to see them tested and wake up a little bit. Like we said, it wasn't a world-class performance by any stretch by BCG, but enough to get the job done. Just want to see them tidy it up a bit.
Exactly. I think, this is kind of the hope for kind of BC Game that, we sort of said they should be qualifying realistically with this, especially the caliber of players.
It's about time, right? And let's just talk about the overall investment in this project, the multiple lineups they've had. This feels like the strongest iteration by far. Yes, they should be qualifying. One of those 4 teams, of course, going to the playoffs, but they should be one of the top 4 teams making it through to the main events.
And again, it's not even just about qualifying. Realistically, for them, we actually want them to do it cleanly as well. We want this side to be able to go through into the main event with a bit of a fire under them. You're like, okay, we've actually got a bit of something about us. The team's actually clicking. We're trying to go back-to-back in Lance Grant, a big arse, to try and get it again as they did at the Elisa event recently. But nevertheless, we want to see them actually be able to properly contest in towards Tier 1. That is always the hope of this project, is getting Simple, Electronic,
just qualify for a major in general.
Exactly.
That's what we're looking for. VRS
Get
points
these guys
available.
back up there.
Esports World Cup, massive deal on the Counter-Strike calendar right now. Would love to see them actually have a chance to enter a Tier 1 tournament and show us what they're really made of.
Yeah, exactly that. And this feels like the perfect kind of breeding ground for them to gain that confidence as a team, right? Because it's obviously a higher level than what they were playing last week at their previous LAN. This is a bit more of the test of actually, where did this team actually stack up? Where's the ceiling? Where's the floor of this team as well? And actually, what level of consistency can we get out? And if anything, I always like to kind of make this sort of argument that having a bit of a warm-up into the main tournament for whatever teams make it through this qualifier, I think that's a really nice thing to have on, because you've already got the first day jitters out of the way, the roster's worn off. You actually might go in towards that main event a little bit hot.
I've got a an interesting question for you.
Hit me.
We saw the Crunchyroll ads at halftime. Are you an anime fan at all?
I am, but not in terms of like, I don't watch loads. I've watched a lot of the big ones.
So you dipped your toe in the water.
Yeah,
I've seen your Attack on Titan.
Oh, yeah, love Attack on Titan. I'd say like my favorite is one called Haikyuu.
Okay.
Volleyball one.
I've heard of it.
Yeah. I started playing volleyball because I watched that. Is that
wow.
good? Yeah.
I got more mileage out of that question than I thought.
There we go.
Pretty good.
So I've played
volleyball.
Yeah, I even went to like MVL, which is like the pro league in England.
Okay. You any good?
I used to be. I was a libero, so which is like a defense. I was a setter to start because the main guy in the anime is a setter, or like one of the main guys is a setter. Right. So I was like, oh yeah, he's cool.
Is volleyball 5-on-5? How many players?
6-on-6. But then you have a libero is like the 7th, and they kind of can come on and off the court at certain times. It's not like a sub; they just come on.
Dude, I didn't know this law.
Yeah. There you go. So I played it for many a year, but not played it in a while. Actually, it's not very good in England.
I've only seen Attack on Titan and Spirited Away. I think there's the only two things I've seen.
I mean, you've kind of hit the bar. I'd say probably the best one. It's either the best or like at least one of the best.
It's in the conversation.
The purest to throw out like a Death Note out there. I think that would probably get a shout in some ways. I'll always say the best Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That's the best in my opinion.
Well, there it is. That's the anime section covered. We have brought you some gold there, and hopefully we'll have BCG ready to go on the server as well. Second map will be Nuke, looking for a clean 2-0 here. There were some moments of tilt, some awkward rounds from BCG, but they got the job done in emphatic style towards the end. Simple with an AK-47 closing things out. 19 kills to his name on that first map. We're looking for 20 though, Simple. 19 is good, but we want to see 20 at least going into the second map here. Basement boys, we'll see where they can step up. We talked about Owner and Trouble looking quite promising on the first map, but it's going to take a lot here to get them over the line. It's their pick, and they'll be starting on the T side. We've got a P250 for Trouble. You'd assume he's going towards outside with that position, and we've got a smoke and a flash. So yeah, towards outside we go. And how will they deploy this little amount of utility that they have? One smoke, one flash. Trouble, tip of the spear, looking to open things up against the USPs here.
Yeah, an outside move, and they're just doing this try. This is full contact. Simple gets spotted. Oh, Simple will take that fight. If you give him the freebies, he'll knock him down. The flash comes over, and they can use that smoke now to mask themselves as they make their way down towards Secret, but not without taking a couple of tags.
Here we go then. Good position for Electronic. Wisely falls back. It's Magisk on the other side of the map. It's getting dropped. Lower bomb site wide open now. You can see the CT scrambling, but up the vents we go. A bomb site will be the final commitment here from the Basement boys, and they've got a man advantage.
Yeah, Senju's kind of got a huge hit. That is such a nice shot. What a flick from him. Looking for more behind it, running low. Gets that reload off. They walk in towards Simple, and he gets a bit of a taste of his own medicine. Clothesline by Fake Reality, but Senzu, Mazinho combining well. It's all now on this P250 in a 1 versus 1. 5 points of HP on one side, 24 of 4, may I say, on the other. And he's playing time. He's not nibbled at the tap on the bomb. Fake Reality looking to now make the move, and he loses his life. He goes a little early, and I think there's just enough time as well for this. It's going to be stolen away by 5 points of HP and a Senzu 3K.
Wow, I didn't think he stood a chance there. 5 points of health, 1 bullet required, unable to convert. Bomb goes down, sure, but they had a promising situation there. The fact they went towards the upper bomb side, the man advantage, you think they're converting that all day long. A disappointing finish there for the boys in the basement. But still, with the bomb planted, maybe it's going to be fine. We will see a force buy coming through into that second, but some excellent shots from either side of the server there. We go 1-0 BCG. As we said, the force buy should be coming in. Not focusing too much on firepower down here. They haven't gone for the Galils. They've gone for one Galil and Mac 10, so it suggests a pocket strap. An upper pop, potentially, you're looking for this sort of round.
Yeah, probably a lot of onus really here on those 2 Mac 10s to give them a lot of space. And again, a Fake Reality to try and use that space and then manipulate it into a round. But the volley will come down good timing. Senju staying up on high, but that might work against him. He's exposed, and he'll fall. But Magisk from top of pot gets 2, and that buys time for Mazinho to dive through. And a shot through the smoke will see off Owner. It was a bit of a chaotic round, but the force buy unsuccessful. And BC Game now got a little bit of room to breathe.
Absolutely. This is a much more comfortable position to be in than what they were on Inferno. We talked about the force buy wars.
Yeah.
Well and underway on that previous map, but this is comfy now. Looked a bit promising there for the Basement boys when they got out of the hut, but maybe saving the day with the double kill. Should be the full eco here. We've got a nade for the door, so they're going to nade the door, smoke main, and just try and make their way through. That's all I can really see coming up here.
That's one.
Grenade, and towards ramp we go.
Yeah, was it going to be just another A hit off the back of, the smoking towards main? But
so I guess they could drop a deeper smoke towards the ramp and try and find some space there, but options extremely limited here without even a flashbang. You're hoping for a CT to get over-aggressive here, take him down, but it's, again, quite a passive, promising hold from BCG towards the ramp. We do go indeed. Mzinho at the back.
Shot.
Doing work as well.
Nice
Opening kill is his. Nice HE. Does a lot of damage. Round over. One player remaining. Nothing to do, nothing to say about this one. 3-0 all day long.
Yeah.
Maybe even a tactical timeout. You're a little bit flustered after those 2 rounds. So convincing for BCG. You might just take a moment to catch your breath.
And also, potentially, they might even be using this now, right? Kind of, we like to call them like the existence timeouts. They're more obviously like the start of a round where you don't buy in towards anything, but they might even just be using this minute here where he's not going for anything. Yeah. Having a little conversation, right? Our next gun round, this is what we're doing. We need to change things up. This is how they're playing, what positions we're kind of seeing. He's looking for his consolation, but he won't get it. Senzu with his second, a very simple and flawless third on the board.
Well, there we have it. In a prime position here. Their opponent's pick, you're up 3-0. No bomb plant, no kills found. Clean sweep on the CT side. Offers starting to swell. Mzinho comfortable here towards ramp. Clean as you like. Mongolian boys looking very sharp indeed. 5-1 apiece.
Really, really nice work. This is the first kind of true barometer, maybe what Basement Boys have got to bring here. The litmus test on the full buy as Krivda will get a couple to open things up. Senzu makes that move. The lobby crunch on that one back, but Simple will overextend and gift Fake Reality a freebie.
I don't mind the call at all there from BCG. Just
it's a bonus
nice
buy,
shooting.
Right?
Yeah, it was a bonus round, and you go for the lobby crunch. Didn't anticipate the double kill from the AK there, but the round not necessarily over. 4-on-2. May just gets himself towards T roof, looking to find Straggler near T spawn. No one home though. Up towards heaven they go. BCG will need a bit of a miracle here if they're going to pull this one off. Okay. Looks like that should be it.
Yeah. Molly to heart. Bomb will be dropped down. And there should be a simple one at that. And I wonder as well, really, if yes, the round itself is a bit of a write-off, but can you make it expensive? This is the first buy back in for Basement Boys. They don't have good residual cash. If you stuck around for a bit of a proactive exit, when you know you've got a reinvestment in towards the next round, I wouldn't mind them actually being just a little bit of a front foot on this and trying to not give it a go, but make life a little bit difficult long term. But they're not opting really for that. What are you? Pretty deep save being had here. Bit of a freebie. Nice round. The aggression matched. First on the board for Basement Boys. Now, normally I say on a map like Nuke, for me, 5 rounds T-side, I'm actually very happy with. I think 4's your workable amount.
That's your baseline.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Workable. 5, you're actually happy if you can get that. And already 1 on the board, first gun round so successfully, only the 1 casualty.
Thing is,
no complaints.
Difficult to find that sort of round again. CT's almost feeding you at the start there. Nice idea, like I said. If they get the opening kill, steal that one away, it's a very different round, but well read. Double kill towards trophy room. CT aggression, shut down, punished. But plenty of money, as we mentioned. A couple of flawless rounds there. Cash absolutely fine. Can even justify the simple AWP with util as well. Still lots of cash left over. Here we go. See if the Basement Boys can flourish here in round number 5. Towards ramp we go once again. Mzinho to be tested.
Oh,
nice little dink. Playing ramp well. Get the intel and do some damage, and you can allow them to have ramp there. As I always say, ramp is not a bomb site. You can have the ramp. No worry.
If anything, it kind of works in their game plan because Simple's been waiting for them to go looking for this information towards hell. And he's given a bit of an angle to fall back if they do make that push in towards lockers, can safely escape as well because he knows that the outside presence is still favorable for the CT side. And also with the cancel in a way, this is information unto itself. Lack of information is something they can utilize. They've not pushed ramp, they've not gone down ramp, they've not gone hell. So they've got to be doubling back towards his A site. And here's where Electronic outside could be a real difference maker. You assume he gets one, but he can't. Fake Reality will find that fight, but he's quickly traded. And that's where Simple's orb was ready for this. He can't get the second, but he gets the damage off. And Mzinho there to mop up one of his own. Magentanona, surely no chance in hell, or I speak too soon. Dare I say, 35 seconds on the clock, 2 versus 2, and nearly a gift, but Senzu a reacting time. It's all on Owner. He had a magical map 1 at times, and we need a little bit of that magic here again.
Let's see what he can do with it. Options very limited, HE grenade to work with, and this is the best call he could have made, in my opinion, down towards the lower bomb, so you've guaranteed a plant here. Now, can you come out on top in the 2 versus 1 clutch? The answer should be no. You're in a bad position here. This shot has to connect. Not going to happen. Don't want to give him too much here. In towards the double doors he goes.
Oh, he's actually got out. He's been able to give himself a bit of space to isolate fights. This is not out of the realms of possibility, and keeping that door open is just going to keep them guessing, but he swings and he misses. And with that, Mazzinho will find it, and alongside Senzu, a man he's played plenty of games with. It'll be another round for BC game. Great response.
Absolutely. That was a 4-on-2. The fact the Basement Boys even bring it down to a winnable situation was admirable, but ultimately, BCG up to 4-1 now. Looking comfy out there, looking for that 2-0 in the opening round here at Esports World Cup. Last chance qualifier, Counter-Strike 2. An ambitious LAN, Neo.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything like it? Look behind you.
It is actually crazy.
16 best of 3s, running simultaneously. I never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, what a setup we've got here. It really is quite impressive. I'm sure most of you at home as well have seen pictures on sort of social media of what it's like. It's a really, really cool environment. These local LANs that have kind of died out in a way. We're revitalizing them here at EWC, which is it's awesome to get. And the fact that we're out here in person with them, it is really cool.
And in terms of the logistics of organizing this level of a tournament, especially like normally most tournaments have maybe 2 games running at once, we've got 16. So the fact we pulled this off, and we were slightly delayed, sure, but
I don't envy
it's looking pretty good.
The prep, the plan and prep for this. I do not envy the team sort of leading that. Credit to them. This is no easy task.
This is not just a CS tournament. Bear in mind, we have like 20 other titles.
Yeah, and we were simultaneously today. We have, is it 4 of the games?
Yeah,
we have
Honor of Kings next
to us. We have Black Ops as well.
Ops 7,
Yeah, we have PUBG Mobile. And Tekken as well.
Yeah, dude, it really
all
is
at the same time.
A real celebration of esports and gaming in general.
Worth saying as well, if you're in Paris or somewhere around this area, it's actually worth coming down. The Expo Center as well is pretty cool. We had a little wander around while we had our little tech delay, and there's a lot going on.
There's a lot to do, and Simple's got a lot to say. Opening things up with the AWP, finds Krivda, but nice shot in return. Fake reality. Agans as well, chiming in. A 3v3 winnable situation here for the Basement Boys. Time not really on their side, though, and neither's the manpower at this point. 3 versus 1, trouble, 0-4, AWP in hand. No real choice but to save the weapon, unfortunately. 5-1, looks locked in.
Yeah, you're right. Trouble really yet to do anything as well. 0-4, hasn't got on the board yet, and it's been a tough run of things for him. Obviously, T-side AWPing is generally pretty brutal on Nuke as well. You're given very, very little opportunities, but he's not capitalizing on them either. One thing as well, while we were buying a bit of time, I'd actually love, I'm going to check probably after the series, I'd love to see the head-to-head stats, because I have a feeling Fake Reality is beating Simple in the head-to-head. I feel like he kills him every time someone's dying. It's Fake Reality. He did it a couple of times with Inferno, some really nice shots, and he's done it so far here as well. But grand scheme of things, who cares? BC Game are pulling away pretty rapidly.
Say, tactical timeout seems like a necessity at this point. They have called one. I think it's the first one we've had of the series.
Second, BC Game won.
Oh, you're right. That's when Taz came in. You're right. But yeah, definitely a good time to call it up. As you're 5-1 down, it's your map pick. You are getting blown out of the proverbial water.
Yes.
As this is the expected outcome of the game. I feel like Inferno, difficult to take much away from that in terms of information, because like we said, it's the first game of the tournament. They looked a bit scrappy, but now looking comfortable in the setup. Stretching their legs out there. Simple with the opening kill. Arguably didn't have to go for the repeat, but it's still a lovely shot from Fake Reality. Mzinho, strong as ever towards that ramp room. Electronic finding his form towards outside of the M4A4 as well. And we get into round number 7. Khalil's out. Hands cribbed up. And against the trouble AWP yet to frag. See what they bring to the table here. Going to be using the AWP towards the ramp room, but looks things here.
Those
CT aggression again.
Following along as well. This is in Group 6. One win is the other team in this group.
Yes.
And they're on track now for a pretty comfortable 2-0.
Okay.
Which actually makes life kind of rough, because essentially Base Boys have probably got to beat 1 win then. If this is 2-4 flats, which at the moment it's looking like, to qualify to that next part. So this, I would maybe argue, is actually the slightly more beatable game of the two.
Let's have a look. The ramp room is theirs once again, but not without casualties. Rivda goes down. And Mzinho takes that advantage, burrows himself away into that lower bomb site. Significant damage on a few players as well. Electronic with the backstab. Doesn't even need the crisp aim there. Such a freebie of a kill.
I was worried for half a second. He does 180. Did look a little dicey, but it's okay. Mousinho here. And he finds his. Magen all drop. And a flash as well to try and slow them down. And Electronic's not too far away in support. They've now got double doors control and single door.
Yep.
And it feels like it should be easily locked into place with the two remaining. But Trouble, quick reaction for his. And Fake Reality will find one of his own. So this will now give them an opportunity to get a plant down. They just need to punch those numbers in. And with that smoke, they can tempt fate with it. A tap, but not a stick. Second time of asking. The numbers get put in place. We've actually got a 2 versus 3 on the post plants.
We absolutely do. This is a 5-on-2, bear in mind. Now Trouble. That's a very important shot that doesn't quite hit the mark. They know exactly where he is now. They still have residual utility. Most notably, the smoke available for the bomb. Fake Reality goes down. Trouble was yet to frag until this round. Left in a 3 versus 1. Nothing he can do with it. A little bit scary there for BCG, but they get the job done, extend their lead even further. Felt like one of the better opportunities Basement Boys have had in some time, and it wasn't even that close.
Yeah, bated breaths for sort of half a moment there, but quite coolly collected as well. So it was really, I think, as you mentioned, that Trouble shot into his window. He hits that. We're on 2 versus 2, and actually really doable at that point because they had no idea where Fake Reality was. They had no idea where that second player was present, but in the end, nice work, and one of those kind of rounds that was close but will get forgotten pretty quickly as BCG in a great spot. 6-1 already, guaranteed. Worst case scenario is a tied game. The way they're playing, it feels unbelievably unlikely that it's not going to be a lead at the half, and I think the question now starts to sort of like enter our minds of how much of a lead.
Okay, we'll take that. Bit of a gift at the start of the round. Opening advantage, the first one they've had in some time. Smoke goes down towards Squeaky. Electronic feeling the pressure towards outside. They try and pop that smoke open. Simply felt like getting that one. And able to land the shot. Owner certainly does. 5-on-3 should be the second round here for the Basement Boys.
In a weird way, I think the worst CS that we're actually seeing from BC Games is actually coming when they're trying to be proactive. They are being massacred here, and Owner's got a huge 3-piece. But again, the 2 rounds that we've seen Basement Boys win have both come down to BC Game overextending. It's like gifting them the kills early doors. The best work we've seen is when they invite in the pressure, they soak it up, and they kind of throw it back in their face. So it's actually maybe one of those things, and especially now with a second timeout taken by Basement Boys, something that Taz can probably talk about, being like, let's just slow it down. They're actually not that scary when we actually let them play their game because they can't do a lot. When we're gifting them openings, that's when they pull away.
They're trying to run their playbook right. Yeah. They've got these moves, these maneuvers, aggressive stances. They're trying to throw them out. But I agree with you. It feels like the rounds you're just playing a default setup are so convincing. You don't really need to mix things up too much, especially when you're finding huge leads, like 5-on-2s pretty much every single round. The aggression doesn't work out this time, but still in a comfortable spot. We talked about the money being very promising for BCG. 6-2 in the lead. Plenty of cash here for another buy, but what a round that was from Owner especially. Good lord, some cracking shots here to spray down towards CT Spawn. They got a double. And we do have, as mentioned, a nice strong buy here. Started to run the gold though.
Mechanically so sharp. I want to see a bit more of that. Simple. Holding above the box. No jump peak just yet. Electronic. It should be a gift.
He's
and
well positioned up.
AK for free. And Senzu will spam that smoke. Easy for him. From up here on Rafters, Magisk gets a couple. Doesn't really have to do anything for it. The crosshair doesn't even need to move. And before he even knows it, Trouble's left all alone here at a 1 versus 5. No chance in hell. Another round to go the way of BC Game. And now this is starting to live up to maybe what we expected out of BC Game. Little close for comfort at times on Inferno. That puggy map did bite them in the arse a couple of moments, but here they are just rolling with this.
So comfortable. 5-on-1 situation. 3 AKs in the CT ranks right now. Mzinho should get this last kill, no problem. There it is. 7-2. Sends the Basement Boys packing once again. And you're dead on. Major there in the rafters. Didn't really have to work too hard for those kills whatsoever. Opening frag comes in, funnels him in towards up. Easy pickings here. As I mentioned, Electronic has been well positioned.
Yes.
Hasn't shown the greatest mechanics necessary today, but in terms of his understanding of the situations, he's always seems to be well positioned and ready to shoot players in the back.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what you really need from him as well, right? Just be a bit of a nuisance. Because you've also got the superstars around him who are hitting their shots. Senzu, Mazinho both look really, really clean. Simple's had a couple of moments here and there with the orb. All you want from Electronic is just cause problems. Be a bit of a ruckus because everyone else is delivered in the way we need out from them. Pop shot. My Simple will connect on towards Ono. It'll soften him up, but it won't get the kill.
Well, the absolute best setup you can have on the CT side. 4 AK-47s and the AWP. 7-2 up. You're in cruise control right now. In towards that upper bomb side we go. Flashes are decent and actually finds him a bit of space, but Simple there to take it away. Back to a 3-on-3, but not for long. It's going to force out the CT from the heavens. Mzinho leaps down to the bomb site floor, unable to find more than one there, but has set up Electronic for a clutch. Let's see if he can deliver the goods here. Ooh. This time he's the one getting shot in the back.
Ona just purposely gets lost in that smoke there and uses that ruse of it to find a way in behind. It was a really difficult clutch for Electronic. He had to confirm that first kill right-hand side of sight immediately to have any sort of chance, but in the end, not to be. So, one round back, it's still not enough here, and this is the kind of issue that we're getting at, Basement Boys. It's these flash-in-the-pan moments. We need some consistency. We need a bit of a back-to-back to make us believe, but if they do get a back-to-back here, it's going to break that economy, and that offers the 7-5 then.
Absolutely. It all comes down to this round, really. You're pretty much guaranteed the final one if you can pick this up. And you can see it's compromised at best. You see a distinct lack of utility on the CT side. That skill is plentiful, as Simple, prime position, finds an opening pick, doesn't overextend this time. Takes the advantage and gets out of that.
That's the perfect way to play it, and that's all he needs to do. You take your numbers advantage, you keep it, and now you know that you can play the trade game for the rest of this round. All you have to do is play the numbers, play this buddy system, which is exactly what we're seeing. They've read this move down towards B, and they've got two already ready and raring. Electronic going to get out in front of the Molotov, looking for a fight, but he'll lose his aim duel.
Here we go.
Seems to be the case every now and again. Simple, waiting for his moment. He doesn't need to go too early. That bomb still needs to get punched in. Owner's waiting. He's the insurance policy on that top side, and he'll get one.
You might have to save already.
I think you do.
As you said, the money is completely busted.
Ooh, Owner's been hurt, but now so has Senzu.
Great recovery.
Are they giving this a go?
I don't think so.
Surely not. Okay, good. Yeah, they need to just escape Owner. He's making life awful for them, but he still is. He's still here. He's ready and raring. Owner's going to get two.
Okay,
save unsuccessful. And it's Magisk who's the only one left alive. Only the one casualty. Basin Boy is going to get a fourth. And now, Henry, this half becomes very feasible very quickly. Their 7-5 is on.
This game just turned on its head in a couple of rounds here. Owner from way downtown once again with that AK-47 spray. Spectacular output. Keeping them in this series. They will save one weapon, but they were hoping to get out with 3. Now the money really is a problem here. There's another 5-on-4. As you said, Electronic. Core napping down towards window, nades in hand. A little bit messy. Anything but for Owner, though. Beautiful work with that AK.
Also, it's just a really well-worked round. They've completely smothered BCM. They've taken all the map control there.
True.
And then every time they've tried to find another angle or another look in towards either a site or a part of space, there's someone there ready to find them. It's really well played. And it may have taken them a while to wake up here, but Basement Boys, this is back to what we want to see out from this side. An aid to break open that smoke, and this time, no Electronic presence. They are given outside control in the early portion. The smoke for the cross, which they don't even need to commit to just yet. And I think part of the question, really, for Basement Boys is where are BC Game? Because they've always played contact outside. They've always been fighting and vying for that control. This is the first round they haven't.
All quiet out there right now.
They smell a rat, though. They know something's up.
Yeah, I think Simple spotted the head of him potentially. But Owner has made it down towards Secret. Going to be repositioning themselves here, looking for either a ramp play or pop towards upper. There's the incendiary down towards Squeaky Door. Senzu with one in hand as well. 50 seconds remaining. Plenty of util on that T side here. Full execution, certainly possible. First interaction towards Squeaky Door. Just falling back, trying to set up Senzu. Gets nothing done. 7-5 looking incredibly likely now.
Where's that mic on? I can't believe it's actually split up the T side back. How did it not airburst? I have no idea, but it might not matter anyway. Electronic tries to make his move. Trouble with a no-scope as well. And surely
would have been a really valuable kill there for Electronic.
Yeah, especially with the two that are found immediately by Simple and Mazinho. It's not impossible. Kriv does 1 foot in the grave. But Trouble is going to find Simple, so it's all on Zenio, and he can't quite do it. 7-5. Henry, we get the recovery. We get what I consider as well a good half on the T side. I'm impressed. You get a pistol around here, and this map is now becomes really yours for the taking.
Blink and you miss it, MR12 high. It was looking so convincing, so clean. They were all about 6-1.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, a couple of rounds fall apart.
Yeah,
Owner starts stepping up. Trouble finding some form. He was 0-5 as well.
It was, yeah.
And yeah, all of a sudden, this is not a great half from BCG. The context of this matchup, they're the absolute favorites here. Already a map to the good.
Yeah.
With that huge lead, you'll be disappointed it ended up 7-5 for sure.
Lose this pistol, BC game, and it becomes really, really a spicy affair in this series. We could actually be somehow heading to a Mirage, which I think, especially after how it ended in map number 1 of Inferno, we would never have expected.
Well, here we go then. What do BCG have prepared for us? They're cooking something up, but most of the damage going in one direction. It's a 4-on-3 down towards lower. Crifter goes, joined by Trouble as well. They've read this one well. All 3 members of BCG are down towards that double door position.
It's a great stack. Oh,
better
that
shots.
Is perfectly played. The elevation there, the 1-2 setup, played up close, and Crifter will close it. Not only a round taken there, but one taken dominantly. That's a statement. Basin boys are alive and kicking. BC game, I actually would not hate either now or your next round. Timeout. Taz needs to get on the mic.
Not even a bomb plan.
Yeah,
didn't even get a look yet.
Yeah.
Julie's arranged through the smoke, and as you mentioned, it's a beautiful setup down towards lower. Well read. Denying the plant, and there will be a force buy regardless. The CZ making a rare appearance in the hands of Senzu. Tech 9's out in full force. Outside smokes deployed. 2 of those. Make it 3. 1 to cross. 2 to get out secret. That's if you want to use it. They'll be focusing their efforts towards ramp by the looks of things here. Game lead up. They just working on his lonesome towards outside. So a lower split from the ramp from there.
Oh no, the flashes are ineffective. Crifter's going to get 2. How did he not get the 3rd with the pistol? Simple's 1 point of HP. 1 in the name, 1 in the game, and he's got to do something to bail them out of this with a Tech 9. For him, Magic and Mazzinho in a 5 versus 3, surely absolutely no chance in hell. And yeah, Owner's going to make sure of that. He'll get it behind. The MP9 going to make a little bit of money, and Trouble, 1 of his own too. Magisk, no way he's doing anything here.
That's a massive round. Sure, it might have looked like it's just pistols there. That's a force buy still. You got a full eco coming up next. You tie things up, and you're pretty much guaranteed to take the lead here.
Yeah.
You were 6-1 down.
It's a 2-for-1 special that round.
Yeah.
Breaks the economy. Without that bomb plant, they can't even tempt fate with a reinvestment back in. So you know this next round's going to be an eco, which surely should be an absolute freebie. And this is where it gets really dicey. And then on top of that, it puts so much weight on that first gun round out of the BC game, because you're still technically playing against a bonus buy at that point. It is rapidly slipping away, and we'll bring it back. Henry, 6-1, then 7-2, and we're now 7-all, which should be 7-8 in favor of Basement Boys in a moment.
Guaranteed this round. You've got nothing to work with. A few upgraded pistols, no Kevlar, no grenades. You had a massive lead, but it has been squandered, and all of a sudden, the pressure started to mount here. They just will pull one back. Nice shot, the Deagle. Actually got a man advantage here.
Yeah, hang on. Owner, I would argue, overextended. He gets 1, but 1-for-1 is actually not good in that spot. You actually want to go 2-for-1 really there, especially considering the investment.
Okay, high alert now. With the boys in the basement. What's the response?
Don't get eco'd, please.
That would be the heartbreaking way to give it up.
All the good work you've done to get back into this from 6-1 down, 7-2, and then to get eco'd, which essentially kills all your momentum.
Still advantage CTs, by the way, even at 4-3.
Yeah.
You definitely favor.
Especially with that.
Yeah, especially with that coming through.
No one's even close to trading him.
I don't know what the idea was.
Need a Glock.
I guess you're just trying to slip the net and just try and find a lucky timing. But with that sort of advantage, I'd say that's a misplay.
Yeah, it's not worth it. If he goes with support, maybe it is. Oh my god, Senzu's going to get a trade there. Magnet on 4, and he gets down to make it all the more better. Simple's trying to find the shot with the Eagle, but he can't quite connect. And Crifter going down, finding one, may I say, drops the bomb. And there's where Fake Reality wins that head-to-head against Simple once again. It's Senzu all on his lonesome. He's already pulled up a ridiculous clutch with a 3K, and he's got a bomb plant out of this.
Got to be careful that spam.
He's got out.
Now, it's such a high-pressure situation. You have no smoke on the CD side. I'm full diffusing this, by the way.
Yeah, 100%.
Fake Reality.
He's got a kit. Go for it.
That's the only call I'm making right now.
The MP9's also nearly out of ammo too.
There it is. He's doing it.
Yes. So well played.
Glad I caught that.
You're a genius, Henry.
That's the only play you can make in that situation.
That's
if you
my
try and
idea.
get too tricky with it, he's not going to peek the bomb. You know he's low HP. He's got no Kevlar. You're aware of that. And he's already been in like 3 interactions. He can't justify peeking that bomb.
Yeah, exactly. All right. God, that was way too dicey, though. And it technically actually doesn't make this a bonus buy anymore, right?
No.
That's what it should have been. It should have been a clean and comfortable round there. You have a bonus buy, you have even more money stockpiled on, and then you go against this full buy. But this is full buy versus full buy now, really.
Yeah, the fact they still got the round on the board, that's all that really matters. Sure, you would have liked it to be cleaner, but you don't get too punished for it. The money is certainly a more questionable position now, but overall you have the full buy, the orbs out. And we are going to see the AKs try and make their way towards Secret once again. Plenty of smoke towards outside. Trying to deny the smoke being popped open just like that. Trouble. Timing eludes him somewhat. One player has crossed over. That's going to be in-game leader Magisk.
That's so unfortunate, by the way, that he actually spots nothing. 3 separate nades there that come through, and nothing gets found.
I don't think they've got any intel here at all. The 4 players are down.
If anything, it's misinformation. He's going to be saying, I spotted nothing 3 separate times. There was no contact, no flashes, nothing else that really would make me think anyone's got down.
0 players on the lower bomb site here. The basement boys, the penny's starting to drop, though.
Yeah, they've pushed lobby. They've got to know.
Yeah. It might
It's too little,
the
too
bomb
late.
is planted. You might just say, right, boys, just hold for exits. Now, starting to make their way down. The bomb's not planted yet. Rifter can find a decent position, get an opening kill here, which could happen. You're onto something. Unfortunately, though, operating in the dark there. Double Molotov towards the ramp. Nice shot from Trouble. A little bit sloppy there. Actually going to be pushing the flames here. Down to 4 points of health. Good idea, I suppose. Didn't quite stick the landing.
Somehow I actually got that perfectly worked out, the maths in his head, that actually I will survive this push. But I didn't love watching it. But yeah, you're right. Who just have to save this? They make a misread and a wrong call. And it allows BC to get back in.
I would say it'd be considered throwing if you went for this round.
Yeah, 100%.
Considering the finances. You made a misread, and yeah, that's fine. Keep the players alive. And sigh of relief there for BCG. Much more comfortable round. 4 players towards outside, down towards Secret, pretty much undetected. Sure, you'd be aware of the prospect of it, but you just don't have the information to really make a solid call. You need to rotate players down towards lower. Owner, and he get a couple here towards the end. Not quite. His gun more valuable to him than taking the AKs away from BCG.
Feels like the kind of, unfortunately, the sloppiness of the round prior puts too much pressure on that round there.
Exactly.
And if anything, it bubbles over, and it causes them to make a really maybe unnecessary gamble decision about this sort of topside presence. Yeah, and it kills them in a way. So difficult predicament, not what you want to see. We're all tied square once again. We are really getting a game here. And this series is delivered. Map 1 was fantastic. Yes, it got a little bit one-sided towards that tail end, but especially that first half was brilliant. And now what we've got here, this is really, really fun to see.
Here we go then towards a ramp. Significant damage towards Simple and Electronic. They think better of it. Reset the round. They wanted to pop in towards the ramp, but not feeling it now. No presence towards outside this time. They dropped the same smokes there. You can see that takes the vision away. It's gonna. You can see they've actually put numbers down towards low already. 2 players. They're not falling for that one again. But
lesson learned, and really well so.
But yeah, still quite promising for BCG here. No one going down just yet. Looks like we'll be finishing towards the upper bomb site. Fake reality. Off angle. In the open. Looking to find any stragglers sneaking out squeaky.
I was about to say a topside pop is really good here, but they don't have a roof player, and Mazzinho's now making his way up towards T-roofs. This is actually a really nice setup. If they can go quick and learn from the mistakes of Inferno, where we spoke about it so many times, Henry, the one-on-ones, the isolated duels, the lack of trading, the poor spacing. If they can make up for it here, this is where you start to believe. Holy moly down, Sedge's going to go out in front of it, but Owner and Magen killed a piece, and there's the lack of trade, and it is their own molly. Missed. Their own molly has forced them into an unfortunate fight, and in the flames there, Electronic may get one, but he's dead to rights. Second time we've seen their own Molotov lose them around.
There's so many lineups for the hut molly. I don't know why you're using the one that requires you to run. I know there sometimes could be gaps there, but if that's something that could potentially happen, you Molotov your own team out of hut. Like, find a new lineup, mate.
Yes, exactly.
If that's even possible that can happen, like, get a new lineup.
Yeah, that's the second time now, because look back towards Inferno, we touched on that balcony molly that completely killed them in that round and lost them that round. Second time we've seen a T-side molly from BC Game ruin a round for them. In what was actually kind of fundamentally a pretty good call. The A site hit was better because there are only 2 players there.
They had just given themselves an open hut. I think they win that round. They couldn't do anything with it. Stifling.
I think
you locked yourself out of the bomb site there. That's a frustrating one. You're right. The fact we've seen that now, back-to-back maps, you molly yourself out of the round. What is happening there?
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
No. That's such like a disheartening round, like demoralizing, maybe a better word for it.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, we actually played ourselves there. Like they're having to run out through their own flames.
Yeah.
You don't need to be a genius to analyze that round. That's just a huge mistake, and it's going to cost them quite dearly.
And it's not only that as well. It's like on top of that, then we get the same issues, creep back in. 1 versus 1 versus 1. There's no trading. There's the spacing was so poor there. It's just not what you want to see. For BC Game, we expect more from players of this caliber and name value. And it's that opportunity, that gift given towards Basement Boys. They take back the lead, and they have a chance now. You find a back-to-back round, they're going to break their economy. And at that point, the finish line's within reaching distance.
Oh, it absolutely is. Back towards outside. Same smokes being deployed. The bomb there as well. Mzinho, Mages trying to make their way across towards Secret. Plenty of HEs in reserve, though. Going to keep popping those smokes open, making sure no one can make their way down. Good information so far for Trouble. Another grenade. They let them all at that AC unit. That's pretty cool.
And all for naught as well.
Yeah. But he's at least making the call that no one made it down. At least that's what
it's
they're
information
assuming.
unto itself.
Yeah.
The lack of information
and the
is
fact they've rotated no one down, I think it's valuable information. And how do BCG recover? They haven't really got any space on the map whatsoever. As Mages will offer himself up, it's a freebie for Trouble, and Simple will answer back. 4 on 4, but not for long.
Yeah, Kriv there quite quickly, delivering on one of his own as well, but fake reality and overextension, Electronic there waiting. Patience will pay off. And brings it back into a 3 versus 3, but keep an eye on this clock, man. There is sub 30 seconds to make something out of this. Simple, he should have this one dead to rights. Kriv there is so low, and he eventually will fall. He was also being flanked from heaven.
Bomb though, 15 seconds,
double
kill potential. Dude, just get across.
Just go, man. Oh my god, Jesus, just go. You've got a heaven player.
Oh no.
Oh my god, Owner's gonna make this move here. It's 2 versus 2. Attention drawn away. Senzu will turn, and so will Simple. The flank is fantastic. Yes, they get a bomb plant, but frankly, who cares? Another round coming through for Basement Boys, and they are actually doing this. This mirage is looming.
Yeah, BCG, I hate to say it, but they are floundering here in the second half. Quite a significant round to hand over there. Again, it felt scrappy, it felt uncomfortable. You didn't get across with the smokes you deployed. You had to drive peek towards window, giving up 3 kills essentially. Nice job from Simple, but yeah, you can say with 15 seconds, this makes everything so chaotic. With the comms, you know flanks are coming in, there's pressure from main as well. Really important round for the Basement Boys to pick up there, and they've actually sent the packing here. Somewhat of an eco, a partial buy at least, I suppose. You've got the AKs, and then the Simple and Senzu, your star players. Speaking of Senzu, got a lot of space here, a lot of noise as well being made. Owner should be getting multiple kills here. We talked about his AK a few times today, and he gets himself a double kill once more. Significant damage on the 3rd member. And there we go. Another round guaranteed, 11-8. Quite flat now from BCG. Feels like we might be done here already.
Some serious panic around that door, but thankfully it's okay. It very nearly wasn't. Oh, yeah, it all just slots into place. They have the numbers ready for that fight, and they just do so well. The double as well around double door is massively important to slow down what felt like a roll heading in towards the B site.
Yeah.
It's well done. It really is. This Basement Boys side have locked in. They found this real second win late in towards this game. And
they were what? We said 6-1 down?
And it's 6-1 then to 7-2.
Yeah.
And it was looking ugly. Like nothing really was locking itself into place. Nothing even felt really like it was a competition.
Well, we were begging for an upset. We didn't get one in the other games, but we chose this one for a reason. BCG definitely have the star power on paper, but they're not by no means a perfect team.
Yes.
I don't think that's an unfair thing to say. And this could be the first upset in the first game, but Main has got other ideas. Nice work there with the AK. Finds that space, it's a double spray down, and finally, bit of stability here. CTs will give this one a look in. And we're off to the races. For a second.
Yeah, for half a second. And Mzinho Magisk will make sure that nothing is found. There was a little moment. If you get out of it and get that kill and they can stay alive for 2 or 3 seconds just to draw attention away, maybe something could happen there, but Thankfully, not to be. And it's a very simple call. Majors just does what every good IGL should do, goes first in towards the fight, gets sent out, is basically a bit of a human flashbang in a way, gets 2 kills off the back of it, and then is able to kind of set himself up in a post-bomb. That's what we want to see.
Okay.
2 rounds.
BCG.
2 rounds away, but 2 rounds ahead is where Basement Boys are at the moment.
Keeping their head above water. BCG felt like a locked in 2-0 in the first half, but things started to collapse. The room shrinking around them. Towards ramp we go. Pop flash being set up by Mzinho. Gonna try and go through the smoke and pounce. Flashbang actually very effective. But so is the M4A4 double kill for Krivda, making a triple, and 1 by 1 we go again, Neo.
Krivda
do it all over again.
Lining them up, knocking them down. That is beautiful.
He should not be getting 4 though.
No.
Like, very impressive sequence from him, but yeah, no way he should be getting 4.
Give him the ace. Give it to him. Oh, he might still get it. Krivda, he's desperately looking for that fight. Oh, he's going to get it as well. All 5 for Krivda, the ace from him. The first 4 in towards ramp are beautiful, but as you said, they definitely shouldn't have happened. He should have been traded after the first, maybe the second, because it's an angle that's not being used yet by Basement Boys.
And this is the same issue we saw in Inferno as well. Like, you can see it clearly now in the replay. Literally one by one, 0 pressure. That's that 1 flashbang the whole round was built upon. And it's a pretty disappointing finish by the looks of things here on the second map of Nuke. Not for the Basement Boys, though. Very, very impressive recovery here. Can they close things out? As we get into an upper rush here, lots of damage inflicted. Kills being exchanged, and the bomb might be planted, but still far from a safe bet here. It's going to be Majors watching for the flanks and rotations.
Yeah, really fizzled out of trouble. I don't even know the pixel was spotted there, but it's enough for Magisk to get a second. These top side hits actually look okay for PC Game. The 2 rounds they've had on the T side have come from just a quick top side, immediately called out of spawn. Let's just go for this fight. And it's worked, and Magisk having his impact once again. 4 kills to his name for the new man in charge of BC Game, but he now needs to call 2 rounds back to back, and that's just to take us to overtime.
The upper pound's working out quite nicely there. It's do or die time for BCG at this stage. Opening game here at Esports World Cup. Last chance qualifier. And Majors is actually the one stepping up these last couple of rounds with that double kill towards upper. Now fending off those flanks and players trying to save. Speaking of which, money not great. They'll go for a little partial investment here. Still an opportunity to close the game out, but 2 rounds required now on the T side to get us into overtime. 50, and it's somehow got away with the opening frag, but it was a scouting mission, I suppose. They are going to try and get down towards lower, but they haven't jumped on the opportunity, so might just have to reset the round and accept the fact they've given up an AK-47 here. A chance to close things out on the partial buy.
Yeah, a little bit of that, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Of let's just test A again. We'll see what we can find. If it's worked in the 2 rounds we've got, go for it here. But like you mentioned, the fact that they're on a partial buy, Magan, he does not know how dangerous this spot is. That is the worst sound cue you could possibly give away. He's on the ladder, though. Krivda will fall. Magan's still here. Surely you do not expect a 3rd player to be coming through, especially with trouble outside. Magan can get up. He doesn't know this just yet, but he's got to make this move. His timing is excellent on this. They surely even plant for him to make it sweeter. It's Nico all over again, but this time with a 5-7. It might not matter, and it doesn't. A wild round to close it. Basement Boys take their pick of Nuke. We're going to Mirage.
We absolutely are. I didn't think they stood a chance here. Now that's what you call a demoralizing defeat there. You're 7-2 up on your opponent's pick. You've got some of the biggest names of Counter-Strike history in your roster. You're up against the Basement Boys. No shade towards them, but you should be putting this game to bed easily. And you have that sort of lead. And again, the same problems, the 1 by 1, the missed Molotovs. Like, just the basics at this point is eluding them.
And you hate to sort of like, you know, beat him out while he's down a little bit, but Electronic, a woeful map out from him. Really, really
We were
rough.
beating up on him pretty hard in the first map. I didn't even want to say it.
Yeah, I mean, he just, frankly, did nothing. Single digits, really couldn't get going. Simple was actually pretty underwhelming as well, where it felt like after especially the end of map number 1, that okay, we're getting a bit out of Simple here. We were pushing for 20, and now, you know, for him, he's fighting off 10. Like, it's kind of like where we're at. So it's not the showing you wanted out of the BC game. The stars don't shine, and then on top of that, the calls felt a little bit average. We spoke about the same issues: the 1 by 1, the spacing, the trading, basics.
It felt like GG when that fumbled molly came through. It felt like I can imagine imagine the comms were just wretched at that point.
Yeah.
And I feel like the game was just over at that stage.
Yeah.
Still another map to go. We're talking like the series is over. We have got Mirage. That's a fragger's paradise. And in terms of pound-for-pound players, BCG should be making light work of that third map. Yeah. Still, though, impressive from the Basement boys to get a map here and build confidence going into the tournament. Yeah, maybe they can close things out. Who knows?
Should the operative word, isn't it, really? Because Mirage, as much as it's a Pugger's paradise and pound for pound is better on the BC game, we've just seen them absolutely out-frag them.
Yeah, that's true. Owner especially.
It's a bit more a thinker's map, sure, but man, they are hitting hard now. This really started to get these numbers on the board for them. This is really now quite interesting in towards Mirage, because it's not only this, it's a point that we've touched on already, Henry. This BC game side, as much as there's loads of talent here, there's loads of tilt here as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And does that tilt now seep over in towards Mirage, and can they get themselves out of this funk and the headspace? We are really looking towards Taz and Magist. In this 10-15 minute break in between maps, they have got to do God's work to get these guys back, ready, calm, and rested for map number 3.
Totally agree. And you've got like Senzu in some sensational form. You've got Simple looking pretty good in that first map as well.
Was great.
Should be like that second map should have been there. You're up 7-2, and this is the moment here that things started to fall apart. The wheels started to come off. They got that 7-5 scoreline, and then all of a sudden they switch up to the T side, and it just felt, again, just flat. Some basics just really falling awry for them. And sure, a couple of rounds stolen away, but overall, yeah, I think they are going to be a bit gutted going into Mirage, but I still think they'll close things out in a pretty convincing fashion on the third map.
Okay, yeah, that's a bold call. For now, I'm not sold on
no, it's fair
on
enough,
BC game at the moment.
I can't even say it's a factor in it. I just think what I know about the map of Mirage and the players we have in the server
it's true.
Should be going in their favor. But if Crypta and Owner can keep up this level of performance, like it gets an ace. This was one of the ugliest rounds of the map, unfortunately. Like one flash and then there's no pressure applied one by one. No one wanting to commit to the fight. And they just actually had some good moments, I suppose.
Yeah, it is really, though, two very contrasting playstyles at the moment, because we've got this incredibly individualistically based Counter-Strike by BC Game, which obviously if the stars don't shine, it then falls apart rapidly. Flip side, Basement Boys, it's about the team, the dynamic, the sort of synergy and cohesion between the players.
Yep.
You don't need stars to shine because everybody's having their moments. Obviously they get it as well with like the Crypta Ace, but it is this vastly different sort of idea around this, and Mirage has the potential to fall apart again. Same thing, it's a Pugger's paradise.
You have kind of convinced me.
If the Puggers aren't online, I'm worried.
Yeah, you kind of convinced me. I was kind of thinking, like, I was thinking back to map 1, I suppose, that BCG. But now we've seen Nuke and the same problems keep happening. It feels like Mirage could have a whole different sort of errors coming up for us on that third map.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. For now, we're going to throw us on to a break. When we are back, it is map number 3 of Mirage to see who wins in this first game of Group 6. You don't want to miss it. See you there.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Welcome back. We're heading in towards map number 3 here in our opening game at the EWC LCQ. I mean, what a way to start off this tournament for us as well. A map number 3, a Mirage coming up next.
There is a pungent smell in the air right now, and that smell is the smell of upset.
Yes.
The first upset in the first game could potentially happen right here, right now. This would be a remarkable, historic result if the Basement Boys take down BCG in the opening round of the qualifier.
Exactly that. And actually, I want to touch on a few of the other games that have been going on. Most of them, as expected, 2-0s for most of the favorites.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, even 13-0s in some cases.
Sure.
But there's a few that are a little bit more spicy. Saw is currently in overtime, double overtime, may I say, in fact, which is a pretty wild one. And 9, who we thought would easily kind of sweep aside ABT. They're in map 3 as well. They dropped a map. So this is actually opening up. There could be a couple to start things off. But we're live. It is map number 3. It's Mirage. And Basement Boys will be starting on that T side. And we liked what we saw from this team. They looked really clean, really competent. But that was primarily on their CT side.
Well, here we go. It's all to play for. Opportunity available here for the Basement Boys. Could they actually close this series out? Important pistol here. Nice damage from Electronic. Manages to get one headshot there as well. Got the man advantage on the BCG side, but it's all a bit of a ruse now as we make our way towards the B bomb side, which is wide open for business until Senzu arrives from shore and hits a banger.
Needed that. Really needed that. And the fact that he doesn't get it probably means this one is dead in the water. Senzu playing with food a little bit, needs to confirm the kill. Thankfully, that's the support of Magisk, and that'll be all she wrote in this one. Only the one casualty of Electronic who was fighting through Connector. That's the way to start. The idea was nice there for Basement Boys, just not the execution.
Well, there we have it. Trying to make their way in towards A. Awkward duels. BCG maintaining the man advantage throughout, and then in towards B, and Senzu arrives, denies the plant. It's a very convincing round here from the favorites as Majors close things out. Simple those dualies as well. See if there is going to be a buy. Nothing really to speak of. One flashbang, just trying to get the bomb down here with the Palace pop. 4 players there. Flashbang on owner. Hope for the best at the very top end here. You're just looking for a bomb plant. That is it.
Yeah.
Good flash.
And they come as well. Mazzino playing back triple. Gets the first. Looking for more as well. Oh, and he's got to get it. Mazzino does so well the transfer just to make sure that his eco gets nothing. And it's flawless. Exactly the way you want a round like that to go. Against that lower buy, make sure you don't take any casualties.
It's worth noting for sure. When BCG on the server, the amount of blunders we've seen today, unfortunately, just having a clean round like that, you're just like, okay, a sigh of relief. We didn't give too much away. The bomb was implanted. Couldn't have been better.
All you can really ask for.
So, interesting. They take a full eco, and then they're doing like a Furia style buy here.
Yeah.
Partial on the T side. You normally see CT teams operating this sort of setup.
Yeah.
But they're going to go for a pocket strap with the half buy and see what they can make of it, and then have a really strong buy going forward. Hopefully they can get the bomb down here, maybe even win the round.
They're going to be quick. No one's here. B's open. Magix was fighting, doubling towards short with Senzu, and because of this oversight, this dive out, this pocket round might actually just find something behind it. Magix Electronic kills a piece. Trouble will then find one of his own too, and with him left really low, the nade will see him over the line. Bomb goes down, but surely an impossible 2 versus 4. Surely.
I feel like there is a chance. If they go 1 by 1, which they have been throughout this series, this could fall apart for BCG. Need to be very careful here. And it's looking fine.
Ugly spray there, unfortunately, by Owner. We haven't said that too often because he looked quite clean, and Fake Reality only gets the 1 for him. I don't even hate the idea. It's actually not a bad round, I will say, all things considered. You know, it's a bit of a pocket strat. It's not that full investment, as you mentioned. And they can, once again, rebuy into this. Trouble's the only one who has a little bit of a hit economically, so it might be more like a Galil for him. But Edgar's across the board for the rest of the team, no issues.
Not the start they would have liked. Interesting approach to finances. They got the bomb plant down and a few kills. Got uncomfortable for a moment there, for sure. But ultimately, BCG will find themselves 3-0 up. Comfortable once again, but we saw the same thing on Nuke, bear in mind. They were 6-1, then 7-2 up, and the whole map collapsed around them. Galil, as you mentioned, for trouble. AKs otherwise, and we go through the opening exchange of utility. Smoke down towards window, top and mid, and we have got Fake Reality about to receive a grenade. Significant damage towards him.
Hot flash. Will keep Fake Reality at bay, and then he's met with another HE. 21 points of HP for him before he's even seen anybody. It's not exactly the round start that he would have liked. So far, the worries that we had about BC game, whether they're going to tilt, whether they're the problems of that previous map were going to creep in, they haven't. And that's really all that we can kind of care about at the moment. None of these issues and the worries plaguing them just yet. But they did do their best work on the CT side. It was their T side that significantly let them down. And we need to be careful there's not more of the same here. They're now making a move towards B. Diving forward. The short kill goes the way of Senzu. Krivda really should have had that one in his favor, but he can't. Trouble will deliver. He's got the bomb on his back, though, and he's walking away from the site with it. So, gonna take a moment to recollect that. Electronic, one of his own, two, and Simple had what would be a simple shot that he misses. So down that falls. Tech9 pulled out. He wants something, and he'll get it. And it's all on fake reality.
Should be enough there. A scary moment for sure. But that Tech9 kill should seal the deal here. Should being the opposite word, but we'll see if this dynamic duo, Simple Electronic, can close things out. Definitely a world where it falls apart here, but good space taken there by Simple. Easy conversion in the 2 versus 1, and we go 4-0 here as they look to recover some AK-47s. Maximum loss bonus though for the Basement Boys with the plant coming down. This is probably tactical timeout territory.
Yes.
But they have got at least a full buy now. I say full buy, there'll be a couple of concessions with grenades. They've got about 4,500 each.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you're all right. I'm interested to see kind of how things change, and I think you're right in saying that. We really should be seeing a tactical timeout come through. Just take a breather. You've got bits of information. They're very set on this B site initially as being the weak point at the moment, but the retakes have been really effective. So buy back in. The last of the residual cash as well. So this one falls flat, and a 5th goes on the board for BC Game. You imagine the 6th will come quite naturally behind it.
Nice
the
shot.
idea for Electronic is nice there, but he gets clotheslined.
Yeah, Owner has had his number with that AK-47 time and time again in this series. Great opening kill. Gives you so many options when you get it so early on into the round as well. CT's operating with almost zero information. They know you've got a kill towards middle, but the map has gone quiet. Execution to close things out. Perfect call. Keep it simple. Stay together and utilize that man advantage. They've got the utility required here. There's juggling that around. Are they changing things up? Maybe he's going for a straight contact play instead of the execution. Flashbang delivered. And potentially we're just going in with one smoke. In we go.
You can see how they have to incrementally take so much space. They have to flash it towards ramp first. They have to move their way forward. And this is killing valuable time. Nazinho hopping towards the stairs. Can't quite convert the second, but Simple's off. Will find one of his own. The spam is close, but not enough. Trouble, 2 points of HP. Fake reality, 19. Both of them barely breathing, but still somehow alive. The bomb is not punched in because the HG denies it. And it's all on Krivda. He had some marvelous moments. That ace in particular, but this one is surely too tall of an order.
Yeah.
20 seconds to work with.
Well, there's a chance. They're kind of feeding him. He knows if he kills York here, there is an opportunity available to him, but it's the Tech9 that saves the day once again there for Simple. Nice shots from him as well in general from the ticket booth. Hit some very important, crucial shots, and they continue with the win streak here on the 3rd and final map of this series. 5-0 now. There's Owner to open things up. Nice kill through the smoke, but I feel like the original idea, Neo, was the one that you had that man advantage. Yeah. You were setting up for the execution, and you opted for the contact play. I don't think that's the reason they lost the round, but I feel like the execution is that was the call to make. Yeah. And we'll see whether they can actually find a round here as they enter round number 6 with a partial.
It may not be the reason, but it definitely didn't help, right? Yeah. That sort of last-minute change. That's a nice nade, actually. That's the feed of Kriv there. Oh, they flash over. Majes's spam is not good enough. He's forced back towards bench, but again, this sort of partnership he has with Senzu has been absolutely electric. And that's where Majors can come through for 2. Those two are working so well in tandem together. They're fighting up through short in the early round. Senzu's playing super aggressive. He's taking a lot of contact, and Majes is just being a rock. That's all you want from your leader. This is really, really nice. This B-side in particular is absolutely Fort Knox at the moment.
Especially from Senzu. It was Majors who did the initial damage, took the aggro towards that bench position, working in tandem. Brilliant output there from the Mongolian star, 7-2 right now. As we mentioned, that was a partial buy. Still a couple of concessions here. Galil in the hands of Krivda.
Max damage nade.
Yeah, true.
And towards Palace. Bad idea with me smelling a rat in towards Paris, but Palace even. Palace and Paris.
There we go. It all works. So, the most contained and traditional round we've seen, I would say, so far.
Yeah, very
Actually
slow.
running the defaults and sussing out if there's any sort of CT aggression being presented. It's been quite contained from BCG. They haven't been fully sending it up middle, trying to let Simple off the leash. He's playing a pretty traditional CT side right now. It's been this B bomb side has been the big issue. Flashbang in towards the B apartments. Looks to be the A finish once again. Molotov down. A bomb side is the correct call here. In reality, beautiful double kill towards that connector. That should be enough to win the round. Made is so overlooked. Back to a 3-on-3. Not for long though. Simple snatches away the man advantage.
Full blind doesn't matter. The spam. Right there, Senzu. Oh, something is up. Flash in front as well, and it's perfectly played. Simple there again. He's looking for a little more in trouble. Going to try and do as the namesake says. 1 versus 2 for him. 20 seconds. He's barely got time to breathe. He's got to try and make something out of this round. He can plant here. We'd like to see it. Oh, and he's going to hit the shot. 10 seconds. 1 versus 1 at trouble. What is that shot? 1 versus 3, and he nails all 3 of them. They gift the frags over, and what a way for Basement Boys to finally get there first. And an immediate timeout. Make them sit on that. Make them seep in the till.
It was going way too well for BCG. They needed one of those rounds. The wake-up call has finally arrived.
It was going too good. Something had to go wrong.
Exactly. And now it's back to the swamp. The tilt is setting in. You realize that that's a really significant round. You haven't, by any means, closed this series out yet. You were up 6-1 in the second map.
Yeah.
You fumbled that, not even overtime. So the fact you've let them in, with that sort of round, that's going to be demoralizing again. It's a word we keep throwing around with this series, but
you're right,
that's
though,
another round that's going to be just difficult to recover from.
And it's also one of those rounds as well that I feel still keeps us slightly on edge with the sort of general, more like zoomed out conversation around BC game. Like, this is not the type of mistakes you see as commonly as we do a BC game of the top end team.
It's a sick sequence from Trouble, but there's 10 seconds on the clock and he hasn't even got to think about the bomb. He's just got multiple targets in front of him.
Yeah.
Missed window smoke? I didn't catch it. Maybe he blocked that.
No, I think you're right.
We are going to see initial damage exchanged. Trouble and Fake Reality actually going down to a dangerous level of HP. Means the M4s now have that one tap potential.
Okay. It was quiet off the initial sort of volley back and forth of the util. They're doubling back. We've got a double underplay. 2 in and around Con. Electronic playing up close. Often cleared, but you need 2 people for this. One's going to hold top Con for that swing. Simple wait as Barrel spotted, but Trouble quick on the trade. And he looks for a little more as well as Senzo will tuck himself in towards ladder. Where to from here, though? You kind of feel that Basement Boys are looking a little bit indecisive. They're just trying to hope that overextensions come through from the CT side. And if anything, it's working against them. Can't confirm the kill. Nade now. And a swing from Ezenio tops out of Con. Now that is a bit of brilliance from BC Game. We've really critiqued the trading and the spacing and the playing off each other, the synergy. Well, there it is.
But it is a 2v1 with 30 seconds remaining. Okay, the nade pretty much secures it. There's no way of him recovering the bomb at this point.
Yeah.
So yeah, round secured and bouncing back from the disaster that was round number 7, the 1v3. To be fair, we did maybe being a little unfair because they were 5-on-3 disadvantage going into that one. Sure, as a 3v1 in their favor towards the end, but still was always going to be a very difficult round to recover. Not the end of the world. You've got the 7-1.
Yeah.
It hasn't completely shattered the finances or anything like that. As Crived up, not really much you can do with this time. He needs to make sure he doesn't die after time, Neo.
Yeah, you're all right.
Oh my god, it's going to happen.
Run away!
Oh, it's so fortunate for him. So fortunate.
Knife out as well as the most
I don't know why
funny
he's still
part.
moving. You were safe in CT spawn. Relax.
Stand still, please, for the love of God. Oh my God. That
he gets
is
away with it.
There has been a bit of a comedy of errors throughout this series, and that was very nearly one of them. But it's back to the best of BC game, though, and that's all that really matters. Sure, a round on the board for Basement Boys, but it's a flash in the pan. We were, worth mentioning, though, in Nuke, 6-1, then 7-2, and look how badly that ended for BC game. So I feel like you overcome this one here. You get up towards 8, and maybe things might change a little bit. The molly does so much damage, and it might just be a mop-up crew here on the A side. Electronic, we've critiqued the crisp aim that has not been there throughout this series. Well, there it is. 4 sprayed down coming out of ramp. That's what we want to see.
The Molotov there was the significant detail. It wasn't a CT side incendiary. That was a T side Molotov.
Yes.
All 4 players running through it, taking about 60 damage each as they brave the flames there. Definitely was a moment of concern for BCG, but Electronic certainly his best sequence of the series so far.
For sure. Finally, I'm glad we've been able to get a moment after, especially Nuke in particular. He really couldn't get anything going. It's a little bit more like 8 to 1.
Actually, you know what? Just let him have it. I'm not going to put the caveat in there.
Let him have
Good
it.
spray.
Let
him have that one.
Eco or not, we'll give it all the same. He's 10-4 as well, so he's leading the way alongside Senzu, who's being stellar in towards short, and Simple looking for something sumptuous himself. He'll get the first. He's got the right idea for the second. He tags, but he doesn't quite deliver. At the same time, Magent will maybe open things up on towards Magisk. 3 versus 3. Simple here for the cross. Got Krivda low. Senzu's not exactly healthy, but Simple is nailing the shots that are required. They're not exactly the flashiest, but all that matters is he gets them. But Trouble's still here on the backside, and he can pull this rotation over.
They're actually in the advantage here. That nice Molotov down in the smoke. I suppose it does suggest they might be pushing through with Trouble.
That's an overextension.
Oversteps the mark there. Yeah, that's a disappointing start to the 2v2.
We're Simple offsuit. Okay, he's coming back. Weirdly looked tempted like he was looking towards B there. He might have been going for that short wrap, but I don't think it's worthwhile. Play together. Buddy system.
They've got 2 smokes there. Should be no world where they give this one up unless there's a brilliant first kill here. Spots a Shadow on the first.
Speaking of, there is the first. Oh, Maggie's got out alive as well. He spotted the cross. He's looking for the head, but it's Simple who sees it off. It's a little dicey, I can't lie, and it's not exactly the most comfortable of rounds. But again, Henry, another one of those that we've said plenty of times for BC game. Who cares? You get it over the line.
Absolutely. That's all that really matters now in this opening game of the LCQ for them. Just get the series win. Doesn't matter if it wasn't the most beautiful performance of all time. We expect a lot from the players of their caliber. The huge roster moves they made this season.
Yeah.
You would expect them to be putting the Basement Boys to bed pretty comfortably, but like you said, as long as they get the job done and the win in the bag, I guess it's all good.
It's not how you get there, it's that you get there.
Yeah.
It's sort of the vibe we're building up with this game, but second time out taken for Basement Boys, and the worrying thing really is the first time out did nothing to change the feeling of this game. It has been a massacre. It's been a one-sided slaughter, and I mean, Beast game already up to 9. Surely from a spot like this, unlosable. I mean, you know, we like to throw out the caster curse a lot, but come on, guys. 9-1, we should not even let this get close. Never mind a loss.
Full investment here from the boys deep down in that basement. Couple of Galils. AWP in the hands of Trouble has been the beacon of hope for this squad time and time again. Just going for a BXQ here. Braving the util, may just completely flash, but still willing to step up to the challenge there. Simple. Great shot from him. Senzu's been fantastic in his B bomb site. Unable to really convert. Now Simple leaves his teammates in a 2-on-2. A chance of a second round here.
I mean, unfortunately for him, he's basically stuck in no man's land with Simple on our back tap of the orb. He knows he can't safely make his way back towards Mirage without taking a risk, and Trouble gifted yet another. It's all on Electronic. We already saw a masterful 4K from him. Yes, the lower bio, but a good round all the same. And we need it once fourth. Owner, he's got the right idea, and he nails the shot. Owner and Trouble, that duo that have often bailed out the Basement Boys, once again work together in tandem to get another round on the board. But my God, still, what a recovery required for Basement Boys to make anything out of this. They get up towards a second. You need a 9-3 minimum, and then a pistol, then the force spike conversion, then the first couple of gun rounds.
Big will tell you, if there's ever a map where you can come back from a huge deficit, what map would that be?
That's it. Exactly that. And
so,
we've already seen
you
them
never
do one
give up,
comeback.
Mayo. You keep fighting.
Yeah. It's a life lesson right there.
Yeah.
It's a life lesson. Never give up.
Final round. They do need the third. And they might just get it. Nice trade at the start. That works in favor for the T side here. 4 versus 4. Nice damage towards Simple as well. Down to 60 points of health from the Molotov.
And the nade doesn't even break up in the smoke. So it doesn't even gain information behind that.
So, very important final round here. Back towards B. 4-on-4. Do the XQ go for the contact play? Thankfully for them, just one player there. Magisk 7-6 right now, deep in towards short. Causes some backup. It's going to be Simple arriving with the AWP once again. Molotov towards the truck. And in we go. Simple has been pretty efficient at hitting these difficult shots. This time he doesn't connect.
But Magisk does. Up towards short. He invited the pressure, and he's got supporter too as well. And Senzu, once again, as he does best, causing problems, trying to piece this apart. But Owner, for a double, pistol pulled out. It's not going to work. Trouble's given them life. Mazzinho, the youngster's got to do it all. We sing his praises time and time again. A late spray, but it's Trouble who thankfully gets his second in the round. And with that being said, 9-3, never give up. We saw a comeback in map number 2 from this side, and to make it even better, the best work out from Basement Boys was that CT side.
Dude,
look at how bad the T side was a BC game on both maps.
That's what I'm saying. The T sides have been pretty woeful.
Yes.
We've talked about it so many times. If you're just joining us, lots of fumbled rounds, bad fundamentals. Unfortunately, the spacing's been off. We kind of gave them the respite and said, like, it's the opening game of the tournament, getting used to the setup. But right now, going onto the T side, losing a couple of stinkers towards the end there as well, there is definitely a chance in MR12. The Basement Boys can pull this one off. It'd be a historic comeback. Not quite the level of big over in Cologne, but still. Huge tournament here for BCG. Really do need to guarantee themselves a spot at the main event. It's about time this squad was activated. We'll see if they can pull off a convincing pistol here. Senzu certainly seems to think so. Great entries from him. Nice flashbangs from his teammates as well. That should be enough to win the round.
Senzu and this B side, best of friends right now. My God. He's really got made that his own. Absolutely nothing you can do here, to be honest. This never should be lost. 5 versus 3. They're so deeply ingrained in towards the site, and the flank is held for. Simple somehow loses that fight after getting the dink to start things off. The Doolies are going to get a second as well, so Trouble's invited them in towards the site, but the triple swing is delectable. And this BC game, who locked themselves into double digits, 10-3 now, and so close to that finish line.
That's what they needed. Begs the question now. Do we see the force buy in the second? And the boys down in the basement. This could be decide your fate here in the third and final map. You force buy and give it up. It's pretty much GG. They'll go for the full eco, so no need to speculate further. It's going to be 11-3 touching distance now. They're making their way through the first round. Wasn't a perfect performance, but like I said, they get the job done. They'll have to play again today, bear in mind as well.
Yeah. Busy day. That is the kind of beauty of these sort of like LAN hall environments. Some potentially long days as well, especially with the map 3s diving out in towards B. It's Magisk for a double opener. Make that triple. Money made for the Mac 10. Oh, he's rich. He really is. 4 quick kills for him. Go looking for the ace. Why not? Go make some more money as well. Fake reality. He'll be caught by Electronic Holding. And that is another back-to-back really nice B hit as well. They've really done a simple and solid job there. 11-3, 2 away, reaching distance for kickstarting their campaign here at the EWC LCQ with a positive note on the board. They've just got to get these final 2 hurdles out of the way.
Here we go then. First purchase in the second half. M4s across the board. You can see the utility though. Not a pretty sight. In terms of kits, not available. 2 players without helmets, Neo, which will be significant against these 2 MAC-10s and a Galil.
And let's be frank, first purchase and maybe only purchase.
True, yes.
If this falls flat, that's it. That's wraps. So all the pressure here in round number 15. This is for survival in this map, in this series. 4 Basement Boys.
Here we go then. I guess we have a technical issue?
I think we may.
I can't tell their movements. It looks like, yeah, they're running back and spawn.
Yeah.
So a tech issue here.
Let me have a look. It's on Basement Boys, because I can see Taz is speaking to a referee. The beauty of actually being here with them, we can actually see what's going on. Got Basement Boys who are so the opposite end of the hall to our spot in eyesight. And No, BC Game, I say, opposite side. And Baseball Boys aren't too far, in fact. They're actually pretty close to our side of the hall. Especially when we see some nice clutches and some nice rounds. It's fun to sort of turn around and see the celebrations happen in real time. Oh, yeah. Fortunately, tech issue after what has been actually a really smooth game, to be honest, up until this point.
Considering the scale of this tournament and the environment we're in, never really been done before, at least in recent memory. The fact that this is our first significant issue is impressive.
Yeah, you are right. But, you know, this is a perfect time to take a look at some of the other results as well. Saw, despite going into that overtime extravaganza against EAC, they got done 2-0, which is good to see. We've got 9-4 up against ABT, but that is map 3. So it's kind of crazy that they've even gone to map 3. And Iberian Soul are in map 3 as well against 6666.
6666.
Wait, 6666, yeah.
Nice. Okay, we're back.
We are back.
Bear in mind, we said the helmet issue. It's actually got worse, and now only got 2 helmets.
Ah, okay.
They redistributed the funds around. So yeah, these Mac 10s and Galils, they're going to be so deadly. Very, very difficult to contain. And these sort of rounds you're calling like a pocket strat normally, getting some basic map control, then just brute forcing a bomb site together, leaping around with the Mac 10s and without the helmets, as I keep mentioning. It's a real problem to contain them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, let's see. Early U-tour towards mid, but so, no actual kind of commitment through there. And
just to be execution. And it's going to be at least Crypto with the helmet here ready and waiting, but he's the only player there. And if he goes down with nothing, which could happen here, there's a lot of trouble.
And this is it. Right? This is 3 back-to-back B hits. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The first 2 have been so clean. Oh, he's not going for it again. And Crypto, he's in a lot of trouble here. They're diving forward now with the flashes. He's surely going to be dead to rights in a moment, but he will get one. He's looking for 2, but a fly-by Mac 10 and Mazzinho will get that trade. The bomb will get down, planted safely in towards that back corner.
1 doesn't feel like enough there. I think you just have to give it up.
They are.
We talked about no kits, right?
God, that's a horrible decision to make in a 4 versus 4 having to save. But
and now they're going back in?
Why? Just call it off. This is wraps. You have no idea where they are. And you also not only have no idea where you are, you have
I think
no
they probably just
presence.
realized, oh, damn, it's going to be 12th, and it's going to be series point unless we actually go for this one. Unfortunately, there's no time. Love to be proven wrong.
You got no kits, guys. You can't get in here. This is a waste. And it's making it surely even easier for BC Game. Why do we go in for that?
A respectable effort towards the end. They got a few kills, but you were in 2 minds once again. Like, you'd call, you're falling back, then you're running back in with no kits. You've already wasted another 5 seconds there. And now you've got, that is GG, unfortunately. You've lost every single weapon. Didn't get close to even touching that 10-second defuse.
At least with a save in a 4 versus 4, it's a lifeline, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sure, trying to run it back from 12 to 3 is a huge ask.
I guess, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to change the result in any significant way. Like, if they somehow manage to save 3 weapons, I don't think it saves this map.
What's a 13-3 and a 13-4, right?
Yeah.
Forgotten, really, in the grand scheme of things.
So, could be the end here, but the opening kill has been found by Onam. Pressure towards B once again. Significant damage. Converted by Senzu. He gets a double. Looking to find their victory here in the opening stage here. Opening game of the LCQ. Wasn't the prettiest performance, but they got the job done there. There it is, 13-3. More like it.
And they do it in style as well. Senzu with a 4K. Back on his favored B site as well, which he looked excellent on all game long. And that is a lot more like it. That was the BC Game that we've been waiting for in this series. It wasn't the cleanest of Infernos. It was a very ugly nuke as well. But Mirage, a lot more like it. And unfortunately for Basement Boys, they fell very, very flat. Their individuals couldn't shine, and it really felt like they ran out of steam. The depths of this best of 3 is where we got to see the best out of BC Game.
But some promising signs of life there for Basement Boys. I think they had some great individual moments. I think for a team we don't know that much about, the fact that you had BCG sweating and uncomfortable at times, I feel like they could cause some damage, at least take a few maps going further in the tournament.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. And I think now as well, we've got to look towards maybe whether Basement Boys have anything in the locker, because realistically, if they want to make it out, they've got to fight and beat 1win, which I think is a huge ask.
True. You're a 1win fan, huh?
I'm a big 1win fan. And also, actually, the next game in this group is BC game 1win. So
that's crazy.
I'm saying
we should
1win
be
are
covering
taking
that.
that.
I hope we do.
We're actually not. It's on right after this. It's actually going to be Heroic Sangal, I think, is the... No, that's Sangal VP later. It's Heroic 9. But actually, we've got to wait for 9 to finish their game. They're still in a map number 3 against ABT at the moment. So we'll see. But that is an absolute barn burner of a game. I think both of those teams actually have the makings to qualify as well. But either way, all that matters, BC games start well, and they kickstart the tournament the way that we'd hope for them. Maybe it's not the cleanest, but all that matters is a win. That's what we're saying.
Absolutely. And I think Senzu as well looked individually fantastic.
There we go.
Simple had the first 2 maps. I think Simple looked pretty capable. Wasn't like a barn burner, show-stopping performance, but more than enough to think they could make it to the main event.
Yes, exactly. And this is what we're starting to see now as well. It's actually who is going to really shine for this team consistently. We're kind of probably making the assumption now that going forward, Electronic really isn't going to be at the forefront of a lot of these conversations, numbers-wise, but it really doesn't matter if we're seeing Senzu play as well as he does. Simple, find consistent form across the series, right?
I thought Magus was pretty handy as well. For an in-game leader, his output was significant.
And I think he's selfless, which is also what makes Magus really important. He does a lot of the dirty work in these rounds, and he sets up Senzu. I mean, so many times on those B holds, it was Magus basically being the forefront of attention, the tunnel vision in, and Senzu delivering all the work, and that's what you want to see. So there's some nice work here. I think Magus is really bringing a little bit of stability towards this team, where it's always been a bit of a joke with BC Game of like they've got all the stars but they're not clicking. Maybe Magus is the glue.
Maybe he is. It's not a bad shout. That was a round though. Want to forget, but didn't really cost them too much. Not like the previous maps where it all kind of fell apart when they lost one significant clutch. But overall, I think they can be happy with this. Like we mentioned, they're going to be playing again today. So they've got used to the setup now, and hopefully Taz can talk to the boys. Let's talk about the fundamentals, the basics, which were lacking in the first 2 maps. Too many clutches thrown away where you have massive advantages, and then just, when we say fundamentals, the spacing, when you have those advantages, walking in the choke points one by one simply won't do against higher tier opposition.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right as well. And you run through these rounds and you can kind of just see on the highlights, it breaks it down so nicely for us just how dominant a lot of them felt at times. There was a couple of close ones, which I think is actually the thing that really maybe kills any slight bit of momentum or lifeline that Basement Boys had, was that the amount of like 2v2s that they sipped away. But actually on the flip side, we saw so many seriously dominant rounds, like 4 people staying alive for Basement Boys, where they were just an animal. And especially when we got on towards the C side, they realized one key thing, BC Game. That B site is free. It's open. Yeah. There is no defense there that can hold us, and they just kept going there.
You mentioned coming into this one, Owner and Trouble. They actually had great performances. Like players I wasn't familiar before this tournament, to be honest. And the fact they actually put on a bit of a clinic individually, like that was quite exciting. So yeah, that's what this tournament's all about. Learning about these emerging stars and unknown names, potentially going toe-to-toe with the likes of Simple is always going to be an exciting prospect.
Of course. And especially, I think, specifically for this side, right? This is a team who obviously have a lot to kind of prove in terms of themselves, but they're also playing against their hero. Let's be honest, right? It is
Ukrainian team.
You get to play against essentially your hero, the greatest player of all time, and you get to play him on a LAN environment for a tournament of this stakes, and you took a map off him. I mean, like, it's kind of one of those like jokey things where we get like preseason friendlies in football. And, I scored a goal against Bayern Munich. We did lose 26-1, but I scored a goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you take, it's a poster on the wall of you celebrating. You'll take that.
I think we all won there. BCG, they got their win. It was an exciting game for us to spectate. Yeah. They got a map off them. Everyone's happy, I think. We got the result. No upset, but still an entertaining game.
I don't think so far there's been any upsets in the round 1. We've been upset of like a
which
map.
Suggests the seeding is correct.
Yes,
right?
Good job on the seeding. Exactly that. There's a couple of group of deaths which I think are really going to be kind of spicy, and they mainly get spicy in those like lower bracket but second games where it's like one of them's got to go, right? And that's where we can actually see one big team fall flat. But the question is,
what time we're looking at here?
Currently,
so 2:30. We'll be taking a break for the next game. We've got Trav and Yumi coming in.
Yep.
And I guess we don't know for sure what game we're covering just yet. I saw some chatter going on.
Yes, we don't know 100%, but
we have got a rolling schedule.
Yeah, initially we were thinking 9 when they finished their game against Heroic. Heroic had an insanely quick first. I think it was like 13-1, map 1 like 33, map 2. So they kind of walked over their opening game. But yeah, we'll have to see sort of like how it all lines up. But there's some really good second round games happening.
Those boys got here this morning with us as well at 8 a.m. So they've just been in the green room this entire time, like 7-hour shift locked in. So hopefully they're ready and raring to go. We're going to get some food, I think. And For now, is there any games going on? Anything live?
There is actually a few going on currently. There's still a couple of map 3s, and then the second rounds that are not live on stream are also happening. And I think as well is some of those are also maybe been like community broadcast as well. So you know, keep an eye on HLTV and stuff, and on the socials. There's a few sort of dotted around that you can kind of check out all simultaneously. And obviously, we'll try and keep you updated as well when we know what's going on with the scores too.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, plenty more Counter-Strike around the corner. We're going to take a quick break, change out the commentators, and be back with the next round here at the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier CS2.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifiers. We've got an incredible setup over here with 64 teams, all doing battle for the main event. My name is Travis, alongside me is the lovely Michael, otherwise known as Yumi. How are you?
Yeah, people would know me more as Yumi than as Michael, but then they're like, but who? How do I say that without sounding strange? I'm clearly addressing you. Yeah, it's been great so far. I mean, to see the amount of setups we have, I know that the Neo and Henry sort of walked them through that a little bit, but to have 32 teams, we have, 64 in total. We have a lot of groups to get through and a lot of games to play as well, all happening simultaneously. So we've had a couple of fast ones. We have some teams that are already one map through into the winners match within their group, whereas we're just about to jump into our own winners match because there was a big holdup with that Basement Boys BC game. When we watched BCG, we were kind of surprised to see that they were just not as clean as most people would hope.
Yeah, I mean, in a game like Basement Boys, we know they have LAN experience. We know they've played a lot of tournaments like this, but BC Game are coming off their own victory at a LAN exactly, in that sort of situation. So
these weren't Finns though. So.
These weren't Finns, exactly, and then maybe they struggled a little bit. But no, look, we've got incredible lineups as well. Some of the teams, as you mentioned, we got 13-0, 13-0s against more sort of open teams because it is an open registration tournament. Maybe teams that are local to Paris is coming to play and try and play against the best in the world just for a bit of fun in a way. But also some games which are going to be a lot closer once we get to those winners matches.
I think what's cool is because we have this LAN that's essentially like a much more scaled up version of a lot of what these other smaller tournaments you see around the circuit, is that by having as many registry slots as this, we actually have a lot of contenders. Typically in those smaller LANs, it's like one or two teams we actually feasibly believe will make it to the next stage or win the tournament in that respect. But there's about 8 or 10 that I would say within this selection that definitely need this moving into the start of the season, because it gives you a great chance to slingshot your VRS and as well get yourself VRS registered for some of the teams that have had to rebuild again.
Yeah, I think Soar's a great example of that, right? I mean, Soar are a team that have just completely rebuilt their roster and have gone into this tournament looking to find their first selection of points. But we'll get on to more of that in a little bit. Of course, this is our Group 6 we just saw. We just saw BC Game get over Basement Boys ever so slightly, 2-1. Thankfully, third map for them was a little bit more of a walkover. And I'll tell you what, that winners match against one win, that is going to be fascinating. That's a new one-win lineup. The TDK roster that was signed with the boys we know, Akhtar, Nafany, with some of the newer players joining up as well. Some players on loan. It's exciting.
It's Nafany's second redemption arc. He failed before, but this time it'll be different. And then focusing here on Group 7, this is where we will be focusing our attention. Heroic and 9 winning their respective games, but a few struggles for 9 in that opening round. The fact that we were essentially waiting to get this game started because they were still playing out their game. I think we've had a couple of surprises. I saw Iberian Soul as well, lost a map, and I think we're trailing on the third map last I looked, and it was like 11-7. And those are the types of games where, they're playing against teams that are competent, they're capable of striking up, but we are not expecting those upsets to actually happen. So I'm kind of glad that 9 didn't let us down for this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a pretty fun matchup as well for many separate reasons. We've got a veto coming here already. Inferno being banned out by 9. That's always been their permaban. Heroic also banning out Anubis. It's always been their permaban. It's kind of very expected sort of middle ground of the map pool here between these two teams. Ancient Mirage and Nuke doesn't surprise me really at all. But 9 also, there is some conversation that needs to be had about their roster. But first, Michael, thoughts about the veto?
I mean, it's fairly standard. Yeah. I don't really have many surprises. I think 9 are just unfortunately one of those squads where I don't see many good ways to go in a veto aside from what they've decided to select here. So I'm I mean, no comment, essentially. Like, a lot of players can get away with that. Maybe I shouldn't be able to, but because we essentially don't know, you can maybe forecast who you expect to play in the group, but we shouldn't expect too many curveballs being thrown out in either the draft or even just how teams approach things.
Yeah, and when it comes to Nine's roster, there is a curveball here. Of course, they had signed a player called Rhyme from Misa, a small Turkish team, but due to visa problems, they're having to use Stomac from the Heroic Academy at the moment.
Sure.
They've used Stomac for the last couple of LANs they've played. Nine don't really play online Counter-Strike, so they only really played LANs lately. And of course, maybe Heroic, same sort of breadth. They won a LAN over at Stake Ranked recently, but this is where it's really going to matter, of course.
If there is one team that can sympathize within this group about having stand-ins with visa issues, it is Heroic. They have their full team. They've made some great acquisitions coming into this season as well. And here in our 1-1 game, we start off on Ancient between these two squads. Nine on that T side, already getting a little pressure received out from lane, but now a full exec onto this B-bomb side.
Yeah, Nilo with the dualies already going in, but it's Susp and Brolin who are going to get the first two off the rip. 5v3 straight away. Susp still looking to try and fight away as well with Nilo into that kind of position. The flash is excellent. They're not able to kill him very cleanly, and that means Susp and Krizen can clean up themselves.
Yeah, they got a little stun locked there by their own flash. It was so effective, they couldn't get the kill quite quick enough, and then they just get crunched. Heroic were swarming them. They had no ifs or buts about the rotation. And so it was supposed to be a pretty straightforward, pretty linear pistol round from that 9T side. Just got stopped at the first hurdle.
The thing for Nine here is, of course, this is the winner's match. Both these two teams have won a game here in Paris already to play in this matchup, but Heroic could be looking at it as if it's like still an opening game for them. This should be a game they win every single day of the week, as we see the eco getting eaten up pretty nicely here. I mean, their pickups of Brolin and Martinez, they're made to compete in Tier 1 tournaments.
Yeah.
This is not, they want to qualify. They should be one of the four, and they'll be thinking that themselves very easily.
I mean, they've been one of the, honestly, one of the best rosters as far as maybe not having proper Tier 1 trophy expectations, but just being a rung below that. They've had a lot of their talent either poached or swapped away, and for them it's a lot about rebuilding and building players up, and I think they've done a fantastic job. I think a lot of people, when they look at the Tier 2 circuit and the players that are free agents or on the market, Heroic have made, shrewd decisions.
Yeah, indeed. And, of course, already have won that small LAN I mentioned over in Barcelona. They've already tried to qualify for more as well. That's gone slightly awry. Get on to more of that maybe a little bit later in some eco rounds for some chatter with that one. Because Heroic, with their bonus buy here, looking to hold off against Nine's full buy with the boost up for Kragan. He's going to remove Brolin from the back of the bomb site very nicely. Now, Susp with Nilo in Donut, maybe having to force the fight here to bring this 4v5 back, and he gets one and gets away somehow. But Kragan is trying to advance through Temple.
Oh, still not feeling too comfortable to get this plant down. Smokes are not going to last forever, but that's because they've got Bylani probing the B-bomb site. Knows it's completely vacant, and so they should expect heavy resistance. They should wait for this flank, but they don't actually have another smoke wall that they can throw. By going for this hesitation, they're banking that Bylani gets more than one here.
Oh, it's checked, though, by Martinez. Of course it is. And one of their new additions has always been a favorite of ours. How fast and flicky he can be, and that's an incredible check. Rolls does find Susp, though, but in comes Nilo. Again, bomb still not planted. They're continuing to fight for it. And plays going to need this kill immediately. Does get it, but again, damage taken. 2v2. Bomb will finally be punched in, but now it's Krizen's turn to come in from the flank toward Donut. Low HP, of course, for play. Not easy for him, and he gets caught on the corner. It's all down to Kragan. Player with plenty of experience, obviously, at the biggest events in the world. This will be a huge round to win early for his team in the first gun round to get his team up and running. Smoke already on the corner of the site. That will move Kragan toward Big Box. Flash over, but he won't be affected by that. Krizen's going to go for the tap, not the hold. Jump spots Martinez, knows where both these two players are, but Kragan now thinks one is defusing. It's not, but unfortunately for Kragan, he's got barely any bullets left. He's going to have to go for the Glock, and the Glock isn't enough. Even though he kills them all, the Glock is not enough.
Oh, it's all about time. The third round is all about time. Taking way too long for a flank to be realized. Pausing, pumping the brakes, doesn't really work out here for Nine, but in the 1v2, it is a sliver between a round one on the Glock And that clock just narrowly working in Heroic's favor this time.
A real nice try. Just the amount of spams he had to do to begin with because he wasn't sure if a player was holding the defuse or not. Just lowering the ammunition in that magazine, making that final fight a bit too awkward for him, I'm afraid.
They also did the simple swap. He was very famous talking about AWPers defuse, everybody else guards. Great opener this time round. Martinez out of the equation, play without AWP, and Bailani passed the smoke. Susp didn't catch a whiff of him. Nilo's caught him on the back line, though, and that further cements his position inside of Cave. The spam is perfect, forces him into the fight with Berlin, but turns away at the wrong time for Flay's AWP. And just as Crizin slinks back through that smoke, Flay is hyper-conscious, hyper-paranoid, expects that rotation, and another fantastic shot. 3 kills on that AWP, first time over, and they know about Nilo. Spotted earlier in that round. Bomb is not the priority here. It's just making sure they make no mistakes. Stomak loud about his approach, and it's just unguarded. The Opal Flay is around that corner. It's jiggled out, and Nilo's brought it back to a one-on-one. Kragan is nowhere to be seen.
Bomb dropped on the middle of the site as well. Nilo's gone all the way around. Good angle for Kragan, though. Just about gets in a favorable position in time. What a crazy attempt. I was about to wax lyrical about how good Flay is and how much I enjoy his work. It almost went in vain.
Oh, God. Can I call a timeout for them? I feel like they've had back-to-back rounds now where there's just this lack of conviction. They make these power moves in the opening of this round. They get stumped initially, and then just when it gets to this 3-on-3 that Flay kind of recovers into a clutch, there's just this uncertainty. No one wants to make the next mistake, and they end up making mistakes because of that. There's no holistic approach that they're really gathering or rallying behind.
And of course, because the rounds have been so close, Heroic, even after being 3-0 up, their buy is all over the place. UMP on Nilo, don't see too many of those in Big 2026. MP9 Brolin, 5-7 Deagle, M4, tight angle held, and that will put Flay on notice down to 34.
Yeah, but, I mean, what, a 66 damage headshot with the Deagle? Martinez will feel a little robbed by that, but it was a tight angle. He'll also be thankful he got away with his own life. Not many challenge an AWP on that type of line and get away to live the tale.
These are the sort of rounds that Nine are going to have to find a way to win over the course of this entire series against a team of the quality of Heroic.
Oh yeah, I guarantee Heroic will win at least 2, so you have to be able to level that playing field at some point.
Good moves early on from Nine, though. We saw how assertive they were in that previous round with when Bailani walked through on that timing toward Jaguar. That got the that 5v3 very briefly. And he's been a player that's always been a very important stalwart of lots of Polish teams in Tier 2, Tier 3 for a very long time. Probably one of the biggest events of his career, I'd argue, this qualifier. Prison in the corner with the 5-step burn. Oh, here we go. We spoke about it. They do clear it somewhat, but the 5-7 in that position is too strong. Nilo strafes into Kragan like he's not there. And Crisen's now picked up the Mac 10. He'll get himself one, even reacts with a 5-7 to take the last as well. Oh, Crisen, the captain of Heroic, will get loud.
That is a bloody nightmare. That is a bloody nightmare. Crisen's alone there. He was getting back up. It was maybe a second delayed. It was going to be late to the show, but Crisen didn't even need the help. I simply...
Can he believe it?
Yeah, unfortunately I can. I think my problem with this 9 team is, one, yes, there's sort of less sample size, but then there's also just the conversation around these players individually throughout their careers. You know, I think quite a few of them have sort of stagnated. Riles is obviously a very old school player and has gone through many different iterations, many different international lineups as well, and has never really moved much further than maybe just shy of the top 30.
Yeah, he's been around the block, Riles, of course. You know, some people might not know this. He played the first ever Global Offensive Major. He played with the likes of Carrigan and Glaive on that team, would you believe? And now he's an in-game leader himself and has been, really, for the couple of years he spent on 9.
Learned his best in-game leading strats from Bird from Sky.
Maybe that's the one.
That's my like guilty pleasure. It's just like
mentioning Bird from Sky.
No, just rogue in-game leaders that most people just aren't even a fan of. Like I tried to be a Nafany defender for a while. That's kind of that's why I'm happy he's going on the second reunion tour type thing. Even though it's become harder and harder to defend him at times.
He's on the way back, mate. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Good team around him now, getting Fame and Belchanok. Fame bought out, I believe, from VP and Belchanok on loan from Paravision. Flay getting boosted up with the AK, 48 HP, but that's what Flay can do, not just with the AWP, but with the rifle as well. That's a nice entry onto Brolin, and now Nilo and Krisen will be put on notice. Krisen can play close in that corner again, and guess what? He gets 2 kills from that position again. This one, of course, is against a slightly less powerful round. However, Flay, again, doing incredible work. Unfortunately, he's not going to get much from this, I don't think, on 13 HP. You never know, though. He's on for full 5. Martinez with the AWP will be creeping in with that AWP. If he misses it, he could get punished. There it is. Immediate headshot. Now Krisen just needs 1 bullet. He's trying to bait him out and just about does it. We've got another round that goes down to a 1v1. And guess what? It's thanks to Flay again.
Krisen gives him so much respect in this 1v1 that he has on the bomb site. He waits for Martinez. He doesn't want to be baited out by a fake defuse. You know, Flay's just happy to get a bomb down. He's 13 health. He wants the extra money. They didn't come in with a full investment this round. Most players were on pistols. It was just that hero AK. And, you know, for them, this is a job well done. But there was a world where he wins it just because of that transfer that gets him into this 1v2.
Yeah, it was a transfer that was the most notable thing about that attempt from Flay, but seeing that from his POV, goddamn.
Yeah, we saw it from third person. It actually kind of looked a little slow, like, oh, maybe the player whiffed a bit, but from his point of view, he was lightning quick.
One of the main things about Heroic, kind of actually about Krisen's career, whichever lineup he's played in, whether it's OG or even prior to that, he's never been a bad player in terms of being a fragging in-game leader. He's up to 9 kills here with Sisp already. Sure, he's been given a lot of those, maybe, you could argue by 9, but he had to deliver them himself. Bylani creeping through, great timing. Should get traded, you would think, by Krisen working his way in. And again, important work from him. Sisp will activate, but there's Bylani. Good trade on Krisen in the end. Recovers it to a 3v3, and they know that Sisp is locked in that mid cubby. Brolin is trying to help him.
Oh, the molly got dissipated by the smoke, so he's actually aggressing past this and gets caught by the flash. So back through the smoke he goes. Everyone's a little nervy about how this is panned out. There is an escape path there for Suspend, so it resets into a 3-on-3. Deep position from Stomach in towards Temple. And so this will mean this is an A-side finish, but we saw hesitation from 9 before when it came to this A-bomb site. They'll want a little bit more, and Brolin shows just a little too much skin.
That's really nice from Stomach, especially as he hadn't got a kill yet in this game. A bit more confidence for him to push aggressively and get more forward control. A situation he had to do in that circumstance, and he did it very well. Martinez is forced to save his AWP.
And that could be just the difference about when you attack a bomb site. You know, the last time 9 broke into the A play, they were very early in the round. They wanted to progress quickly. They saw that Bylani had this lurk play, and so they called a complete round pause to let that lurk come to fruition. But by doing this later in the round, there's fewer resources. You're flying more blind if you're heroic as well, and so you kind of actually want to make an information play and call a bluff, only to be caught by some of the advanced positions that 9 actually held on this bomb site this time over. So nicely done to find a finish, because those have been fleeting so far this T side. I will say as well, shout out Brolin. I wasn't sure he'd bounce back after Mouse, you know, going from an in-game leader position. I don't think the stocks were particularly high. You know, you have Kixon in a similar position coming from a tier 1 team. And he, you know, I think a lot of community census was that maybe, just maybe, it was Cyclone that was really at the helm. And, you know, Brolin only had to hold the reins, so to speak. But with how he did standing in for Mouse in quite a few of Jimfat's positions, actually think has translated into Heroic going, wait, he can play Extremity, Lurk, and Anchor? We need one of those. Let's go and pick up Brolin. He's experienced. He showed what he was made of in some of those spots, and so he doesn't necessarily have the most glamorous positions on this Heroic, but I mean, so from what I've seen so far, I've been impressed with what he's brought to the table. He's maintaining that level. It wasn't just a one-off playing Jimmy's roles.
No, and it's funny as well. I mean, I'm sure it's not, we're only reading body language here. We can't really say too much without being inside the team speak, inside the, you know, the green rooms or whatever. But as soon as he has played a few games for Heroic, he's looking way more smiley than he ever used to do on Mouse. Maybe that's the combination of giving up that in-game leader role and all that.
Don't be deceived. It started that way at Mouse as well. I saw the smiles. Torshi grinning, Brolin right behind him, also smiling.
Yeah.
It's only when things get a little turbulent that the true colors get revealed.
Sure, but at least it can be kind of obvious to see it's a bit of a relief for him.
And we absolutely remain hopeful that things actually look good, because, I mean, not only Brolin, like you were talking about Martinez, like that guy too.
Yeah, we both do. And I think that's the main thing as well. Looking at the moves that were made in the offseason, so many buyouts are too expensive. No, so much things in the scene are due to maybe saving money for certain organizations. The stuff actually gets a double kill opportunity and gets both. All right. Maybe a bit of a surprise that he's able to get both from that corner when he swung wide like that. But Flay does trade it. And yeah, I do think this heroic team is one of the teams to watch in the second half of the year. It's a lovely kill from Nilo on that UMP. Flay will manage to push forward again for a trade. Flay is lights out. I'm so glad I earmarked him at the beginning of the game, because this is what he's all about. He's trying to look for Brolin as well. So aware of that possibility. He'll bring it back into a 2v2. Heroic were considering a bit of an eco on this round around the AWP. They decided to full force instead, with Sispa and Nilo obviously getting a bit more money from the kills they've gotten. But the full buy instead is still proving to be difficult for 9. Flay is still worried about that possibility of another player coming through from that B rotation. He will manage to go through now and get the bomb planted. Stomac needed to hold on against the Crimson 5-7, and they will do this time. Martinez, with that saved up, does have a kit and an incendiary. You never know. It's one he'll give a go, that's for sure. Knowing where one of these players is, the gun barrel of Flay could very much stick out if he checks CT as well, exactly like he's doing now. There we go, that's a freebie. Now Stomac, the new boy, technically the stand-in, has to do it all by himself. Tap on the bomb, he'll take a tick to that molly, then goes back to hide again. Actually a fake that he's pushed out, but he hasn't. And Martinez doesn't have a smoke. He's going to have to hit a very quick scope up close, but he can't get it done with the USP either. Stomac holds on, well played. Third round for 9.
A little Stomac mind control, just gets a tag on the Molotov, a flash timing as well, where it's a very audible bounce. So, yeah, really tries to sell the idea that I'm coming out to fight you, and Martinez just bites down completely. This was actually a good gap that 9 were recognizing. Mid was a vacant position. They get into red very early on, and you see how quickly they get flustered by the fact that Sus gets this double kill just immediately through to red room. That, honestly, I thought Flay... he looked hyper paranoid. He knew the smokes were awkward. He was waiting for his teammates to clear out the temple side as well. So actually good patience, and honestly better shooting from Flay. He's not been in honestly the easiest positions necessarily in some of these rounds, but he is delivering.
Yeah, and usually those sort of situations you maybe prefer a rifle rather than have an AWP when you're pushing through those close angles. But that's where Flay's comfortable. He's got that talent for it. And I mentioned that 9 needed to really not lose those sorts of rounds over the course of this series. They've managed to win a few in a row now, and that will put Heroic on the proper full eco, so they can get back within 1.
But the bomb side is stacked. Are they going to double boost over the smoke?
They're going to push as well, I think.
Yeah, they could just run at it. Riles could be in for a nasty surprise. Throws a flash. Gets himself into position. Nade goes a little too deep, and here's the swarm. Stomac able to sweep up, and the SFGs do the rest. Bailani jumping in there for another kill himself. And so it's a 4th here for 9. No problems getting past the USPs. That should be the simplest thing that they have to do all day.
And I thought for a second it was going to be one of those things for Riles. I mean, he started, I think, 1-7 before that round.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's exactly the kind of round where you just get run over while you're planting the bomb and you can't do a thing.
I know we were talking about Iberian Soul earlier, by the way, just to give people an update.
Yeah.
Because Martinez is in the server, you know, his teammates that he left behind. Iberian Soul lost their game.
Wow.
Yeah, they lost 2-1. To quadruple 6 to, you know, they played the LAN recently, you pointed out to me.
Yeah, the Stake Pulse LAN, but they didn't exactly impress at that Stake Pulse LAN. And unfortunately, with the loss of Martinez, them playing with Crucial, I believe, Iberian Soul now, also the loss of their organization, were Gentlemates. Unfortunately, I think they could be on a bit of a downturn.
Incendiary is good, but doesn't actually stop them from getting this boost up. Riles is isolated, however, and so they run him down. The rest of the squad are still inside of main. A floating Bailani in T-spawn. And may try to investigate the other side of the map. Heroic have staked their claim. I will say, with that Gentlemates Iberian Soul core, watching their games, Martinez was just like the only guy I felt really confident in.
He was their best player,
yes.
and invariably, like in the past, it was very often Mopos. But now, obviously, even though he's still a very good player,
also,
time's moved on, and you can't keep that consistently, unfortunately. So yeah, that could be a bit of an issue long term. Prison, no issue for him with the MP7. He'll get one, and in comes the mid fight. Nilo will be there to help out for a couple of his own. And 9 did do well to force themselves back within one round, but this is Heroic reasserting themselves here. And what was not a perfect buy, having no AWP and the SMG on Prison. So Flay will have to try and keep hold of his AWP.
I will say at the moment, I mean, if we're going to be looking at the way that these teams are playing, I think just by the way that Heroic seem to be communicating with each other, they should win this series. The way that they're tethering off each other for all these fights, they've caught so many players in sort of looking the wrong direction or a bit of misdirection, being so focused on hunting down a trade and getting attacked by another angle. So far, Heroic are just making sure that they limit the variance in these rounds as much as possible. You compare that to the Flay spray transfer. He was in an awkward position on purpose there by Heroic, but you can't land every single kickflip, as simple as it may be. To some, not me. I cannot do a kickflip.
You doing in game?
Yeah, I've seen the PS Pig. I've seen his videos, so
oh my god! I think he's coached in this event. mentioned. Kragan, nice spray down the middle, going out very aggressively, almost in a completely blind transfer. Actually, it wasn't too far off. He will get taken down, and once again, Brolin is here to help out on the edge of that red smoke. If one more player looks to creep out. And Nilo is trained on the possibility of Stomach's creep out. That's one of the things that's going to be very hard for 9. Even though they've played 2 lands with Stomach already, it's not necessarily always been part of his plans, which is why I think it's always been a bit difficult for them in these last 2 tournaments they have played. He's looking a very close eye on that cubby position in middle. But this is a very important kill now. And there you go. There's the information. Roland, that'll be Nilo's opportunity to peek, but now he doesn't need to show himself because Roland got that kill pretty comfortably. And now maybe the fact that they won't expect Brolin to go up towards the ledge position already, that means Nilo has a play. He's got an easy flank kill and make that a double spray down as well. Beautifully done. Only Flay stuck. Once again, last alive. And Heroic are in control of the game now.
Yeah, I've kind of been that way unless Flay's found some impact. I mean, you look at the kill disparity between the squads at the moment. You have Nilo, Susp, Crizzen, all batting above 10. Flay alone in that sense in his squad. And he's been doing it all. He's been doing it on the AWP, he's been doing it on the rifle. He is definitely on, but you need to get into more favorable positions to finally win these rounds. Another shot from Flay, but the Flames take him down. And so it will be a 7th here for Heroic. Things are looking good to come towards the turn of this half.
Yeah, I feel like Flay's only missed 1 shot the entire map so far. But, unfortunately, his team trailing. And realistically, this is exactly what we expect of Heroic. Right? They might have had a weird time of things lately. Of course, new team, there will be teething issues. They might have won that LAN, but other qualifiers haven't gone too well. They managed to beat Astralis in the Star Series qualifier, but lost to NIP, which is one they would have expected to win. Lost in Bounty to Mongols, and I think would have been Mongols' debut? With Tikuak and Buckmeister?
That does sound right.
So, yeah, that's not best start for them.
People always underestimate those Mongols, though.
Yeah, well,
they pick up younger and younger players, and it's like there's no way they could find some good players again.
Mara is a genius.
Yeah, well, I have some other thoughts as well. I do love the guy, though.
Yeah, of course. Susp from Donut about to have many players come his way, all on the line, but it's the Tech 9s that will run him down. And Stomach has got a chance to find Martinez as well. It's a perfect take. 1 flash, really. A little bit of a layered flash makes a difference, and when Stomach picks up that second AWP, he gets a second kill for himself. All of a sudden, we have a great chance at a 5-round half for 9 on their T side. Crizzen and Brolin 2v5.
But it's the bomb coming through main, so they have to actually clear a perimeter. Temple is something that they still cannot get proper eyes on without putting themselves in a vulnerable position. Rouse is alone there. It would have to be a trade, even if it is Crizzen alone. Him puffing out his chest, you see 9 are just hyper-conscious. They need to do something about it. That was the way this round could have spun into disaster. Spam is actually not half bad there from Crizzen. Only half damage.
Yeah, I think 9 will be pretty happy with 5 on the T side. If you ask them, of course, coming up off the back of their previous game, they obviously had much less time to feel like they had a bit of a break between their first game and this game. 5 on the first half against Heroic, not too bad.
I will say. I mean, part of that's skill issue. If you want the extra time off, you gotta close your games quick, especially if everybody else is going hyper quick. You can't afford to lay around.
And everyone else has the same problem as well. If they don't win their game quick, you've got to get yourself ready quickly. We're looking at the LAN hall behind us. Players moving around constantly, switching setups and everything. Of course, we've got a whole separate group of 16 teams in the second part of the day, having to swap themselves in, which is going to be crazy.
We're going to have to do a very quick metamorphosis into groups of 9 through 16. 320 players at this qualifier. It is a lot.
Yeah, it's like, we were talking about it before the game. Riles would have maybe been used to this in the old school LAN days, talking about him playing the first ever Global Offensive Major. This would be something that maybe you'll have some memories of.
But none have been like this luxury scale.
that is for sure. That is for sure. That is the difference maker. It is an incredibly cool expo we got over here in Paris. Had a wander around it earlier while waiting for our game to start, and there's a lot to look at. Balani from the back of the site, waiting. Heroic to get this bomb planted. They've got plenty of retake utility actually here, 9 on this CT side, on the pistol. There is a lurk from Sussman. It is being guessed by Stomac, but it's a question of when he looks at it and whether 9 actually hurry up. It is being watched, and that is a good watch, but they need to get that kill on him. Otherwise, things could be awkward. And of course, 9 now need to hurry up. Not sure there's a defuse kit in play, and that will make things very awkward. Balani will find one. Riles finds Prison as well. But look at that. There's 4 players pretty much in one tiny pixel of the map. And all the kills start filing through. They're going to hold the defuse with Riles while Balani finishes off the final player. That was a really nice retake.
Yeah, you could tell that they wanted to activate as soon as Sus found a timing on that flank. But once he got spotted, I think there was just a bit of hesitation. We saw one player swing, another sort of slink back. They all seemed close proximity to short, that they wanted to fight, but not everybody was on the same page at the same time. Not something that was reflective of how they were playing in that first half, but when the shoe's on the other foot, just getting a little flustered. Susp realized he had to kind of fight, but also try and make himself not an easy kill. But it was never a perfect plan for him.
Yeah, but still though, the kills that 9 were able to get were pretty stunning. I mean, one was through the corner of the wall, I think, a headshot as well, and there's plenty of utility, as I said to you, to try and activate their push a bit closer, but still had to hit those shots, and they managed to do it. So, with the plan, as we so expect, Heroic will go for their Force 2 Galils, 2 Tech 9s, and a Deagle. Flay with his A1S with a bit of support of Kragan playing bait for him. And with Flay getting the first, that will relax him a little bit more. Can't flick up for the second, but it's all now down to Kragan. But he's been seen now. And that is going to be difficult for him to get out from that position. He might have to fight for it. Double molly on both sides. Look how quickly that tags him down. Double molly, double the damage, but he still gets one more. And in comes Riles to help out. Kristen's alone, and that's going to be 7-7.
Yeah, bought enough time. I was actually worried that he would overcommit to fights too quickly, even with the double Molotov coming down. He was in a spot where he swings out wide. If that player doesn't have a nade in his hand, maybe he loses the fight. But bought time, rotates came in from red, and still had that safety net behind him in Donut as well. Flay sticking around, played his off angle, actually had a window to escape and lure into a proper crossfire at the entrance to Donut. Those are just small mistakes that maybe could have been compounded, but not to be feared. Not just yet.
Should be an eco coming through here, and a comfortable one for 9. They're going to get the lead in this one now. Good nade damage as well, but Andy will find another. And while this round peters out most likely in this 5v2, just some other results that are going on at the moment directly behind us. Some big teams playing, including big themselves. They're a map and 9-5 up on Fluxo at the moment. We've got Dendelay, the new name for Sharks, playing against Saw. They won map 1, 13-10. 1-win BC game. Now, that's the exciting one. We spoke about that before we went live in this one. Lots of incredibly well-known names in that one. And currently, BCG are up 7-4 on map 1.
How's Axile doing?
Oh, you know what?
Am I asking too much?
I'll check for you right now, brother.
Because every now and again you just see Axel and you're like, oh, he's doing pretty good. And then you look at his past results, it's like, oh, is this the anomaly game actually?
He's going 5-10.
Yeah, well, okay. That's not so
Sorry. Sorry to
I was hoping for better news.
No. Art Frost is farming though, so it's fine.
But good news for 9. You talk about them getting their lead on this game. And sure enough, they've staked a good amount of map control as well. Aggressive lane control, smoke at the doors, fully flushed out. Berlin left in charge of this side of the map, and, well, after all the investigations of 9, realizes it's vacant once more. Now they have that sus red room potential for the lurk. Good siphon rotation, Flash is great, and sets up Bailani for almost a double kill. Berlin surviving on 5 health. But they're going to pivot this into a bit of util onto this B bomb site, but I struggle to see them properly commit. Sus needs this frag and finally finds it on Flay. He is desperately alone now. Ral's trapped inside of Cave, and with Sus getting the double, it's all on Ral's, but he may be the only man you need. 2 kills, and slings himself away, hopes that Stoma can transition over, but he is miles off out towards A. 2-on-2, and with weakened players on both sides, it's all about getting the drop.
Yeah, classic stuff from Sus player. Case of missing the easy one, but getting the more difficult one on Kragan. And that's the one that's made a difference, I think. It's the kill that's made a difference in this round. It's a great catch as well by Martinez. He goes back to check for Stomach, and that is a very good cleanup, considering where 9 were at the beginning of that take.
Yeah, I was really worried there for a second. Heroic were going to fumble and trip up, because Sus did a pretty poor job on the first kill, but a fantastic job on the second, just finding it around the edge of the smoke. As he dies there, that backup that Ralls is so desperate for arrives on time. So you just get a taste of the lead, and Heroic tie things up again.
I think a big positive for me for 9 so far is that all of them are chipping in. Stomac was 0 and 6 at one point, if you remember. Ralls was 1 and 8. He's now 10 and 11, and Stomac is 10 and 10. They've really recovered their KDs expertly, and, you know, unfortunately for Heroic, not everyone's pitched up yet. Dragon, great timing as well on that recovery through from Shelf. Ralls once again fighting, again gets himself 1 and good damage on Chris, and the Mac-10 will run him down. Looks to try and peek behind it maybe, but he's so low, it's a gamble that he had to take. He's trying to bait in Sus, but Kraken's put himself in the corner, and somehow Sus isn't able to get that one. At least Martinez are all alone, or immediate fight back from 9 with 4 alive.
The Danes in Cave. Both of them can just put up a massive hold. Ral's the double kill the round prior. This time, not able to kind of collect, but he had Kraken so close by. He was feeling more brave than he previously was. It's I mean, it's good to see that Ral's is holding his own and recovering that scoreline, like you were mentioning. You know, he's always been a player that can be a little bit aggressive at times, has kind of tried to play as many roles as humanly possible, to be quite honest, especially in all the different teams he's gone through. Yeah. But it seems like he's taking a little bit more of a backseat in sort of going for entry attempts and leaving it to some of the others on the roster, whether that's Flay, you know, Kragan is someone that also likes to investigate. So some of those responsibilities being divvied up as Ralls kind of continues towards his career, because who knows how many more teams he goes through. Every opportunity has to kind of be treated as its last. There's a lot of players we have in the circuit that have so much heritage, so much legacy, but we always have to think of it almost through that lens in a way, as hard as it is to really, I guess, come to terms with.
Yeah. And that's the kind of arc that Ralls' career has been on in this 9 roster. Obviously, he's been a part of multiple different iterations of this 9 team. They've tried many different lineups over the last year. He's all been there as the man trying to captain it. And of course, his counterpart on the other side, talking about 2 Danish in-game leaders, one 10 years older than the other pretty much. Near as makes no difference. Kragan jump spotting red. Only the Tech 9s for Heroic in this round, but these can be incredibly dangerous. Thankfully, the setup for 9, I was about to say, is good, but they're kind of tripping over each other a little bit into Ordona, and they need Stomac to worry about the A-main push as well. Thankfully, he does, and he manages to hold on. Only 1 Tech left. Bolland's been a bit quiet so far in this game, and he should get run down by Kragan. Does get run down by Kragan, and guess what? 9 have hit double digits.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Flay missed his first shot. That wasn't great, but as you play against pistols, you want to build distance. You know, you don't want to give them easy recoverable weapons. And you saw by the way he was backing up away from Donut there, if you're going to miss shots, he did about as best as he could do by creating that distance, allowing his teammates to get closer and closer to that AWP. Sus got his hands on it, but just couldn't ever really whip it out without having fear of being swung. It's a awkward situation, but Nine remaining control. 2-round game. And the spam from Rals is right on the money. He is proving to be such a nuisance from this position, whether it's in defense of the B-bomb site or this time just on early map control.
And Flay has been so damn consistent as well. I'll try and block him off for now. We'll force him back away. They're happy to let Heroic have middle when 9 have that 5v4.
I'll say as well, just at the moment, you know, I wouldn't have thought this coming into the half, but 9 are playing with some proper confidence. Just some of the swings that players are going for, they're setting up with one flash, deep peek. They want to take those types of fights, catch them on timings. And this is a very well put together, complete clear of middle. That extra information will allow the rotation over to that B-bomb site. They'll leave Bailani alone on A, but they catch them in transition over at lane. 45 seconds, and the jig is kind of up here with that re-aggression. 9 have a clear picture as to what should come next.
Flay will miss that opener though, and will give a bit of space. Just kind of completely just ignores him, or tries to ignore him, and gets taken down to 16 HP for his trouble. Tries to hold the line, gets himself a bit of damage, but only damage. Rals will find his, Stomach will find Brolin. 2v4. Double peek is brilliant, though, and actually it's Martinez who gets both of them. A bit of teamwork there from Heroic will wrestle them back into a 2v2. 15 seconds to get that bomb planted. It will be allowed, but in comes Kragan very close, and once again, Flay is flicky with it, and Kragan will get the last as well. 11 for 9, and bear in mind, this is the map they lost earlier today against that Portuguese team in this very tournament.
Yeah.
Guess what? They're playing Heroic, and they're looking 10 times better.
They just needed to shake off the bad rounds, actually. Get themselves properly prepared for the task ahead. I mean, really nicely timed retake of middle. You could see the hesitation from Heroic. I still do stand by the fact I think Heroic are making clearer decisions about what they're doing in the round, but that doesn't necessarily result in complete successes, especially when you're losing out on a lot of these opening fights as you break into bomb sites or even just as you're setting up on the map. So yeah, 9 are finding an edge early on, and Heroic are kind of left a little stumped. You know, even in that situation where that bomb is dropped just by the stairs, 20 seconds left, Martinez low HP. It's far from confident. They know they have to worry about Cave. They know they could get timinged over at long. Nothing feels great.
And the thing as well for Heroic, like, this is a map they play and play pretty well. You just have to look at their recent results to see that. But at the same time, it's not one that they're trying out as a main pick. They're trying Mirage, they're trying Inferno, Nuke, Dust 2. They always tend to pick that middle ground of the map pool. And that is obviously going to be something they're trying to figure out with this new lineup. Consistency on them, not just the individual form with this 5, but also their map pool. And maybe, if they take a loss on Ancient here, that's also one that they'll have to consider for the future.
Oh, I've seen a couple of opening misses from Flay in a few rounds back-to-back now, and this will be another swing and a miss, but he goes out for a second swing, and he will not go punish. They had hoped he'd just simply back away. Can't quite convert the damage on Sus, but Incendiary also misses the mark, so he gets that plant in. Prison kissing the smoke. Kragan is completely blindsided. A free upgrade, a man advantage, and great after plant positions for Heroic.
Yeah, they started with damage from Flay, but now it's looking a bit difficult. And the money isn't amazing for 9. They got Kragan and Flay with a little bit of extra, but with that flank kill from Brolin coming all the way back round from the B lane to fight middle, it's impossible now. And they're going to have to fall back and keep what they have. As this game gets closer and closer, it's going to be more important for them to keep hold of what they've got. Flay will just about survive, and I think he'll be fine with the bomb explosion, even with those changes that have come through.
What happened to Flay? He was hitting everything in that first half. Best player on the team by far, and now every chance he gets, I mean, he needs like a second shot on every player, it seems like right now.
I do think that's one of the things that has kind of been Flay's signature over the course of his career. I think he's very, very good, don't get me wrong, but he's also
streaky.
Incredibly streaky. That's the word I was going to use. He's very streaky. When he's on, I think he could have been picked up by a lot better team when he moved over from, I think, would have been the Venom team that obviously was called Kalesi for a while, I think, as well. He played that Thunderpick World Championship last year with Venom. Had a pretty cool underdog run to qualify for that event. But again, this is one of the bigger events of the careers of Flay and Bailani as an example. But this time, Kragan, he's been there, done that before in a couple of big tournaments, notably some majors. And guess what? Another 2 kills. He's now level with Flay's KD, and he's got his team of 4v3.
Yeah, really strong move there from Kragan. Actually just breaks down what essentially looked like a dry run from Heroic, just to have the Molotov in that cubby. There was a smoke that was put down and dissipated immediately, but with all the flashes, they don't recognize that there's that gap, and Kragan's just playing on the edge of that smoke, and it goes uncleared. Good shooting as well. Good timing here for Krizen, already holding the line, and so that's an equalizer. I mean, I'm surprised that Bailani rather doesn't try and track down that trade.
Yeah, I think that setup is meant to be Stomach move forward and then Bailani move forward with him, but Stomach got caught a little bit earlier than he was expecting. Sure. Bailani couldn't swing with him together on A main, and that forces him away to play a bit safer instead and play what he feels is a more likely position to get a kill. So, 3v3, Martinez is going to walk the bomb back to A with Krizen, and once again they still have that Brawl and Lurk. He's not going to get much luck for now unless he bypasses the angle Flay is holding, and he's a bit further deeper into Cave rather than in Jag. So it's going to be the walkout A, and Brolin will join up with them from Donut. There's a rotation from 9 coming over to B, though. That is Riles, and that will leave Bailani alone for the moment. Molly in toward CT. Might want to try and play around that smoke, but he can't really afford to go down here. So he needs to wait for his teammates to come in. That is a very spammable smoke, and Brolin eventually finds that kill on Flay. Waited all that time for Flay to push forward, and that makes a huge difference. Heroic are starting to, again, you mentioned how they're just looking good in these rounds, but not getting the finishes. This is a finish that could come through, but there are defuse kits available on both Riles and Bailani. 2v2. They're both situated around that A main position. And with Martinez trained on Temple, there's not really any way in. It's not like there's any smokes left for 9 either. They're trying to jiggle out Martinez, but he's too experienced to bite on that one, and they just can't go for it. They're going to shift away, and Heroic are within 1 again.
Yeah, I mean, just the tempo they were coming back on this retake with, they were really uncertain whether there was going to be someone still lingering inside of Donut that was going to go for a secondary swing. You know, there was an incendiary down from Riles. He could have cleared it out independently, but was kind of hoping maybe that Bailani got involved, but neither really wanted to move, understanding that they could have been walking right into that AWP. A lot of respect being given over to Heroic in that after plant. But a timeout called here for 9. They can see that maybe the light at the end of the tunnel that was shown to them earlier might actually be a gated fence. Heroic might be the ones that hold the keys. I wouldn't be surprised, though. I mean, we've seen some aggression from 9, but it's always been very tempered. They're just throwing util from spawn. They go with an early plan. They throw a quick flash, but they don't stick around. They don't use that forward position for anything as of yet. I mean, it's dangerous to do so. A lot of T-sides will throw in extra execs, but we saw just that one round where Kragan had that smoke in at Cubby. He did a lot just by throwing a minor disruption into the game plan of Heroic. Sometimes that's all you need.
Indeed. And right now for 9, this is the round that matters, because they've only got Riles with residual cash at the moment. It's a good pick forward from Bailani, and that all sets up Flay, and it's working a lot better. Here's the Flay from before. Oh, he's getting burnt out, but eventually he'll survive. 5v2 off the rip. And it looks like 9 will reach 12 first. Bomb dropped on the ramp as well.
I like my Flay like I like my bacon. Streaky and sizzling in this round. I don't think there's much here for Krizen or Martinez. And it was just a minor disruption. Bailani dry peeking just before the hit's ready there for Heroic. They get completely stunted. And that's out of the timeout. They wanted to take some forward pressure over to lane. And they just have nowhere to go. Heroic gets stopped before they even get going. That's a 12th round for 9 and a chance to close out their map pick.
And it's those sort of moves from Bailani. Don't get me wrong, he's not having the best game in the world here. It's just, but he's been consistent throughout. I mean, it's a much lower level, sure, but it was one of the main maps he used to carry on teams like Copenhagen Wolves historically and other Polish rosters he's been on. He's always been a good ancient player from memory in all the games I've covered of him in online Counter-Strike. So he knows the timings, he knows when to disrupt, he knows what to do for a team. And overall, the team has stepped up for 9 in various different scenarios the entire map. For Flay, it's kind of been the whole map. Somac got that clutch earlier on, don't forget. Raz had a number of decent multi-kills. Kraken's been consistent. And it has to be said, Martinez and Brolin both going 8 and 16, bit quiet.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Orper head-to-head to have Martinez get so mogged.
Use the word. Millennial word. By Lanny, oh, here we go. Thankfully, he listened to me.
He just
heard me
loves
call his name. He loves pleasing me and making me look very smart.
Well, that's a choice of words.
It is a choice of words, and I knew it as soon as I said it. Brolin will get one more onto Riles, and that will make them pretty comfortable still, because that means more information, and that's the gap angle being used from Stomac in Donut, just to see if there's a player crossing. Kraken now on the angle. He knows what's going on as well, but he'll be blocked off, and that will allow Heroic through the CT spawn. Krisen's very aware of that possibility of one spam kill through that smoke, maybe changing the round. Might not be aware of there being 2 players a little bit closer to it, though. 2 Donut as well, 4-9, and that's the molly, which unfortunately for Krisen is not really very well timed, and now Brolin needs to make a play. He's got Flay back turned, not entirely hidden from Donut, but he's not really being covered by Stomac either. That's awkward for these 2 Donut players, but when Flay can do things like this, then maybe it won't matter. He'll be held as well, Brolin, as he tries to force the issue. Stomac will get his, and Flay ends the game 24-13. Now that is the Flay and the 9 I wanted to see.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, impressive moves by Flay throughout the entire game. That T side, he was kind of the main shining light. He was the only one that seemed to be finding kills. Sure, quite a few of them were on the exit, but we saw just how snappy he was, how quick he was reacting. He was the real only threat. But on that CT side, you sort of mentioned the fact that yes, Flay is the only guy, but with everybody else kind of recovering and finding these times to be important, whether that's Rouse inside of Cave, whether that's Bailani, and some of he didn't necessarily always go dry. He didn't go dry in the round. I said it before either, but it was just one of those flashes where they just kept doing that early in the round to show that was a real threat. So it's clear that 9 played with some confidence moving into that CT side, even if I think their T side was still a little stop-start, a little too much hesitation. They got their way into this game by shutting down a lot of the early plans from Heroic, and each time they did it, you could see one player get completely thrown off guard, and they could reset or rebuild from there. So yeah, I mean, impressive turnaround from 9, all things considered, because I was expecting them to fly a little under the radar on this first map. Yeah,
I mean, I think winning that as well is a bit of an alarm bell for Heroic, right? Because if you look at the games they've played previously, it was kind of said in jest, but that is literally the map 9 played earlier against this much, much lower ranked Portuguese team who are only here because it's an open registration tournament. 9 lost it, and now they play Heroic and 9 win it. Sometimes people say online Counter-Strike can be a bit unpredictable, but it can happen on LAN too.
Yeah, well, when you're given an idea of who you're going to play against, but you have no certainties. Everyone comes in a little bit rough, a little bit shaky, especially when it comes to player tendencies, because, I mean, you have some players that are changing roles. You have stand-in situations as well for even this matchup, right? So when we look at it through that lens, you can look at some of the data and the demos that exist out there, but who's to say that the demos that exist are actually what the end result when they have the stand-in is supposed to look like, whether they're still figuring out how to properly integrate Martinez and get him activated in some of these rounds, or whether Brolin can actually hold those anchor spots like he's supposed to, because he wasn't actually that important on that CT side, whereas on T I felt like there were more timings and shots that didn't always land, but he clearly had a window to win the round.
Yeah, and it's funny as well because the same argument can be made for 9 when it comes to their Ryan situation, right? It's almost the same sort of argument when it comes to they've been trying that for quite a while, and he's barely played any games for them, from what I gather. The 2 LANs that 9 have played, I think one of them was being Stake Pulse most recently, both were with Stomac. And look, he had a very important clutch on the A-bomb side. He was showing that he wasn't nervous, and a 0-6 start in what is an incredible LAN hall behind us. Probably an environment that maybe he's used to playing in teams like Heroic Academy, because Heroic Academy have played some of those smaller local LANs, which obviously Heroic wouldn't have been attending to get these younger players get some experience. But one to this extent, maybe not so. So to recover from the 0-6 is very impressive.
Yeah, not when you're having to play against teams that will likely make it to the next stage. You know, you're playing teams way more out of your league, so to speak. But yeah, able to do some good stuff. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's room for improvement, I think, from both sides. I think Heroic, as much as I think they made some good decisions to play together at times, the calls were also quite quick or just got counteracted. I'd actually think that in that second half, they just simply got out-called. The decisions by 9 were disruptive enough and added layers of complexity that forced Heroic to have to adjust in the mid-round, and they just weren't shooting good enough to bail themselves out of some of these bad situations. Even some of the missed kills, like the fact that Susp doesn't get his flank on the pistol round, that seemed like a mechanical failure in the communications. You know, that wasn't on Susp, that was kind of the rest of the team falling a little flat, but that's Brolin missing his chance, or Susp really awkwardly spraying from Red Room to Flay. He got a double kill in the end, but you know, those are the type of shaky moves where you're just thinking, okay, these guys aren't playing necessarily their A game against a team that are their strongest opponent within this group. They know they should beat 9. They know that they sort of have to beat 9, because if they want any chance of making it into the money, or at least making it into the next stage of the tournament, then they need to beat teams harder than this.
Exactly. I mean, I completely agree with you. And in the games I've covered of Heroic recently, while they've been trying to get used to this new lineup, unfortunately for Susp, in these anchor positions, especially, a couple of B-bomb sites he plays, I think Cash in particular was one I covered, when Heroic, they're trying to play Cash and not picking it, but they're adopting it. He was really rough. Like, I understand some of these are online qualifiers and you usually look better on LAN, but still, you have to go by what the eye test shows you. And yeah, for me, from what I saw from that a couple of times, he was a bit difficult to watch. So hopefully, for the sake for Heroic, they can improve that and change that in map 2.
I just want good games, and I felt like we were getting a good game for parts of it. We got some good shooting, but I want a bit of I felt like we had opportunity for so much drama, and then it didn't happen.
It's because it started with those two crazy rounds that went back and forth to 1v1s, and then it led to that in the end.
I got completely thrown off by the trailer, essentially.
Yeah, well, there you go. We'll see if Heroic can bounce back in this winners match after the break.
Esports win.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to Heroic versus 9. Heroic are in a little bit of bother here. Sure, it's not like it's an elimination match, but 9 are not a team that we expected really to trouble them, and now they're a map down.
Yeah, and they looked good at the first half, and then really, I mean, I don't think they necessarily played to like a lower quality, but I did think that the step up from 9 was quite significant. We saw a lot of nice pushes together. They had some good ideas at the start of rounds, and Heroic were almost always getting caught out by one of those early starters. So I really liked the approach that 9 came into that CT side with. Maybe their T side is something that we will note for future endeavors, but they got past what is the hardest game, I think, so far, or rather the hardest game that they'll have encountered so far at this event. Maybe if we discount the map they actually lost already at this event to a team that they shouldn't have, but they have definitely learned some lessons and maybe tightened things up from that earlier experience, because yeah, I couldn't really fault anything massive. It was just more, they needed more conviction. They needed to hesitate less, and I think they kind of came to that realization themselves, or maybe by interjection of their coach, actually, to get them all on the right track.
I think the thing for 9 as well is that we don't know for sure if we can guarantee that Flay is going to have a map like that again on map 2. And also for Heroic, you might look at it at a glance and say, oh, they only win half of the games they play on Mirage. But they've won the last 4 in a row with this lineup against a variety of difficult teams to beat, both at some of these local lands and online qualifiers as well. NIP twice, K27 and Hotu. Not easy teams to put away, especially online. So let's see how it goes on Mirage for them as we're underway. With the pistol, plenty of util for Heroic. Double smoke, double flash, molly on Brolin. And Sumac has got some work to do from underback position. Riles has some counter utility. It's a lovely flick up with that P2000. Kragan shouldn't be allowing Brolin to get in through to Firebox. And in the end, he takes him down. And Heroic are dropping one by one here. No bullets, really, for Nilo. But he does find one more until the nade chases him out of the round. That was close all of a sudden.
An absolute heat seeker missile at Nilo, because I thought he had the space there. If that nade just goes a little shy over to Firebox instead, or doesn't bank all the way out to default like that, then he probably gets away with that. But really nice shutdown there from 9 on the initial defense. I mean, Stomach, instant first kill. Flashes actually catch his reinforcements, but they understand exactly what they have to do to help each other in that situation. Stomach is totally trapped, and he would be isolated if they tried to play back CT or just jiggling around triple. So the cavalry was much appreciated in that instance. Very quick start here for Rals, just taking the fight to ramp, but it's predominantly pistols. Only Nilo that affords up that Galil.
A hero Galil, probably because of the 3 kills he got, with a bit of extra money to use. He can buy Galil again in the gun round, which I'm sure he's not too unhappy about.
Either that or Crimson just drops him the gun, which is
that is very likely.
Yeah.
Nine setups are feeling pretty confident already, of course, in a round like this, knowing that it's probably an eco with no plant. Got some more aggressive lines being held into underpass, and Nilo, that Galil, well, led himself a kill, and that is nice to grab. Any economic damage is the goal with that purchased up Galil.
I think what I've always liked about watching Rals and the journey that he's gone on with all these different teams is that, you know, sometimes when you're working with younger players or less experienced players as they play against tougher opposition, they just kind of regress. They play very default, they take few risks, they don't want to be the one that makes mistakes. I've never really seen that with a Rals team. They, you know, maybe a couple times in those mid rounds on Ancient that you could say that's a similar type of thing, but you know, the confidence to swing and the confidence to be the player you think you are is part of what makes the great players, or rather the best players, great.
Well, this Galil has been very worth it at the moment, and all of a sudden a lot of damage is being done. Martineza has picked up the M4, gotten a kill, surely they don't expect Rals, and now he'll play time. 6 seconds, no reason to overswing Nilo. He knows he's in the corner, and then somehow gets that kill as well. There's 1 second left, and Kragan, would you believe, will win the round on 2 HP.
So I admire their confidence. I admire that they're not scared, but maybe there's some fear can go a long way. That's a very expensive second round. I mean, the fact that Nilo goes in for an investment and he comes out better than where he started, and the economy now for 9 is going to be in tatters.
Yeah, and so much damage was done to Kragan on that rotation from short as well. Who knows what would have happened if that kill actually had come through. That was the difference maker in the end. Rals would have had to have done it all by himself. And as we saw, he did lose that duel to Nilo, would you believe? 6 kills already for Nilo, and guess what? That Galil has totally paid off.
I'm just surprised at how many AKs they bought. They had, like, no flashes coming into this round. They went for just smokes. They were trying to contact into place. They got Molotovs, but Kragan, long-range fight. It's damage distributed, 100 across the table, but no kills to come with it.
They're going to need some of their individuals to maybe make a move to recover this one from here. Bailani is alone with his MP9. They're going to need Flay to peek, and he will do. There is a player covering that possibility and covering Bailani on ramp, though. So Flay is going to have to be the player to move. They did try and plant that bomb front triple, but because of Flay's position, they haven't committed to it fully yet. They've gone back to fight ramp and Bailani together. So they're just avoiding planting the objective at the moment and just looking for fights only to try and move 9 away from the danger positions. And right now it's working.
It's just become so weird because you have a 6 health Bailani coming back to reinforce Flay. He's going to try and create some distance, some space around that smoke. That's only if Flay lives to tell the tale, but now they may even just decide on the save. They're already feeling out of position. Their health isn't great, and they know that their money has been messed up by that previous round. They bend the knee. Heroic breakthrough on what was largely just AKs, smokes, and Molotovs. They brute force their way through the site. I always just think, you know, when you have players that are more willing to play support, when you have an AWPer as well, that's maybe not going to be the most adept rifler. I do believe Martinez is good on a rifle, but you know, you can take the consolation of going down to a Galil and getting a few flashes, setting up your riflers to be a bit more successful. But just the change in attitude from Heroic to just say, listen, we're just going to fight you and outduel you. I think that may have caught 9 a little off guard, actually. It definitely caught me off at the start of the round.
Kragan's going to move forward in middle, try and make up for his spray in the previous round. Never an easy fight where he was taking it, but this one, Not easy either, but the flash is excellent. Unfortunately, Crizzen is further forward than he's ready for. And that's the gamble they want to try and take with that saved M4 that hasn't worked out.
See, that's why Heroic didn't buy flashes last time. It doesn't work. It just doesn't do the job. There's no guarantees. It was a cute idea, though, from 9. Got them in the right spot, but a few too many members. And now a reset where they know the weaponry's not great. What they would have salvaged from that previous round, what they could afford coming into this one. The flashes they utilized were the only ones they had. They've actually angled for a gamble, and they may have tossed or chosen the right side of the coin.
They're going to push in now, Heroic, but they could get a nasty surprise, especially that Bylani boost on default, but that's a really nice entry timing for Nilo. It's going to have to be Bylani with multiple. He can only get one, and it's a dink from play, would you believe? But AK trumps M4. Martinezza will close it out. Really nice win for Heroic, and I can hear Martinezza giving it large in the background.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely happy about the way that things have started to turn around, especially because they know they've just pushed 9 into an eco, so the timing on the hit was great, just by Crizzen playing anti-flash. He saves his team a wow disaster, but we love a bit of Nilo. There was some concerns when he came back into the Heroic roster. He was a little shaky for a few games, but he's been impressive pretty much as soon as he put the jersey back on.
Yeah, star lurk, you could say.
Yeah.
Is Nilo.
And he's also like flashy as well.
I know. That's what makes it cool.
A bit more unique.
I'm an enjoyer of his. Ever since day one when he got a crazy ace clutch in a ESL qualifier back in the day. Might have been for a challenger event. It was on my radar. And clearly on Heroics too. Now they're very lucky and I'm sure happy to have him in their ranks. Brolin might be aware that there's going to be more than just the one player coming his way now as he hears them trampling toward him. Molly is a necessity. They run through it. Rolls will definitely die. The nade will catch him in the end though, and that's just good decision-making from Brolin not to get run over by the pistols. In the end, they line up for him as well. So all 5 alive for Heroic in anti-eco.
And that's like putting it into a stocks and shares ISA. You know, make your grenades and make your weaponry work for you. He didn't take any fights that were unnecessary. He didn't have to work too hard for them. Just dropped his util, knew what their intentions were, and it paid off some dividends. This is not financial advice. This is fragging advice.
Not what people have tuned in to listen to, I don't think.
Well, it's game related.
Kragan, early smoke. See, here's the attention in that position. And Flay underpass with the AWP. It's one of those shots you absolutely have to hit, and that is the issue. It's not just the fact he missed it and now is under pressure from Crizzen top middle. There's the punish. It's the fact that it kind of sold his teammate as well. That's one of the things I hate about seeing AWPs jumping in and fighting underpass. Invariably, for me, it doesn't work too well.
Sure, yeah. I think you see teams that get away with it quite frequently. You know, Spirit are a great example. But they don't necessarily jump down per se. Or if they do, they have, you know, Donk also hard swinging on floor, round smokes, and just being a nuisance.
And Donk is Donk.
Yeah, well, that's also why it works. But
yeah.
you see actually quite a lot of teams adopt a similar style, but it's a very fighting position. There's not real wiggle room to flee.
Yeah, the same position that Flay is playing from right here. Missed that slight flick.
Yeah, that's often also not where Shearer would be. He'd be closer to Khan by the bench. Maybe a little overcommitted.
Sadiq that will be removed by Susp nicely, and already Heroic are looking very solid on their T side here. The bounce back for me feels like it's on, and I know it's probably a pretty easy assumption to make, but of course CT side is Heroic's better side on this map as well, so already very much in control.
Minor fake over towards the B-bomb site. Flash is hitting Kragan. Not actually doing much to dislodge the forward A pressure. Kragan has told them to park the bus. No reason to make that transit just yet. Nilo's out, but it's only one set of footsteps that is confirmed. Kraken's gonna get lurked on. It's Nilo that actually 180s him, turns around and deals with the problem. So no chance that Hero would get blindsided, repositioning over towards the A side or losing too many assets over at B. It's an open and shut case. 5th round on this D side so far. It's just keeping it nice and simple. Easy breezy for Heroic. A couple of turbulent moments earlier on, but now that 9 are in this hole of having to half buy and then reinvest, you know, every second round, they really get a good swing at it.
And we do have Nuke as a decider if necessary, and that is 9's main map pick. So that's one thing that will worry Heroic slightly. They would have been hoping for a 2-0 here to avoid that risk of Nuke. 9 are very solid on that map, so they have something to fall back on here, 9, even if Mirage does go significantly awry.
This was actually the map that I thought Berlin impressed me on the most, just by very infrequently getting caught on his lurks towards Palace, finding good timings to catch con players as they're, you know, transitioning to jungle or trying to escape from con pressure. Oh, that was a real chance there for Martinez. I mean, set up on the boost, it just goes a hair wide there on Ralls. Actually looked like 9 were kind of poised to maybe aggress from all 3 angles, but the spam from Rawls is met back with a swift response.
Yeah. Suspect appears at the wrong time for the spray of Rawls, really. Immediate headshot, good move from him. Stomach around that jungle area, going to play in front of that smoke. And that works really well because Crizzen is focused on a different position. And Bailani will be able to activate 2, dink through the smoke from Stomach. That alerts him to exactly where Nilo is. 3v2. Bailani, he's already gotten 1 kill in this round, but Brolin doesn't seem to want to clear it properly until right then. Bailani didn't stand out and peek wider, and that allows Brolin to face him, but in comes Kraken. Martinez are down. That allows Stomach to peek from CT as he rotated all the way around, and 9 will be up to 3.
Yeah, just a couple of really cute little micro repositions that you saw from 9 in that spot, whether that's Stomach getting ahead of the smoke, playing around the edge of it, slinking away. And then you see Bailani activating from default to fight the players at con to bring some attention away from Stomach and jungle, but he was able to escape towards undervalve. That's why there was so much hesitation there from Brolin, is that he didn't know if he was just tucking himself away default, whether he'd been able to escape towards triple or CT, or whether they're just going to wander into a crossfire. So a couple of those moments that really do add up, especially when you know that you're on a bit of a timer if you want to catch your opponent off guard, not get crunched by the rotate. So just those couple seconds extra to stall can be life or death.
And the moves that 9 are making are impressive for me, because I think they just haven't really played that much with this new lineup, right? They beat Gamer Legion at Super Dracula, and that was a Gamer Legion that were on a very tired Gamer Legion at the end of the season.
Sure.
But since then, they haven't really shown anything of note with this new lineup because they don't touch online tournaments. They didn't really accept any invites over the player break like some teams did. The supposed player break doesn't really exist. They've played in Stake Pulse 1 in Sweden, beating 2 lower ranked teams in Brute and the Quadruple 6 team, which are also here, by the way, before losing to Liquid. So the cohesion I'm seeing from them is pleasing me at the moment. I think that's one of the main things that I'm impressed with. Play will get an opening pick as well here in round 9. And Rals will activate to stop Susp from making his way up towards short. Rals will fall back to stairs and play with Bailani with this 5v3. That's one thing that 9 won't do all too often, is they won't push the boat out in a silly fashion when they've got an advantage in a round.
What is going to annoy them, though, rather the heroic side, is simply them getting caught through smokes. Now back-to-back rounds. Now some of that will, of course, be off of sound cues, anticipation, but it's still annoying because they can very easily have answered back, just not quite hitting the mark. Not exactly fair duels. Good one back there from Martinez, but I don't think it actually results in anything extra. Brolin is trying to find his timing. He needs to be the next one that creates a chance, otherwise this round fizzles.
Well, there it is, yeah. I was about to say, if Brolin finds Balani and they can just nade off Flay, which they have done by flashing him, that creates a little bit of an opening, and Flay's not ready for the default peek. There it is. Brolin is here. You had a slow map 1, but this is what we expect from him. Martineza! Beautiful onto Stomac, and Kragan 1v2, kit retrieved, but all of a sudden he's been left in a very difficult situation, and even though he spotted where Martineza is, he knew he'd have to hit a jiggle pre-fire one-tap to hit that shot on Martineza playing the bricks, and that beautiful flick has confirmed Heroic getting at least a tie on the half.
Yeah, someone get that man a wrist brace. That's a cracker shot. I mean, so quick and so important. You know, he understands Brolin is low health. He's the next player that kind of has to make a move. Brolin delivered what he had to in those chances, and by hitting that, he simply secures the round. But it really was on Brolin to secure a pathway, and just comboed with that flash they throw to spawn. Flay is just so committed to trying to find an angle before they set up in the after plant that he's just out in the open by the time he recovers from his ailment.
Yeah, and that's the fine margins of these sort of rounds, right? 5v3 for 9, looking totally comfortable. All of a sudden, it's 1 kill that Brolin gets and survives on 4 HP. That's probably a spray that's like 96 in 4 or something from jungle. So, yeah, it's a frustrating one for 9 to lose, because that one felt like they were in full control. The flash towards CT on Flay was perfect as well. That was another big factor. And it's that sort of quality that Heroic bring to Mirage. I mentioned that they play quite a lot of variety of maps with this new lineup. They've tried picking Mirage, Inferno, Nuke, and Dust 2 in different vetoes against different sort of teams. I think Mirage, for me, has been without a doubt their more impressive of the lot. Good catch as well from Brolin on Bailani. He tries to force the issue. Rolls also can't trade that cleanly, so they're a man down again.
Well, saying earlier about Brolin, he's just, I don't know, something he's refined his Mirage in these positions. So good at finding and catching those timings. Maybe struggled a bit more on Ancient. Still had timings, but was not quite as devastating as he's being here. Charles will be the next one to investigate. They've already got some presence in towards the apartments. Being that extra man down, they need to take some chances on the risks and the map control they take. Morales gets blindsided. Kragan tries to collect on Con, but he gets funneled away by the flames and down to 17 health before he even gets to fire a shot. This round is completely done, Stomac should say.
This is real nice from Heroic. Some of the individual factor is starting to appear. Brolin had a rough map 1. This is the map 2. On Mirage, where he can show us what he's made of, and already huge impact from him in this first half. Nilo 13-3 as well. Is what you see, I would almost say more often than not from Heroic lately as well. You see Nilo getting these sorts of KDs every now and then, and you think to yourself, there's that star player that was promised when he joined, and the numbers that he puts forth lately have been superb.
Yeah, the question with Nilo is always just like, how far does that go in terms of when he gets these types of games?
Yeah.
It's often what we see as a limitation, perhaps, on a lot of young players up and coming, is that, well, listen, when you get into the bigger pond with the bigger fish, you cannot afford to be the little fish on a squad that has big fish expectations. So sometimes they don't necessarily deliver on those goods. But yeah, Nilo's had and is continuing to impress, but it only matters once you make those greater opportunities, which is what Heroic are trying to do here. They're
exactly
a map in the hole, but looking good on their selection in this series.
It would be a failure of catastrophic proportions if Heroic weren't playing the main event for the Esports World Cup, because they've already failed to qualify for Star Series. They lost in Bounty, like I mentioned. It's not been the best of start, but I tell you what, with more shots hit like that from just on the transfer, then it's beautiful. There is a crossfire to worry about by Lani. Lovely pre-fire on the third. 11 HP, still able to clear Susp after his transfer on short. The 2v2, the issue is he's now so very low. He'd love to be able to get near Ralls in any way to give him his M4. Now, the fact that Brolin and Martineza are taking a bit of time, I would argue it's possible, but not considering the fact that Brolin is waiting under bulk for that Ralls position.
Depends on whether or not Rawls gives him anything, and, well, he'll have to.
Yeah.
Molotov does the job for him. Bylani, this reposition could be everything. It has to be considered at even the slightest, even with Brolin's spot. If he gets killed first, and Martinez is not in a great position, this is a really, really nice reposition, actually, from Brolin. Creates a bit of distance. Martinez, maybe a dead man walking, but you can see Bylani's trying to piece the whole puzzle together, but he doesn't have that next piece. Martinez down, but there's no kit here for Bylani, and so Brolin out in the open actually gives him the fight he's looking for, but Brolin doesn't mess those ones up. Not on LAN, and not when Heroic need it.
Oh, that's such a nice try from Bylani. Unfortunately, that kill on Martinez a little bit whiffy. Not saying it would have changed anything, but it gave him less time to play with, at least. It was an amazing job to make that even winnable, but the fact that Rawls was in jungle pretty much that entire round, pinned in the corner, there was never a way out. I think he knew that Brolin could be out on the site somewhere and holding him, and in the end, it's Martinez who cleared him.
But you just imagine the world where Brolin just parks the bus under Bal, tries to play off Martinez. That could have been Bylani's round.
Exactly. Those are the fine margins. Maybe in an alternate universe, we're talking about a Bylani ace, not to beat. Final round of the first half of Mirage. Heroic a map down, but looking to make it evens again. And they're in full control. I've already mentioned how they have a pretty good record on their CT side with this new lineup. And they're already over halfway there to the finish line. Bylani will find Brolin, but Martinez finds Flay. Counterpart removed. Rawls now needs to deliver once again in jungle. This time finds one, but goes down to his counterpart, Crizzen. Bylani on an off angle. That's more like it. 2 more kills for 9. Leaves Martinez stuck, and there's no way they want to give Martinez 1v1s here. Kragan is a kit. They can afford to play time and take time if they want. But Martinez, in these sort of situations, with these sort of opportunities, we know he's a fiery character. And he can get pumped up. He can deliver moments like this. I will be planted near triple. Very open as well. That smoke gives him 3 peeks towards CT. Gonna check connector. Beautiful headshot on Kragan. Now Stomach, the new boy, the stand-in, has got to do it all. He's got a smoke of his own, but time is ticking, and Martinez from default is doing it all right now. He doesn't need to overpeak. It's Stomach who needs to make the move. Molly available, picked up for Stomach. Will that make any difference? Smoke is going to be okay, but he has to rear his head to get by Martinez, and you cannot get by Martinez. 1.5 from him. Heroic are more than back.
You just had this worrying feeling when you saw him in that clutch. Martinez does such a good job of finding that kill. I mean, the smoke as well to allow him more room on the bomb side. He builds a wall between triple and default, so he has options as to which fight he can take next. And they read that he was probably going to try and escape towards CT or peek into Con from that angle, but he's just too damn quick. And Stomach couldn't keep him contained. He thought he was CT, for God's sakes, and Martinez just simply put himself in a strong position to play off that bomb. So a very, very dominant half there from Heroic. Not necessarily every round looked clean, but I think just we saw these really nice power moves from a couple players, whether that was taking their timing and building themselves back in man deficits, whether it's that 2v4 from Brolin and Martinez, for example, or this time in a clutch, we get these multi-kill moments from the star pieces that we're expecting. You know, Nilo as well, at the start of this half especially, found a number of important openers and triple kills on that B-bomb site, so it's nice to see the things have arisen, perhaps, here for Heroic to come back in this series.
Yeah, Martinez, that's exactly the kind of thing he was brought into Heroic to do, because they had such a boo-ha-ha course of so many months with having to use, trying to use Alcaren, not being able to use Alcaren, using youngsters, a stand-in, Orpa, and sure, for someone who's a rifler, he wasn't awful, but this is the Martinez move, and this is what he can do. And hopefully we see more of that in his time with this team. Nice trade from Stomach, but already Heroic get the opening 2 kills and a quick 5v3 before it's cancelled. Bomb plant can come through on B here for 9. They've already got 2 players working their way through market. They need this underpass lurk of Rawls to somehow get 1 to make this even again. And because of the pause that 9 are making here, Heroic were a little bit concerned there could be a flank in play, but Stomach will drop to Brolin. That's the bomb dropped as well. We heard that from Bailani's POV. The beep as the bomb hits the ground. And then Bailani takes too long to really take a fight. So Nilo will take one for him and take him out of the round. Riles all alone. That lurk never really panned out for much. And he's about to get caught by Martinezza as well. All the information in the world. Difficult on the long-range dualies, but goosh. And that's 10 for Heroic.
Yeah, bang in the dirt is gone. No problems. Nice
Okay,
people.
Barry Scott.
10 rounds. 10 rounds.
If there's any person in chat who knows who Barry Scott is, I mean, to be fair, it was a pretty worldwide advert, but that's a niche one, I reckon. That's a niche one.
Yeah, I had to get cultured when I moved to the UK. So
yes.
It was something that I wasn't aware of, and then became so. But yeah, really nicely handled. I mean, you also just see just how strong... I really do enjoy watching these heroic CT sides, even if there's some moments where they're kind of struggling to get like mechanically in tune. You can just tell they have very good ideas of what they want to do with each other. They don't let they leave no bird behind. They always fly together. That's not a saying, but it will be.
Well, look, don't geese and swans fly in formation? It's mostly geese, isn't it? So there you go. Maybe on something. Some birds at least. Starlings, starling murmurations. You won't know what that is.
Wait, are you the bird man?
I am the bird man. Look, our colleague Lucy loves birds as well.
Okay.
We've bonded over that before. I'm sure there's, as I said earlier, I'm sure there's at least one person in chat that knows what a starling murmuration is. Okay, I believe.
Does my lack of bird knowledge, is that in bird culture not a good move?
What are you referring to in that sense?
I don't know. It's some Rick and Morty bit. I didn't want to commit fully.
Sometimes you got to go the full Monty.
I half goosed it.
Yeah, there you go. Eco cleaned up for Heroic. And as I said, CT is invariably their stronger side. So if they don't close from here, well, it'll be a massive shock. Nuke is on the horizon. That is Nine's main map pick, as I was saying. They have got pretty good results on it lately in the times they have played with this lineup. But Heroic, in general, have just been playing at a higher level. So you'd have to assume they'd still be slight favourites, even given that number and percentage. Problem behind the ramp with the MP9. Nine's buy is rough, but considering they're 11-3 behind, I don't blame them for giving it a look. Rollins too strong though. Double on the MP9 already. Somak and Kragan down. The reinforcements for Heroic have arrived. They've got 4 players around the bomb site already. All they need is just covering a little bit of middle just to make sure no one's flanking up, and it's going to work to perfection. No way in for 9. Easy as you like for Heroic, and it's going to be a similar purchase for 9 again to save the map.
Yeah, I know I was trying to hype up 9 earlier on, being like, well, you know, they looked like they weren't going to lose confidence. They were going to make moves that they wanted to make. But losing that one round where, you know, players are actually winning the one round where they've saved on one weapon with the Nilo, triple kill, saving the M4. Yeah, that round, I feel like, shook them down quite substantially, and they just haven't looked the same since. And we saw far more mistakes throughout this game, but they need this path to recovery to start now, and it's not looking good out the gate. Prison out from connector, goes and double dips for even more, and so now it has to be the ramp attack, but Brolin accounts for it. The MP9 does its job, and he tethers with Brolan. No problems whatsoever. A very dominant scoreline here for Heroic, a 13-3 after being a little gobsmacked, perhaps, that 9 put up such a fight on Ancient.
Yeah, that's much more like it for Heroic. Sure, it's a map that, especially with this lineup, they've adopted and adopted well. It's not just, you know, these local lands that they've been winning maps on. It's the online tournaments as well against difficult teams to beat, like your K27s, like your Hotus, right? These are teams that are just known for being so damn good online. So, yeah, no surprise, really, for me there. It was the bounce back that is the absolute necessity. If they lost 2-0, that's a significant upset, probably of the whole tournament so far. So, yeah, we go to Nuke, and that doesn't surprise me. I'm hopeful, when we do see a bit of Nuke, which will be, of course, not too far away, that 9 give us a better game than that.
I think the good news for 9 is that, you know, when you end up in these mid-rounds on Ancient or Mirage, I do think there has to be some more creative thinking. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of different routes you can take. How fast do you want to go? Do you think you can run it this time? I think there's a lot of possibilities on that front, but a map like Nuke, especially when it comes to CT decision-making, there are easier linear trees that you can go through that are a bit more rigid. You don't have to think too much in situations. You play off of information. There's a nice flow chart that you can map out as a team about how you want to react. I'm not sure that we had those protocols perhaps on Ancient and Mirage in the same way, but that's why I believe strong nuke teams often succeed, is that they understand that flow chart at any given moment so inherently. So yeah, it's a way that even if they may be struggling on that confidence front, like I think happened to them as this bump in Mirage, it's a way that they can turn their brain off for a second and rely on the practice and the rehearsal that they've done, even with this whole stand-in situation.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in general, as we run through some of the highlights here for Heroic, they just looked way more of a cohesive unit than 9 ever probably will, I think, with this roster. They haven't really played that much of Mirage, but simply... and yeah, Heroic have always had the players that play Mirage well, even in previous lineups they have played. And most importantly, Flay had a brilliant map 1, we mentioned. We wanted more from Martinezza and Brolin. Brolin activated brilliantly in certain moments to bring back, 2v5s and 3v5s. Martinezza had a great clutch, that crazy flick into CT as well. Just a very consistent map from him, and that is what Heroic have desperately called out for so long. An AWPer who can do that in moments, and they've had to make do with a rifle in the AWP role for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So this is why, at the beginning of the season, when Heroic made these moves, my call was that they are going to be the most improved team over the course of the season.
Sure.
And look, it's not going perfectly so far. They've lost a map to 9 and they've lost a few qualifiers, but in time to come, I think they're going to be pushing top 12 even.
I'm just glad they've got an AWPer that wants to be an AWPer and looks like he wants to play with them. So they've gone and chopped around for quite a few AWPers, right? So
yeah.
this is one of those moves that did make sense and definitely paid off massively, more so on Mirage than on Ancient, because I think we were really surprised that Flay was such a big difference maker. A Flay that also kind of disappeared on this map. So kind of hoping for the best of both worlds as we move into our decider. Like Nuke can be a very strong AWPer map, but you've got to take a couple of risks. The slow play ramp, just holding outside. You can get kills there, but the high impact players, your Z-Woos, your Monacies, those types, that's what makes me fall in love with AWPers on Nuke, because they can be so creative, they're so quick, and they play it like a rifle at times, but they just catch players off so often by doing it. I'm not sure Flay is there, but I saw the spark from Martinez in a couple of those moments, so kind of hoping he gives us a bit more of that fire moving into Nuke. But before we get there, we'll have to go to a break. So we'll see you on the final map within this group after that.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, gamers. We've got many of your kind over here in Paris for the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier on LAN, the biggest open qualifier that's ever been done in CS2. It's a beautiful sight over here, and who will be feeling like it is the most beautiful sight at the end of this series. 9 and Heroic have reached a third map of Nuke.
Not only big, but also just pretty brill. I mean, we've got good PCs, good setups. Luxury open qualifier experience with some pretty damn good teams here in this upper bracket. We expect to see both Heroic and 9 emerge out of this group, if we're being quite honest, but only one can make it through on the easier side of things. You know, play 2 games, make it through your group, you're feeling nice and pretty, but you don't want to have to end up in that situation where you're against a team that you have very little data about in a last game out of the group. It could be quite scrappy. So yeah, this will be a nice advantage to have. It means as well they can actually have some time to enjoy the rest of their evening as opposed to grinding things out later on.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's any one of the supposed top teams in this qualifier, the ones that do have, you know, VRS points to protect, that gets embarrassed by one of these, you know, lower ranked opposition teams. I think it was Iberian Sol you said that lost earlier.
Yeah.
There's a couple already that have lost maps we maybe wouldn't expect them to do. So yeah, that's the beauty of a qualifier like this. It gives many an opportunity.
I mean, everybody laughed when it was Los Cogutos who beat Astralis, and everyone's like, Los who? And that ended up becoming a team that we came to respect within the Polish scene, but at the time, they weren't anybody.
Yeah.
So at something like EWC, when this is your last opportunity, you get a chance to play them online. You don't have the craziness that can happen in online where you see players make moves you just know they wouldn't do in proper officials, but now you have this chance. You can't squander those types of opportunities. You know, we have a lot of teams with high expectations here that are building back into this season. We have teams that come in unranked, still hoping that they can make the major by slingshotting their way through, by playing big events just like EWC. And so we find ourselves on the decider map here on Nuke. 9 starting on that CT side, but Heroic will have to show us their chops on the attack.
Indeed, and even for a team like 9, even though they're more known as a Tier 2 roster, right, any win here will just skyrocket their VRS and get them in contention again. It's the same for majority of teams playing this tournament. Oh, what a start to Nuke for Martinezza. P250 scouring outside as AWPers so often get given, and Flay already deleted. Trying to lure one more peek out, I think. Maybe from the mini player in Kragan. And Riles now will rotate back to check Hut, as that is a position that's exposed. Brolin is in that Hut area at the moment, waiting to pounce through. Kragan will maneuver top Hut, actually, but the flash is really good. And in comes the face, and there's no resistance at all for 9. It's a beautiful pistol. It all starts off with that Martinezza P250 tap, and once they know that shot is hit, it all falls into place, and it feels like it was a guarantee.
Yeah, you get that kill that quick, you know CTs are going to have to do something. You know, whether that's take over position and ramp or investigate or hunt for anything. By doing nothing here, Heroic just poised themselves perfectly for a split on that bomb site, and there's just so little you can do. You don't know what timing to anticipate things. If it's at the start of the round, you have players playing anti-flash very frequently. You can get set up in these crossfires, but when it's in the middle of those types of moments where a player gets caught out in the open who's supposed to be first contact, things can break down very quickly, and did so here. So I think Heroic understood exactly what they had in that one kill, was that, guys, they're a man down so early in the round, they're in trouble. It's well recognized and well capitalized upon. Force buy, though, from 9. We've seen a lot of saves, actually, throughout this series. You know, maybe a couple of force buys. Usually at the start of the game, we've seen the force buy, but seen them respect and try and get those gun rounds out as quick as possible. But a resource-heavy map like Nuke on CT, you want those resources, but you can just hit headshots too. Kragan already found his, and so 4 remain here for Heroic, and Proland loses to the 5-7 in door.
And Raz is going to gamble forward to pick up that AK. You know what? Now he's gotten his 1. He'll probably gamble forward for more. He does, because he knows ramp has been taken. Heroic need space around the map from somewhere. Otherwise, there's no way to hold on to this second round. This would be a huge one for 9. This is one of their stronger maps, one they invariably pick into in this third map beside, and I'll get onto more of that and those numbers in a moment, because there is a discrepancy there. Double door opened, and Martinez has put on notice from that, but they might realize with no peek that it's kind of a bait in for another position. Flash 2 peek forward, that was up by Lanny's MP7 from the corner, and doesn't overswing either. Raz's AK is doing so much damage, and now Nilo has to do it all by himself. 2 in the round already. But no real position to do more. Oh, Flay, he'll be annoyed he dropped there. That was not a bad angle for him, but Nilo again hits the headshot. 3 HP though, 20 seconds, going back up toward the A-bomb site. And the issue is, Kragan is already around that hut area.
Saw him.
And I think now, even though he is going to fake that bomb and look for a fight, it's going to be very difficult. He'd have to hit an immediate headshot again. And Kragan will not allow that one. So good recovery from 9 early.
Almost the absence of a reaction. Like, he still went for the fake plant. He knew that the player was in hut, but I think it was called by his teammate there, because his immediate instinct to plant and just did so in such a compromised spot just gave me the inkling that it was communicated. But you could see how fearful 9 were of making a mistake, because it happened on Mirage, and they're able to skirt by it. So force buy goes their way, and of course we'll see that force back. Heroic want to strike while the iron's hot.
No chance to get any automatic weapon, though, in this force back. Sometimes you do see MAC-10s and maybe a Galil, but in certain moments like this, it's going to have to be the fast-moving Tech 9s. And they are going to group up toward ramp by Lanny in charge of that position. The flash will come through to put him on notice. Good kill, and it's 1.5 as well. And he's not even gone down yet. Not even taking any points of damage yet. Flay will peek to help out. Martinez could get caught, but it can't be a laboured fight. Oh, he gets 2 accidental kills pretty much as they walk into his spray. He was fighting Martinez while full blind, gets a headshot and a follow-up spray down, and that just relaxes things entirely for 9.
I almost feel like he just let it all go in that moment. He released himself from all earthly possessions. He didn't move his mouse when he got flashed. He was just, my crosshair's in the right spot. If they run into it, they might die, and 2 did. So I guess a great job.
Yeah, I want to talk about, as this is probably a susp save / they're going to hunt him at some point here in this 1v4. Probably not much to talk about. 9s, as I said, it's kind of their main pick. If you look at the numbers in a brief way, you say, oh my goodness, 83% in 6 maps versus only 40 in 10 maps. For Heroic, but you have to look at who they've played. For 9, it's much lower tier opposition, as Ral should get this kill for free. Bosch, 1 tap for style points. Yeah, I mean, Heroic, they've played a lot more representative opponents on the map. They beat Mongols at Bounty 13-5. Sure, it's a new Mongols, but still. Beat K27 at LAN. Lost to NIP in the Starlighter Qualifier. But still, look at who 9 have played. It's very, very different. Much lower tier. ABT, the Portuguese team who are competing at this very event. Brute at Stake Pulse, and the quadruple 6 Ukrainian team as well. But even when they had their old lineup, they managed to beat Gamer Legion at Super Draculan and Sashi as well. Not bad wins at all. And their CT side record on Nuke is superb at 70.6, which is a little bit higher than average. So you have to see if they can continue pushing forward on that side right here, which they should against 5 Glocks.
That's why the context is always important. You know, when everybody's talking about the Vitality era, I'm looking at their map win percentage and I'm like, they must be playing noobs. 80%? What do you mean? How could that be possible? Like every map. Doing it against the best.
Hey man, shout out Dust Moret one time. Maybe sex killed the Vitality era.
Yeah, well, yeah. You should have copyrighted that, unfortunately.
Well, I gave him a name check.
Yeah, well. Still, I'm not giving him any royalties.
Fortunately for Vitality, fortunately for Mezzi and Apex, obviously, starting a family and continuing their family, I think in both their cases. But they'll be using JL at some big events coming up. 2 separate events for 2 separate players. One for Mezzi, one for Apex. They're calling on JL's services. 5 players alive for 9 against the full eco. Good for their money build. Is that a Lilo and Stitch plushie? It is, isn't it? As a mascot.
I would have said Lilo, but yeah.
Ah, sorry, yeah.
Like Nilo, actually.
Yes, maybe. Maybe that's the thing in my brain that's caused that one.
But I do believe so. I didn't really get a clear look at it, but
I've seen quite a few teams actually with mascots here, little plushies. Pretty cool.
Well, if a team can be coached by one, don't let your dreams be dreams.
Indeed, indeed. A plushie has an HLTV profile.
I know.
To the rage of many, maybe.
Yeah, much to the dismay of many who try. Lifetime accomplishment given to an inanimate object. Only a first chapter for most. It's a very slow round here from Heroic. Leaning wall of smokes. They don't actually put any pressure towards Secret. That's face checked immediately by 9. They actually wanted to get a bit aggressive out from those Secret steps. And so this early fake towards outside is kind of what they wanted to see. No early commitment. Nothing they have to be too worried about. Sus was identified as being in that pocket just outside. So they'll keep tabs on that. But they immediately reset. They realize that idea is maybe not going to work, that the aggression won't be successful, and what do Heroic do? They throw the same wall again. So maybe sticking to their guns might have proven fruitful. They will blow open the smoke, but they'll be working off of incomplete information. They know that the lower bomb site could have some company.
And they're ready for it. In comes the A push, and it's all through Squeaky. So that allows space for the MP9 to walk into Hut. But the thing is, they are very aware of that possibility. And every angle is held. Look at the vent push coming through from Bylani, though. This could be big with a push from Heaven too. But in the end, Heroic have everything covered really nicely, actually. Multiple of those pushes, and the timings of which 9 did them, could have created a very different result, but Heroic had good awareness of every single push.
Yeah, I think, when you look at teams and how they react on CT sides, I think the team that I noticed did this the most was Spirit. I watched a lot of Spirit, unfortunately, but,
Unfortunately?
Well, they're not always the best team to watch in some respects, but, they like to flood bomb sites on retakes, or before sometimes the hit is fully complete, necessarily. Like, as soon as the rotate comes, you just immediately swing, and it felt like 9 was doing something similar, and almost got away with it as well. Trades were fantastic. Blowing the smoke is even better, and with this forward pressure from Kragan, they're collecting on a swamp of kills towards the red container, and the high ground taken. Martinez has nowhere to go. Shouldn't have tried it. Gets sliced in half, and Brolin has no friends to see because he was on a separate expedition.
Yeah, really nice confidence there from Kragan with how he took those fights outside. Could he be in for, I was about to say a full 4, but that tight angle is held by Brolin nicely, or peaked by Brolin nicely. And Kragan has been through multiple different iterations of teams in his career, multiple different iterations of 9, multiple of the Ecstatic, which became Gaming Gladiators, which unfortunately was a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
And that's where his numbers and consistency as an individual rifler really started to peter off slightly. So it's really promising for him that overall he's having a very good game here against what is a team that you could argue is at the tippy top of tier 1.5, if you want to call it that.
All it takes is one piece to leave, and the whole house comes crashing down. I think that's happened to a couple of Danish rosters that have shown some promise, is that one piece either gets removed or changed out, and they go through a rough period, and everything else just seems to go with it. That's why family and community is so important.
I mean, yeah,
or maybe they just don't have enough kids.
Who knows?
The dad buff is real.
Yeah, supposedly. Also the conversation piece that, seen some videos posted by a couple of content creators lately as well about, the stresses and strains of traveling all year. Like, fans just don't take those things into account. Like, your average fan won't appreciate the, the burnout and the stress and the amount of hours you have to sit in an airport kind of doing nothing other than scrolling reels, It takes its toll. That's why you need the right people around you and the right people in the organization around you as well.
Well, you always, the European players I sympathize with, but it's really the extremes, the Asia and South America, where I feel like it's even worse because so many tournaments are held in more Euro-centric. Or we're branching out more as of late. We're going to South America for the major after Singapore. We're going to those two extremes. So we're trying to seemingly find a balance somewhere, but that might actually just make it difficult for everybody, or more difficult for everybody, because you have to commit so many more hours and
facilities and just mainly time, because there's a lot of these South American teams. I mean, look at 9Z for goodness sake. They're top 3 VRS or top 5 VRS at the moment, and they would have all played from South America for so many of their careers, but now teams like Legacy, like 9Z, they are starting to just boot camp for even longer in different places in EU. Yeah, 4th in the VRS at the moment. Yes. Not bad. The highest rank they've ever been.
Well, they're also a bit streaky.
Indeed. Ecstasy Pro League may be propping them up a little bit.
Maybe this time will be different.
Who knows? The buy for Heroic, considering they won one and then lost one, is not perfect. Bron kept his AK and managed to get one more on the way out, as we saw from top silo at the end of the round.
They haven't really done anything with this leaning wall this half yet, so maybe this time will be different. They built a secondary wall, and it's really just a fake. The fact they've committed 4 smokes early on into the round, they're trying to sell the idea that it is heavy presence outside. There's only one rotator for 9.
Dougalil's AK, Tech 9 Deagle. This is where 9 can really try to streak clear on their CT side. Susp will work his way down. Kraken now gets put on notice toward Hell. Uses one, gets his one. Only just, though. It's a nice trade from Nilo, and that means that there could be a rifle to be retrieved there, too, as Nilo will pick up that AK. Flay's in a difficult position. The AWP from here is not easy. Rifle? Maybe so. Thankfully, he's got support from Riles. It will hold him to double 2, but now double has been taken out by Susp. That leaves Flay in a pretty much impossible situation. It relied so much on his captain there. Even though Riles is having a great game, that one was difficult. Balani needs a great timing to open single door and get a fight, but he won't get it, and that will be known about for Heroic. Stomach is lurking in, and that is still not a dead set guarantee. If he finds Susp is only 34 HP, could spin back, find another. There's a glimmer of hope, but now Nilo is found by Lani. That glimmer of hope is going to dissipate and fade away. What a round for Heroic to win.
Yeah. I like as well that Stomach just recognizes that the round is done at that point. The door is open. The fact that Nilo is swinging to decon in that fashion, he knows she's just walking into a crossfire, essentially. So, has a bit of an awkward spot. You're right to highlight, Riles and Flay. They didn't exactly put themselves in great spots. Riles desperately needed that secondary door kill just so he could be that primary presence so that Flay could focus on ramp. But yeah, it was too much to handle. And it gets a little too hot under the collar there for Flay. He had a fantastic first map. For those that didn't watch it, he was hitting everything. In fact, might have been the only one really hitting shots on that 9 side before the second half. But he's just not looked the same. Even on that CT side, on that Ancient, he didn't really look the same. I like the fact he's streaky. I understand that. But we saw such great streaks.
I know.
And experiencing the drought. Or I guess he is, but me indirectly. I'm affected.
To be fair, we are both experiencing drought in the UK. People associate the UK with rain, and I don't think it's rained for about 2 months.
Yeah.
We are genuinely having hosepipe bans and everything back in the UK, and it's not exactly that far off temperature-wise in Paris either. Pretty warm over here. Warm in the server as well, as the Molotovs litter outside and near door. Kraken again is looking to try and fight around this smoke, and he's already gotten great success from doing so earlier on. A nice angle held by Martinez. Kraken goes back to peek silo from a position that usually an AWP would peek it from. Doesn't work out. Martinez is given another fight, but in the end it's Susp will cover him. And this is Heroic showing their default is strong.
Not a bad response, though, from Flay, because he's cut off the bomb. So, Presence swords outside, Presence inside the lobby, but Flay kind of needs to hold on to this package. He's calling the troops over, because they're going to have to take a stand here.
Yeah, and Stomach moving forward is exactly what they need. This is the way back into the round. The smoke toward Trophy is good, but there's still 50 seconds for Heroic to wait it out, and they can wait it out. The question for Heroic is, can they get one player in a more unpredictable position? And I think that's why Riles has moved up toward T-Roof, because he has a great opportunity to flank them and drop down behind them. He might do so right now. There it is. Easy kill on Martineza. Flay dropping the bomb has changed everything. I mentioned the default working, but maybe not done yet. Nilo's lurking from behind. That's what I was talking about. Flank on flank. Now Brolin will move forward with him. It's a standoff in lobby. Bomb has been retrieved. Can they get away from Somak? They can't. It's a great catch from him, and he finds Nilo as well. That's a huge moment from 9 stand-in, and they're back up to a 2-round lead.
Yeah, but it is all on Flay. I mean, cut them off. They realize, they pause, they're trying to get into themselves composed for what's coming, and just in that moment to get their composure, Rawls finds this gap to slink up T-Roof, and then all the contact happens, which provides him the perfect cover to make this drop play like you were talking about. So, yeah, they exposed themselves to behind, but they did more than enough damage. You saw how uncomfortable Heroic looked there after such a promising start. They got 2 openers, and then they just hemorrhage and bleed out.
It's only because of that Flay pick, really. Caught in transition with that bomb.
Yeah, I mean, a 3v5 turned around so quick.
Flay's looking to fight again. Is he going to clear Brolin? Well, he's going to have to now, because Riles has gone down. That flash is going to be awkward for Flay, though. You won't be expecting that one, but hits the shot while full blind. That's 3 kills that Flay has found of his 5 so far on this map that have come with no vision.
I will say, you don't ask, you don't get. I asked for some Flay magic, and he's back on the menu.
Oh, damage done. Almost a team kill there from Kragan on Stomach, actually. I think there might have been a bit of team damage when he sprayed that smoke. Will go down, though. He's out of bullets, and Nilo again finds a recovery. Pretty similar situation in this 3v3. Stomach very low, Nilo very low. Just the weaponry is better for 9. And Flay's going to make a move again.
Yeah, very active choices. I mean, the 2 players down towards Secret as well, probing. Flay is taking a bit of a risk by doing so independently, especially with that AWP, but Nilo's spot, it's strong, and the flick back is even better. Timing for Crizzen is fantastic, and, well, they went for a war of attrition, but they've been blindsided on a couple of corners that go uncleared. Full health on Crizzen and Martinez, and Bailani gave his position away by throwing that nade, but a little bit of misdirection, trying to reroute and catch them also by surprise.
Crizzen's picked up that AWP now, though, and he'll get trained on Heaven. Shot missed, however. Didn't get a tag either. Flash to deny. They don't know that he doesn't have a kit, so that will force him forward, but Martinez are too reliable. That's a great recovery from Heroic. Almost a little bit of a deja vu from the previous round of how that is recovered with that lurk round from Crizzen. It was Nilo before that almost recovered the bomb when it was stuck in lobby. In that round, it's a Tech 9 coming down from T-Roof, which catches Flay in that forward position I was talking about.
These mid-round ladder plays to T-Roof. They're tricky. Raul's got the drop, and now Crizzen. Only the big brain players do it.
It's been a bit of a back and forth in terms of the economy in the last few rounds as well for both these 2 teams. Heroic have been put on the edge of breaking a few times, and 9 pretty much are broken. It will be properly if they lose this one. This is their full force with 5.7s and MP9s, or MP9 solitary on Kragan. This is the chance for Heroic to at least tie the half from here. 5-5 should become 6-5 if they win this one.
Well, they've made their presence known, taking deep garage control. Sus will try and sneak alongside his in-game leader. Crizzen's the one with the bomb. So the fact he's doing so quite separate from his players does have me a little concerned. He'll be the first to make the ascent. And it's a strong angle here from Flay. Crizin, yeah, just a dead man walking. Sus needs this trade and will succeed at it, but he gets hounded down by the MP9 from behind. Orp will rattle off right behind Kragan on the exit, but this 3-on-3 is hectic. Brolin finds the way out of a bad situation, knows that there's a player on toe, but he gets completely clotheslined. 30 seconds. Bomb still yet to be recovered, and Kragan is still inside of heaven.
Oh, he's hearing everything as well. He's got a very powerful position. If any of these two players go up the ladder, they're not being quiet about it. There you go, there's the fly up. Only just gets that, to be fair. Could have been out of bullets for a moment. And Martineza, now with 13 seconds, can't get anywhere near the fight. So he's going to try and get away in some fashion. Tag, but no frag. Could get peeked from hell, actually, if he's not careful. And he's worried about that, so he should just stay hidden behind the forklift, and does. So, again, the back and forth. Again, neither one of these two teams want to give control, and it's that 5-7 and Deagle buy that gets 9 back to, again, a 2-round lead.
I mean, you think about it from Heroic's perspective. They throw outside smokes, they clear garage, they see nothing. They don't see a jiggle from heaven. They don't get an inkling of 9's setup whatsoever, and then all of a sudden, kill from the box, kill from lockers. There's another where that came from. Kragan comes swinging out. It just goes 0 to 100 so quickly, and meanwhile, Berlin is engaged with 2 players, 1 ramp, one from hut. So these pinches and the pressure that 9 decided to go off of after those first couple of kills happened, really just, I mean, you can imagine the comms from Heroic's point of view. Total stress. And that was a round where they didn't have the most to work off of, so yeah, just applying a little bit of pressure, and Heroic break.
The run boost for Martineza to take the fight into secret and outside a bit quicker will be flashed off. No AWP for Flay, unfortunately, in this round. So maybe could be a bit difficult.
Strong position there for Flay, especially with how Garage has been navigated. Yeah, I mean, they didn't expect Brolin. Dragon tried to make the descent quite quick to be, but he gets completely cut off. It's still fast-paced here by Heroic, and Bailani is in transit, doesn't get into a safe or comfortable position whatsoever, and it's Brolin's AK that struggles a bit to collect on another, but that AK is not recoverable, and Martinez's AWP now sings. So this should be a 5th round punched in here for Heroic off of yet another low econ round.
Who would have thought it?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't the worst it could have been. You know, we saw rounds before where they had only Tech 9s, but we had Galils, we had the AWP on Martinez, of course carried over from the round gone by. Yeah, they're happy that they had those extra resources, but it's really Brolin's kill that messes the whole flow chart up there for 9.
There's no flow with the flow chart at the moment. It's been back and forth since I don't know, 3-2, I think here. Either one of these two teams have been able to get 2 rounds in a row. But I think Heroic will be the happier of the two to assert themselves with at least 5 on the T side. In general, on LAN, CT sides are a little bit stronger. Of course, that's where we are situated, in Paris. Crazy open LAN with 64 teams involved. That's a lot of players.
Yeah, no, it is. Maybe too many.
That's why we get rid of half of them today.
We'll deal with the other half later. Yeah, love that we get those types of experiences, because it's not always that you're going to have this type of quality. Brolin's taking a chance inside the smoke. Rals,
hello.
Brolin was trying to break the vent, but he's done damage to Rals instead. Stomach dies in the meantime, and Brolin realizing that maybe there was something blocking my path, and he has cleared it out as soon as that smoke goes. All the re-aggressive moves, all these pushes, them wanting to play up close. Heroic breeze past it.
That streak will be broken. Looks like 2 rounds in a row here. And that's Kragan. He can give us something crazy. And with a FAMAS, when you're getting a fight while a player's jumping, is not too easy. Honours even at half, about to come through. Balani's on the wrong bomb site, and we have no way of knowing who's going to be winning this BO3. And stay Honours even this evening. And what's really exciting about this for 9 is that they'll know it's within touching distance now. I know it's not the greatest CT half for them, but at the same time, they'll be feeling like they're making progress as a roster. Balani's just going to try and look for kills here. He wants any sort of extra number added to his KD. That's where we'll end the half. 6-6. And Heroic, you could argue, slight favourites from here going onto that CT side, and they're going to need to be.
But if you're really a nuke team or you're really an Inferno team, your T sides have to be well polished. You know, that's. Yeah. I think there was a time, especially on Inferno, where you could justify the. I think it was like a 55-45 split to T side on Inferno, and a lot of that justification actually comes from, I think, just teams that pick it, because their win rates would be 65%, and the median for deciders would be probably about 50-50 actually. But yeah, these more tactical maps, you are expecting layers from the teams that often succeed on it, and want to play it, or I guess in this case, have to.
Big pistol for 9. Flash on Flay. It was Martinez who went searching with his P250 in the pistol round. Now it's Flay's turn. Riles tries to get down in front of Mini as silently as possible before he has to drop, and unfortunately doesn't last too long. Bolin will tap him. Prison's getting multiple opportunities and does finally click Kragan, but Somak's able to return it. 2v4, however. Thankfully for 9, they still have the bomb to, I'm about to say in tow, but not anymore. Nilo's going to tap Somak with ease and then find Balani like he's not even there too. That was incredibly clean considering there was some progress down toward the B-bomb site for 9.
And some missed shots from Nilo. He really took his time dealing with the player outside. He had a free kill, player not looking his direction at all, and then all of a sudden, reinforcing that B-bomb site, he just needed to catch players in movement. Those kills were nice and sharp. So we got all the whiffs out of the way early in this half. He won't miss again.
I'll take your word for it. Of course, there's many games going down now at the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. A crazy amount. We've still got the whole other group of players, of course, to come through, and I think they're just filing in now to get set up and everything. And there's been many results come through as well. Big, I think, managed to 2-0 Fluxo, which is a nice one for them. That means they're already through to playoffs, I believe.
Ooh, that's good. We like that.
We've seen BC Game 2-0-1 win as well. Apparently you don't like that.
Oh, yeah, I maybe had some higher hopes.
Fnatic are also through to playoffs as it stands. They won their winners match 2-0 as well, of course helped out by the fact that Iberian Soul, the supposed favourites, did lose their game, so Fnatic had a much easier matchup in their winners match. Hotu won their opening round and beat Gen 1 to make playoffs 2. Got Dendelay beating the new Saw lineup. That means Saw will have to play the decider match tomorrow.
I like that result. Big fan of Dendelay. Actually.
Yeah, Dendelay are a lot of fun. I think one of my predictions at the beginning of the season was that Dendelay, the old Sharks name obviously, would be overtaking Pain, but Pain has some decent results lately, so I think I'll maybe hold my horses on that one. Inner Circle also through to playoffs, so all good names that we expect to make it through so far have held up their end of the bargain. One win versus Basement Boys is a pretty interesting decider, considering Basement Boys did take a map off of BC Game. Something to work with for them. Maybe they could give One Win a bit of a match. Right now, this is actually, just looking at the results on my screen here, this is the last game we have running of all of the first group of teams.
I was going to say, when you're going on that amble, it's like, I've been checking behind us a few times, and it's a lot more vacant than it was before.
So. Yeah, it's directly behind us as we look.
So that all tracks, in fact. A little dangerous, the spam battle outside. Prison doesn't actually take any damage, but Kraken does. Nilo moving forward with the Molotov behind him. He'll get away with his kill and back off. He has the ability to slink the back down secret, and he'll make that choice. Martinez still keeps hold of outside as well, but it's a very committed decision to play double main as well here for Heroic. They gave up a lot of space on the bomb site, but good news for them. 9 didn't take anything back.
If you combine map 2 and 3 right now, Nilo is having a bit of a masterclass. Up to 17 and 7 here. And it's crazy that he was that far pushed up at a secret and still got that kill. Prison on Rals. This feels like a dead search with Rals only 14 HP. Depends on timing. He's now worried about the door presence, and he'd be right to be that worried. That will activate Rals, gets away with his kill. 2v3, and of course Nilo is 4 HP, doesn't want to shoot on the ladder, takes his time beautifully in fact. And now it'll be very difficult for Balani to spin. He cannot spin. Brolin gets the kill. Heroic now are in full control.
It's also just what makes, high-quality players look so good is that they recognize just how uncomfortable positions like that are. You get a timing kill on a player outside, but the fact that he has been timing in that way, is there somebody that's supposed to be watching outside and I've just managed to slip the net somehow? Rals is hyper-conscious of that, has to turn his attention away. He's trying to cover his teammate on the plant, but he can only cover one angle, maybe two, and being on low health, neither was going to be that successful. So, yeah, nice patience there from Nilo to catch that player having to juggle so many responsibilities while his teammate tried to get a plant and get themselves in a position where they could actually start thinking about winning the round.
Mention some of the teams that are through to playoffs already. Here's just some of the names that we're going to have competing later. Echo, the Danish team. OG, Cadian led. Eyeballers, Phantom, 100 Thieves are on their way. Liquid are arriving. We've got Focus, Medisport. We've got Ascend, the Bulgarian boys, looking to try and make playoffs of a big qualifier. K27, VP Sangal. I would argue that VP Sangal game is probably the most upset potential there. So lots of big names still to come to try and fight for the main event.
Say VP Sangal upset, but who's the upset?
Sangal.
Yeah.
Sangal winning with the upset. They haven't played for 4 months, mate.
Well, yeah.
And it's a completely different lineup. Funny position for Sangal to be in. But back to the pistol rush here for 9. Kraken's able to find that opener, but in the end it's going into many men in toward hell. And that's not a place you want to go. Martinez will hold on as well. Big reaction from the boys on Heroic, and they know they're now getting ever closer to not having to worry about that decider match.
Yeah, absolutely. They see the finish line. They feel confident. The players are hitting good shots. I think there were times on that Ancient where the calls were okay, but the shots didn't really back that up. You're getting outdueled by either a Flay or a Bailani or a Kraken. There were these honestly great aim displays from those players, but Heroic just didn't offer us up that much. We're getting a much fuller looking package here from Heroic.
Yeah, and overall, I think they can be pretty content. Nilo, again, is making moves. Look at this. He's got 20 kills in the game already, and Balani's going to get caught on the ladder of all things. Nightmare for him to feel like he just hasn't had any say in the round at all. Well, it's time for Nilo to push. He'll probably be saying to himself, why are you there on that timing? Great flash outside as well. Prison delivers. Martinez sets him up to perfection. It's all these extra little facets of the game for Heroic that is giving them more comfort in these rounds, getting them started, forcing 9 to play catch-up. Here's Nilo doing it all over again. Keep counting with me. 22, 23. Is he going to find 24 as well on Rals? Of course he is. Big quad kill from Nilo. The last 2 maps, he has been elite.
I was worried you were going to start growing fangs and turning into a puppet, counting that way. But there is, reason to be excited for a player that still has so much to show us against a team that humbled them initially. Yeah, he's been lights out. There was real excitement when he first came onto the circuit, when he first got brought into Heroic, and then the excitement died down because he just didn't play. But we should stop, behold, and be happy to see the growth we continue to see.
Yeah.
Because not everybody can be an instant superstar, an instant world beater.
Map 1, 13 to 19, KD. Map 2, 18 to 6. And now we've got him at, I think, 24 to 8 we just saw.
I don't know. You're the one counting, so I will.
That is true.
Yeah.
And look, I've never been to school, so the fact I counted that well is impressive.
And you nailed it.
Round 18. The bye for 9, of course, is rough around the edges. It's one of those half buys that is winnable, but they're going to need to win one of these to have any say in this BO3 anymore. Of course, as a reminder, they won't be eliminated. They'll go down to the decider game, which they should be favoured in. So they will be expecting playoffs in this qualifier at an absolute minimum. Longer range doesn't work out for the Tech 9 there, but Kragan gets a closer duel against Brolin, and that could be a way in. Surspral managed to grab his, and they are looking to try and pincer upon him, but he's just got help. He's got Martinezza toward heaven. Spray down works for one, but Baleni answers, and then Martinezza gets his. Nilo then appears on the scene. Of course he does. Another one to add to the tally. And Heroic are one away from the playoffs.
And that's why the statistics, when we come into a map like this, where we're looking at Nuke, strong map for 9, they can be deceptive because you talk about the caliber of opposition that you face, and it is a night and day difference. I mean, Heroic don't even look that pressed. Like, it comes down to 2 members, but they never lose control. They never lose tempo in that round. That's where you see the best teams excel, is actually breaking tempo, but everything is just falling into place here for Heroic.
Oh, it's looking beautiful. Martinez is now popping off all by himself. It's going to force 9 to try and take some fight through Heart. They're getting picked off one by one. They know this one is all over. They fought well. Map 1 was very impressive. We saw the fly we wanted to see, but now we've seen the quality difference. Heroic getting ever closer to the main event for EWC.
Yeah, I mean, doing a bang-up job along the way. And this is a great sign as well. You know, you had a couple of moments where we saw that Brolin impact. You know, he's the piece that I think people are most wary of, given his previous role, the new responsibilities he's now going to pertain to. We saw a bit of a Shy Martinez the first map, and then we saw the engine start to roar, Mirage into Nuke. You know, there were moments where you grew concerned for Heroic, but that's part of the hero's journey. You have to go through a bit of strife, learn a lesson or two, and then answer back stronger. So, I mean, we saw that ship turn around for them quite substantially. 9, unfortunately, just fell a little out of their depth in more than a few moments, actually.
Yeah, a bit of a shame, but at the same time, when you just look at the level of opposition like we're talking about, the Heroic have played in tournaments of a decent caliber as well, there is just a massive difference there. And in general, when we've seen 9 play, it's not been as high quality lands either, like Stake Pulse and these other smaller ones that they've been playing. And also, just haven't played that much in general. It's only those 2 lands they played before they came here. Been focusing mainly on those lands to try and get as many points as possible. This, of course, is a great opportunity for them, which they're not eliminated from yet. But you can see that with this lineup that, only played a couple of events, there's quite a lot of work to do.
No, yeah, absolutely. For them, they would obviously prefer they weren't in a situation where they have to work with different pieces. You know, there are circumstances that are out of your control, but they have the same ambitions as many other teams here. They know that they need to get past this group. They need to progress. They can't afford to slip up in those moments. This is the game that they should have expected to lose. So I'm kind of hoping that nothing compounds into greater issues here for 9 down the stretch, because they played a solid game. They really did, but unfortunately, I just don't think this was a team that they were supposed to beat today. Heroic were, I think, a little caught out by how aggressive actually 9 wanted to be in certain moments, because I think at times I can see them be a bit too passive. We saw that kind of rear its head throughout the series, but when I watch them in online play, they'll go from hyper aggressive to, okay, let's do absolutely nothing for the next 4 rounds. So I think they were just adding the frequency, maybe trying to get the intensity up because it's a LAN environment, and it translated well until it didn't.
Yeah, and I think when you go up against players of the quality that we've seen from Heroic, like, they're just not going to lie down and take it, right? Like, we saw that first half, it was back and forth the entire way. 9 had multiple chances to break them. Round like this, we're seeing on the replay here, where Martinez clutches it out with ease. There's so many instances where, sure, they're in the game, but Heroic's still feeling control, because they know they've got the second half to come, and they know they've got the CT side to come. And the quality of Nilo in map 2 and 3, we talk about that so much, but we deserve to shout out, Martinezza as well. For the map 2 he had, the clutch he had, some of the flashy shots he hit, and in general, every single piece looked like it fit so much nicer and more cohesive than 9 did. And this is the Heroic, these are the results and sort of scorelines they want to have as they go through this tournament, because the tests are only going to get harder. In playoffs, I mentioned those names that have already made it through. I mentioned the names that are still yet to play and qualify. look, they've lost against a lot of those teams recently. This is not going to be an easy qualification for them, even though there are 4 places on the line.
Yes, but that only 4 places, and a lot of those contenders like you're talking about. So, if I had to create my own short list, I'm not sure Heroic make the cut. I think there are other teams that I would have further along than them, or maybe I'm just a little too hopeful for some of the new projects, perhaps. But we will only have to wait and find out because we have still more games to play. When we look at the bracket and the group, we've got to see how the bracket actually develops because we need to see how the groups finish up. But there's a lot of teams that are kind of, maybe struggling to get off the ground is the way I describe it. Obviously, a lot of open qualifier teams, and so there are a lot of unranked guys that are just here to have a good time and get the experience playing against top-level players, but they could make their own marks in a way by taking a map or 2.
Indeed they can. I'm not entirely sure 100% what game we've got left, but I think a little birdie tells me it might be 100 Thieves, and that'll be a lot of fun. So make sure you get yourself some slacks, come back, and enjoy this LCQ with us all over again.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. I have swapped out Yumi for my good mate, Naokai. Most importantly, how are you?
Yeah, good, mate. I've actually just been milling about for the last, 4 hours. But it's been quite cool to walk around the Expo, I will say. I think you mentioned a little bit earlier, but if you're in Paris or like nearby, it's worth coming down. There's actually a lot going on. And it's been fun. I walked on the player lounge, played a bit of snooker. So yeah, I've been making up some time in between my games. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back on the cast and get back to work.
Of course. As you can see behind us, we have our next group of 16 teams working their way in to compete for those playoffs and a chance to play the Esports World Cup. It's an incredible setup we've got going on over here, of course. And so many more teams working their way in to play today to try and make their way through. It's only the opening games of this second group of 16 teams that are working their way into the tournament and starting here. So, as you can see, 64 teams, 16 groups of 4 teams, double elimination, top 2 per group go to playoffs. BO3s, all BO3s. And once we get to playoffs, we have a single elimination bracket, so do or die.
Yeah, I'm really excited. You know, we've been sort of already building the narrative around this tournament, but something that me and Henry were touching on a little bit earlier is that this is actually generally can be a life-changing qualifier. Like a team that is a bit more of like a tier 3 nature, maybe even not even a proper team, bit of a mix. They can make it through here. They make it to the main event. There's serious VRS implications around this, and there's serious VRS implications for one of our next teams that we are casting, 100 Thieves. This could be the tournament. You know, we kind of all know about 100 Thieves and their goal. Their goal was always the major at the end of this year, qualify to the main stage of EWC and even just do okay there, and that could be enough ERS points to propel them into Singapore. So it really is such a big tournament, getting it towards that main stage for a lot of these teams who've just missed out because their VRS is not quite good enough, especially the big names like your 100 Thieves, but also your Liquids, your Bigs, your Heroics, etc. This is the sort of tournament where you need to really sort of prove your worth, I think, in a real way. So I'm looking forward to this next game, but I'm really looking forward, of course, because we get this second group. I spoke to a few of them outside a little bit earlier. I was having a little chat with a few of them, and they're pretty excited about what's to come. So yeah, should be good.
Yeah, on the flip side of what you're saying, if one of the favourites get eliminated, and it's one of the favourites that is fighting for Singapore, they're just out. It feels like they're out. They have to win events all of a sudden, win lands in Tier 2 or even in Tier 1, have that chance to qualify for Singapore. And of course, they'll be out of opportunity to play the Esports World Cup as well. Here are our results so far. Today's schedule. Basement Boys do well to take one map off of BC Game. Then BC Game ramped up and managed to defeat one win relatively comfortably, actually. Yeah. Quite impressive from them. And we just saw Heroic versus 9 do battle. Decent attempt also from 9, it has to be said. But Heroic, the favourites, do make it known in the end, winning it out 2-1. And now, a bit like the Basement Boys, they're definitely a bit more known than this sad, famous roster we've got coming in here. But still, they're up against 100 Thieves. Some of the most legendary names ever that's ever played the game. And suddenly, with this open registration, they're playing them.
Do you know what I will say, though? What an opportunity for these guys, right? You get to play against arguably what is considered one of the greatest, and in many people's eyes, you know, like a go Orpa in a lot of conversations, right? You get to play against somebody like him. It's absolutely fantastic. On the other side of this group as well, you got a Ton of Fire and Nade, I'm assuming that's what Nade Gaming.
Yes.
It's sort of like the long way around it, but a really kind of cool group in a way, because Eternal Fire, I love this roster. I think they've done a really good job of the rebuild. Obviously, it's been, a little bit tough transitioning from that old Turkish lineup right in towards what is the future for this organization, but I think they've picked up some really cool pieces. So they and 100 Thieves, of course, the two favorites to make it out of this group, but we are still keeping our eyes trained on upsets, right? I'm still really looking for. I've not had one properly that's come through. Obviously, there's a few maps here and there that have been dropped that maybe weren't expected. I thought ABT earlier as well, that map that they got against Nine was, that's pretty impressive, all things considered, and that's kind of how it's been, same with Basement Boys, etc., etc. But I'm looking for that true upset, just to really kind of like spice up the bracket, because I want to see like a proper team get upset. They then become a second seed after playing against another top seed in another group to start off playoffs. Then it gets single elimination. That's where it becomes really interesting. So that's where I'm looking for these upsets in groups, just to kind of throw off the seeding a little bit.
Yeah, I think one of those games that we can maybe have a look at as well as we look through the players that are setting up behind us right now. VP versus Sangal. I mean, that's the game that we were looking forward to seeing, and maybe seeing how it turns out, because of course, VP got the new Academy boys in play. They've got Mia transitioning to an in-game leader at 30 years old. And look, they've won a LAN already. They made the final of another. It's not going too badly for them. And of course, Sangal are a totally new mix of players. They played 4 months ago and won a LAN with Smooya and Cypher, for God's sake.
That's it.
Now 5 completely different players.
Yeah, as it always seems to happen. Smooya stands in, gets a win. He's very good at that. I'll give him his credit. But yeah, they definitely have to make it to be a really, really cool game. Shame that we're not catching that one. And it was funny enough, the first team that we saw up there, Metasport, that's what I was speaking to outside just before, and they're quite excited as well. This Metasport lineup, again, they've come through a hell of a lot of roster changes over the span of the last 12 months, 12 to 18 months really, loads of changes, some extremely questionable, worth mentioning, but again, a lineup now that I actually think is really, really quite interesting as well. And I was speaking to Fiku and Stan outside, and just cool guys, man, and they were saying to me like, super impressive, back to kind of what feels like an old school LAN type environment. So it could be really cool. There's a few games dotted along today as well in this like second shift of teams, as we're kind of calling it, which could be quite interesting. Eyeballers is another one as well. Crim's in this lineup now as well, alongside his old friend JW as well. Unks have still got it, and Eyeballers have already qualified to a Tier 1 tournament this year, granted through a sort of like a replacement process, but they did it all right there. Got a win, a nice little upset, and it would be kind of a bit of an upset if they were able to make it to the main event. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, of course. I think for Eyeballs in particular, they have been one of those teams that, even though they have the old dogs with JW and Crims, who of course are very used to maybe lands in kind of similar setups back in like 2014, 2013, when they were making names for themselves. This is like maybe a situation for them where they can push forward, maybe make a major. It's those two teams that we just saw, VP and Eyeballers, for me. Especially VP, with the name value of that organization.
Yeah.
Like, this was absolutely the goal, to make Singapore. Win some local lands, make Singapore, and they had to from here. And these are some of the Sangal boys we were talking about as well. Now, we've got Beanox involved here. We've got Radix, I believe. They're Orpa. Yeah. We've also got a couple of names which maybe some of you guys wouldn't be too familiar with. Example, we've had, I think, Puha signed to the team.
Yeah, right.
Who came from Harvu. When that lineup that I mentioned, they won at that LAN, they had totally different roster. When we mentioned Smooya and Cypher, they had Klatz, they had Patsy, they had Prime Taps. Now they've gone for a completely different U5. They've got Hadames in tow as well. Got a couple of names. Got a very much no name behind them as well in Jumpy in the coach slot.
Yes.
Which, of course, he was with Fnatic and probably dealt with players like JW and Crims a few years ago.
Yeah, exactly that. And, we kind of just hovered over them for a little bit as well. Partisan, they're playing against Focus. I think it's a really cool game.
Yes.
Those are kind of two orgs of different sort of storied in a way. Like, Porte have been around for ages, this team, and we've seen a few different variations or iterations of this lineup, but I've always been a kind of an interesting Tier 2, Tier 3 lineup. And then Focus, obviously considerably newer on the scene, but first ever tournament they play, a qualifier, they immediately make it to LAN, and then of course get to kind of show what they've been about, and they've also gone through some roster changes themselves. So all in all, very, very interesting. We've got NRG as well, we're playing against Spirit Who, which we didn't really know anything too much about.
Might be the Hungarian version.
Yes,
like,
it is.
I think it is. Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. But of course, NRG, they have big expectations for themselves. We're talking about sort of like a big four of who are like the favorites here. I think obviously Liquid, Big are kind of the two like VRS wise favorites, and then you're probably leading like I don't know. It's actually, you start getting kind of debating it a little bit. Do you go, you got the Liquid Big, do you throw in Heroic there? I would probably throw in Heroic there. And then actually the 4th spot is a little bit of like, it depends where, like, I want to throw 1 win in there. Like, I really like this 1 win team. I really think they're cool. I was saying to Henry, but obviously as well, people are throwing BC Game, very valid, especially name value wise. That's a roster that really should be making the main event as well, especially with, how many changes and how much they paid for this roster. And of course now Magic's in as well with Nazinho. They should be making the main event, is whether they can as well. Another tier 2 team that is really interesting, Sashi, right? We've seen so many different variations of Sashi, but they always seem like a really competitive lineup.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you got Akoi, you see Zyphon in the background there as well. We've got Cabby involved as well. Like these guys,
experience.
These guys have got tons of experience. Zyphon has made major playoffs, for goodness sake. People forget that about that Copenhagen Flames roster that went so long. It was such a great lineup. And of course, here are the 100 Thieves boys that we're going to be covering in a moment. You could say there's a few known players on this roster. Of course, with Glaive, Device, and Rain, you could argue that core with Glaive standing behind them. Really those known names that have done so much over the course of Counter-Strike history. And we saw them just a little bit before as well, Eternal Fire, who are in their group. Talk about players and a team that could be on the up. I mentioned Heroic, that a team I think that could make it from top of tier 1.5 and be pushed into tier 1 this year. Eternal Fire, for me, are a team that can go from tier 3, tier 2 into maybe the top of tier 2. Because the name value they've got with Jota and Bro, these are players that have played tier 1 tournaments.
Always love Jota, man. When Jota's on, he is such a joy to watch. He's so crisp, so fun. And obviously another thing that we're going to be talking a lot about with 100 Thieves, led by the one and true, the Lord Savior Gizmi,
of course.
Britain's finest. And, really excited to see what he can bring with this lineup. We do have the veto for you. We're kickstarting things on Nuke, picked by Sad Famous. Then we got Dust 2, picked by 100 Thieves. And if we need it, we got that Mirage a little bit later on. But the question is, will we need it? All expectations in this series is 100 Thieves take it within 2.
Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion that we might not be seeing Mirage. No, Sad Famous, that we can't really even think is that we can't. With Basement Boys, earlier in that one of the opening rounds that you covered, you can talk about the veto with that team because they've played so many LANs locally, they've played so many tournaments, they've got known players as well.
Yeah,
genuinely,
so much online CS as well.
So much online Counter-Strike. For Sad Famous, we've done a little bit of research beforehand. I'm pretty sure. First, it's a debut for the team on HLTV. Debut for all the players on HLTV. Open registration tournament, they get put up against some of the legends of the game. Absolutely insane, right?
Talk about trial by fire. Have Device, mate.
I mean, like some of the names, of course, which we have kind of seen a little bit by doing some research. We've never casted these guys before. We've got Pepsi Boss, we've got Morale, Matrix, Hanuman, and we've got.
Yeah, like we actually have to figure something out for that because I can't be calling them. I might just call them P, honestly. PS.
PS, maybe.
It's like PR, but PS. Look at that. PS Triple H.
Beautiful.
Triple H. There you go.
Call him Triple H. There we go. That's
a little WWE throwback. We are live, though, and I'm really excited to get this one on the way. It is Nuke to kickstart us in this series. 100 Thieves starting on that CT side. It looks like Porte momentarily about to be tested into a ramp, and the first test he passed with flying colours. Matrix will lose his head. Any more for any more. He does take a dink and he's forced off that angle, but a flash from Gizmi as he looks to try and re-enter the fight himself. And he's now getting a bit of support. It's risky, but Porte double dips and finds a second.
That's the sort of confidence you expect to see for 100 Thieves in a game like this, right? They know that if they don't win this game like 13-5, 13-5, or even heavier, there's something that's gone pretty wrong here. And when you've got players that with the quality of Porte, you and I have covered him coming up through the ranks for years and years and through various different Swedish lineups. We just know how good he is. And on 100 Thieves, he's shown that as well against some of the best teams in the world. Don't forget, the big talking point of this entire season so far is that in the Bounty tournament, where we, of course, came back after the break, they beat Falcons, the reigning major champions, for goodness sake.
Yes.
So, of course, you can argue that's a little bit of online Counter-Strike, but still, getting the win is incredible. Porte's going to, you say double dip, he's going to quad dip for 4 kills, of course, and Gizmi, our Lord and Saviour, the British captain himself, will finish it off, and 100 Thieves will take the CT pistol.
Worth mentioning, Trav, we've had 2 really quite close, hard-fought series.
Yes.
We are due a stomp, and I have a sneaking suspicion that this may be said stomp here. This, just because of the lack of experience, the lack of known quantity, really. I had a little scout of Sad Famous and looking through the facets, and that's about as far as I could get with this side, really. Yeah, completely, of course, new to this level and this environment, so we'll see what we can get. Ooh, a 1D Grain trying to get a little bit ambitious, pushing in towards Hart. Doesn't work out for him. Gives me though, with that MP9, will do well himself. A dink and a find by Matrix. And now the XM has changed hands. They can still be a little scary.
Look at the HP on Sad Famous. 4, 1, and 30. That's not much to work with. Poi could be in for another big multi-kill here if he's looking accurate, and here it is. It's so easy for Poi. I know they were low, but that's the sort of recovery you want. 8 kills already, and we're 2 rounds in.
Oh, and it was so efficient. He barely wasted a bullet. That was
He had an 8-4 as well.
Yeah, beautiful. Could have just held down mouse 1, but no. Chris one tapping away. A little bit expensive, you know, consolation kill here or there, but grand scheme of things, you don't care for 100 Thieves. For them, it's making sure these rounds get over the line and they aren't too expensive. 3 staying alive, you're more than happy. But first gun round for Sad Famous, and we get to maybe see what this team's about. Why are they picked in towards this map, right? We get a little bit of an understanding into sort of the veto process for them. And, do you know, I will say for a bit more of an unknown side and whatnot, Nuke is a bold pick. It's a difficult map at the pro level. You know, you generally expect these slightly more unknown quantities and whatnot to lean into the puggier maps, generally speaking. You know, like your Dusties, like your Mirages in a way. But yeah, Nuke was a really surprising choice to see that come through in the veto, just because it feels quite risky. And we'll have to see. Of course, we've seen in the past as well what somebody like a Device can do on this map. He's had some really nice moments. There's Rain and Syrup, who open things up. Matrix is burnt to a crisp in towards back a single. As the molly lands at his feet, he knows there was no escape with how low he was. Pepsi Boss and Triple H and fall. And a flawless round against that gun round. Uh-oh, Trav.
Yeah,
I'm
look,
getting a feeling.
We've already had a few games off stream. Of course, we mentioned how many games are going on in this wonderful LAN hall behind us.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of opening round 30 nodes, and I think Dendelay in their opening game got a 26-1.
They did, yeah, 26-1. 31, yeah.
Yeah, look, that's the reality of the situation. When you've got an open registration tournament, there could be some stomps, and this could be the stomp of the stream today.
And do you know what? What that shows to me, credit to whoever did the seeding. They've actually done it well. That's exactly how it kind of should be, really. You know, these opening stages, the top dogs should be able to kind of bring a bit of a beat down, really. Yeah. And we're sort of expecting this. Oh, boys.
Hello?
What are we doing? All right, okay, so we're not off to a fantastic start in this round. Scout and morale, well, the morale in the team's pretty low after that one, as he'll lose his head. Oh, I love a replay of that. I don't know if we'll have it, but
we might, you know. We might. And look, we need it in slow motion production.
I swear no one even pushed lobby. So where's that even come from? Device has found one. Poise found another. And, well, times are looking tough here. What do we do?
Yeah, that is... I know, it's only a half-buy round, right? But you don't expect too much. You don't expect the world. You expect not a clean team kill in the bonds, I would say. Gizmy will put that to an end. Clean headshot on Pepsi Boss as well. And
how that team's feeling off there.
That is how they're feeling. Have we got a replay production of that one?
That would be tough. They'd have to have like multiple POVs going. Potentially
I believe.
not. But I might have to dip into the demo for that one because
Here we go.
No one even peeked.
No one even peeked.
That's why I swear I was looking at the minimap and I was like, no one's pushed lobby. So how's that even happened? He's just like, do you know what? That shows for me a little bit of like LAN nerves. He's just seen any movement and he's like a T-Rex. He's like, I'm on it. I'm like, yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Chomping at the bit for a kill. But unfortunately, it was Morale's head that he finds. So not the start is the safe way of putting it for Sad Famous, but only up from here, we would hope. Back into the buy. Their second attempt at a full buy as well.
Look, I think the main reason why Sad Famous have picked into Nuke, they could have picked into Anubis, which is another very significant weakness of 100 Thieves. But they've seen 100 Thieves lose to Leo, the Ukrainian team on this map.
True.
So we're just thinking, what's best within our wheelhouse that we play casually between us as a 5? The 100 Thieves have lost a bad game to, and that's probably what they've gone with eventually. And look, here we've gotten a kill. Sure, it's 3v4. Sure, Bomb is dropped outside, but shots are being missed here for Device. Unfortunately, when you've got Ren on the scene as well, there's not really much you can do. Device will catch him in the end. Creep out for Matrix. Good timing on that one, but it's only a consolation you'd imagine onto Syrah.
I mean, good luck collecting the bomb from here. 1 versus 3. Drop towards outside. You got an AWP holding the angle. You two being peppered into your position. Absolutely no chance in hell. Rain's making a move. He's going up on high. Just to give a bit of elevation to this fight. Well, it's Device here with the AWP. It's easy as. So, 5-0 quite quickly. Trevor, can't lie. I'm getting worried. This is rapidly going downhill.
We might have earlier dinner than we maybe expected.
Yeah, I thought, maybe, back to the hotel for, what time are we at now?
Yeah.
10 past 6. I was like, maybe like 9 p.m. we get back, something like that. Might be 6:35.
Yeah, indeed. We'll have to see.
I've not cast a 30-0 in a long
me neither
time.
either. Goodness. I think I've done a 12-0 half, but the pistol was one, so... yeah,
ruins
I
it.
haven't had one in a while afterwards.
Ruining it.
You're ruining it. Gives me on the close angle outside. He's ready for Pepsi Boss and push, and they're not ready, I'm afraid. Morale will take him down with ease. And Rain is here to help out as well. Need to break this smoke. Device will get that kill from range with ease as they break that smoke really nicely. And Hanuman is stuck in that Africa position, I believe it's called, and maybe he'll wish he was there right now.
There is a golfing class here. I'll put it lightly. Hanuman, you're dead to rights now, and an age softening him up. He's already pretty low, and a flash just a really rough.
Oh, no.
In the wound, you are so mean, Rain.
Rain, naughty boy.
Come on. They're just kids. You can't be stabbing them like that. That's not on. Oh, okay. This.
Well, at least that's on their CV now. On a big broadcast, they've been knifed by a major champion.
I'd tweet that. I'd be tweeting that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's better if you are the one doing the knife, but
of course.
You take what you can get at this point. You're 6-0 down. The team kills already.
And it's these sort of games as well for 100 Thieves where genuinely they know they're going to win. They know they're going to win this one. It's almost a rating farm for them. Because the Device and Porte haven't died yet. Gizmy's up to 9-2. Syrah's like, where's mine, guys?
Yeah.
Where are my kills?
That's my goat as well, so I need to see some Syrah magic. Speaking of, there's a real chance of some Porte magic here. If the smoke fades, don't push it, Pepsi. Wait.
Please,
wait
Pepsi.
for it to fade.
Okay.
That's good
timing.
work. They actually play that pretty well. As the smoke starts to fade, they make their move. Porte will fall, and you did curse it, so he has died now as well. Syrah, Dance on the Devil, he'll just fall back. He'll reset things. They're going to get a bomb plot out of this.
Okay, so first opportunity of the game here for Sad Famous. B is famously difficult to retake.
Flash.
But there are flashes like that, maybe there's a chance to get through. Syrah does get his one, but it's a 2v3 still. Matrix got one in the meantime as well. Fair play, Sad Famous. They're making something happen here. Maybe at least one round we can talk about for them. But it's not done yet. Morale, nice little pre-fire on Syrah jiggling the angle. There we go. Headshot taken, and Device might have to go in with the Tech 9. Or might just have to save. He's going to give them the respect. No knives here for Device.
Yeah.
He needs a way out.
Will he get it? It's not pretty, but...
The way Hanuman died there, I'm sorry, I couldn't help but chuckle a little bit.
Far from pretty, but he stays alive. And AK kept alive as well. But no 13-0, so that's already, morale-wise, a win. We've had so many 13-1s, though. So let's see if this joins that slightly fabled number within this tournament thus far. But honestly, not that bad. I think Pepsi Boss that moving towards ramp to catch Porte, really nice on the smoke fade, and they just play as a bit of a snowball in towards the B site. You get that bomb down, and you just play off the back of each other. You play the numbers game. That's all you needed to do. That's all that happened. So, nice work. Can we build upon this now is really what we're looking for with Sad Famous. You get, a 6-0 start is rough, but you can get up to like 4 rounds. Potentially it could be a little workable.
Yeah, I think they know also that they're going to have to push the boat out with plays like this in this game.
Yeah.
You have to creep through smokes. You're going to have to try and get fortunate, but Gizmy's too aware of the spin, I'm afraid. And he'll get himself into position well. There's Pepsi Boss dropping, and Device will not overswing toward the silo player. Matrix has got through, but he won't be able to get by Gizmy. There's the information. So they may have got their first round on the board, but I think 100 Thieves are heading straight back on this one.
Device on the pixel peak, hoping somebody just walks on by. Actually missed that window for now with Matrix already making his way down. But this position could be all for naught, to be honest. He has to double back. He knows now with that presence drop, that one angle they're sort of required to be a favorable fight in towards single, it'll sort of lead them dead to right. And this is kind of where we get it, right? Morale falling, Matrix, good luck, really. He gets tagged as well through the metal. Porte will find the kill. Easy work, and it seems like a flash in the pan, really, for Sad Famous.
One thing I will say, look, we know Device will be playing a lot tougher teams at this tournament. Has played a lot tougher teams in his 100 Thieves stint so far. Started a little bit up and down. Looked a bit worrying in online Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Then Anengraph 2 came out. Seemed to help lots of AWPers in Tier 2 in online and LAN as well. And look, I'm not going to say this is impressive for Device because he's hitting pot shots in the first game of the tournament. Yeah. But this is what I want to see from him moving forward against the tougher teams. He has been growing and getting much higher rating as we've gone on.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, look at the run over here against the half.
Oh
my goodness.
What's going on?
What is going on there? Hugging in the vent. And it's not much of a hug because it's a painful one.
Yeah. One's got a Glock, one's got a knife.
That's not very nice. Anyway, that is the 8th easily. And as I was saying, like Device is in a position for me where he's right... He's right on the edge of showing the consistency that we want to see from him against the bigger teams. Against Falcons, he was pretty good. Of course, they took a map off of Spirit as well before they went down, and they arguably should have lost even to Spirit. It's quite a close game. And yeah, I think we see that replay from Zera's POV again.
One of the rounds of all time.
Yeah, I think if Device can keep this sort of form up against the better teams like we've seen already, then this 100 Thieves team, if they make the main event here for EWC, go on a run, they could be in conversation for Singapore and, of course, the future with their VRS ranking up. All right. Sad Famous, you've got your one. You can't be embarrassed anymore. You've at least avoided the 13-0. Unfortunately, 100 Thieves, everything they do is in the right place at the right time. Nice angle for Device. Morale will go down. 3v5. And looks like Rain again wants to just try and disrespect push them toward lobby.
Different caliber at the moment. Porte. Another freebie for him. 11-1. First 10 rounds of play. Might be still a little bit more on offer for him too. Device holds single door now that it's broken open. Gizmy's making a move. Yeah, this round is already done. There's just no way. This flank is going to be perfectly timed. And that is the bomb.
Do it.
Oh my god. He wanted a knife as well. And then Triple H will take that turn, and there's a slight panic, there's a little giggle there, but it will be another round for 100 Thieves.
At least they're having a good time, at least. We've got a few grins.
Yeah.
You've got to have a good time in this sort of game, right? It's a wonderful experience for you to be one of the open registration teams that's had the chance to play. And, of course, getting matched up against these sort of players, I would argue that they probably never even matched up against some of them on Face It. So, yeah, it's good fun for them, but more fun for 100 Thieves at the moment.
Really got to say that I just feel like Nuke is it's a bold pick to, against a really solid and really experienced team. It's ambitious to try and see if you can outthink the side of their caliber. Through the break in the door, nade, molly, and a Device pop shot that finds Matrix, and a little move here. Kasira finally wants some kills to come forward to him running out of ammo for Pepsi Boss. And running right low there, but Gizmy will get the kill, his second in that quick succession. So we are rapidly into a no return point for the likes of Sad Famous.
Indeed. Yeah, it's a walk in the park. And look, that's some of the things that we've been seeing in the game already, like this push from Gizmy. They just have free reign to do that. Like, they know Sad Famous is going to be grouped up somewhere, trying to play as a team, trying to play together. But they can just disrespect it. That's the issue. And this will be another one in the long line of results that 100 Thieves have gotten in their growth as a team when they come back into Counter-Strike this year against some lower tier opposition. Those Park and Lands come to mind.
Opening kill.
Opening kill for Hanneman. We'll take those.
Baby steps, right? We'll take those.
Gizmy will catch one in return, but Hanneman's got a second. That is Rain taken down. They've got space to work with now. Unfortunately, they need the bomb. That is the main problem. Good trade from Matrix. That is nice, but Poi has got a package in front of him that he knows he can keep hold of. Hanneman has no idea that he's in that position ready to pick it up, but a good frag from Matrix. Now Device, what have we got? Matrix doesn't know that he's here. On this flank round, are they going to dive down the vent, or are they worried about Device creeping in? They are worried about Device creeping in. There we go, Matrix. Second round, doubling their score. That's something to shout about.
Come on, the boys. We are so back. The comeback starts here. 10-2. Get a pistol, and I'm going to believe. I'm going to start believing. Why not? But yeah, a really dominant showing, all jokes aside, from 100 Thieves, as we expected this to be, right? This is a team, of course, who have quite a lot to prove at this tournament. We've already kind of spoke about the more sort of macro picture for this roster, for this organization, and their sort of aspirations of making Singapore at the tail end of the year guess one of the real positives for Sad Famous is they now are moving on to the considerably more favorable side of CT here on Nuke. You can really imagine that 100 Thieves are going to have some real tricks up their sleeves, right? They're going to have quite a few little pocket strats that I'm sure Sad Famous have not seen.
Indeed. And they only need 3 to do 100 Thieves as well. Drop down the vent coming through for Syrah.
The double outside move is really interesting here. They are going to, I'm assuming, wrap ramp and maybe send one heaven.
And this is the sort of thing you can do in a game like this, by the way, because you kind of just know you're going to win. You can maybe try a strategy that's a bit more unheard of in a way. And Gizmy, oh my goodness, Triple H doesn't know where he's getting shot from.
Oh
he
my
can't, hasn't gone down yet, would you believe? But Rain's there to help out against on Matrix. So Syrah in the vent, he will go down. That actually is the bomb. And that's the prong of the bomb carrier that you were talking about lost now.
Okay, this now actually changes around a little bit, but realistically, you know, we can see Sad Famous just sort of group up around that C4 and just try and take raw aim doors away. With Gizmy so low, you can potentially even see this base as a 3 versus 3. 40 seconds to try and decipher how they're set up. Amaral jump peeking for information. It's a very good jump peek as well. It's really difficult to hit that shot, even if you're expecting it. Bomb now collected, and there actually was a bit of a gap, and now the dualies are in the open. Gizmy Rain kills a piece, and they move back up towards this top site. No one's here. Pepsi Boss, the last man. He's on towards B, and he will get his kill. A consolation, surely nothing more than that. They don't even need to fight him, really.
They don't give him extra money. They're going to be forcing, I'd imagine, until the end of the game, honestly, because why not?
Nothing to lose, to be honest.
Nothing to lose, indeed, so you may as well. Our man Gizmy's up to 21-4. Look, I know it's not exactly an achievement in the opening round of the tournament.
Yes, it is, Trav. Do not talk about my boy like that.
I'll always remember that face you just gave me now for the rest of my commentary career.
No, do not talk about Gizmy like
22?
that. Yes. He's having an absolute field day.
He's loving life. And at the moment, you know, this game
That's
actually...
my IGL.
Indeed. Indeed. This is one of the few games that's actually running at the moment. We've had a few delays with the other matches, so 100 Thieves are well on their way already. Liquid have only just started against Dala. We've got K27, 12-0 up on Dark Tiger, so they're also looking for a clean sheet and a 30-0 to add to their list. We've got Sinners, 11-0 up on Manganese. But the game that I expected to be a little bit closer, look, it's only one round, but it is a little bit closer. Sangal and VP. VP are currently up 4-1 to start that one.
I really do wonder how that game will go, because VP, I've not actually casted that team. I've watched quite a bit of them. I watched their best of 5 recently. That was
against Deco?
Yes, Deco on Anubis, 2.59 rating was absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, Deco.
If you guys haven't seen that as well, it's actually really worth watching that that Anubis back in that best of 5. That just ridiculous form. And then, funnily enough, they go to 2 online tournaments following that, and they get 0-2 and eliminated immediately in both of them. So
I know.
Land Demons, some would say. And 100 Thieves feel like Land Demons at the moment. 12-2 map point on their opponent's map pick in what's feeling like a bit of record time here. One of the quickest maps of Counter-Strike I have casted in a while. Yeah. And something tells me it might be over in a moment. Unless Morale, he'll get one. Matrix struggles for the second. Bomb is dropped, however. And Device and Syrah aren't exactly healthy. And now it's all on the day, and who's got to somehow bail them out of this. It looks like the third is looming.
Fair play. They've held on to that one pretty well, because there are multiple different angles to worry about as well. So Device will get down being in a bomb planted, but with 10 HP, if he pulls this one off, even in the opening game of the tournament, I would be very, very surprised. I mean, but Triple H is going to give him a fight. That's one back, but now you've got Hanneman on 62 and Pepsi Boss on 100. And I agree, I would not like to see them go out like this. Smoke on the bomb, no kit in play, by the way. Do they know how low Device is?
Stick it.
They are sticking that 10-second defuse right now, and Device is not biting just yet, and there's the one bullet. So 3 for Sad Famous, and considering how many teams have been 30-0 in this event, I think they'll be relatively proud of themselves.
Yeah, I agree. Settings check. Yeah, I think at the very least, you know, a bit of respect, tiny bit being earned. Not a 13-0. We've got a lot of 13-1s and 13-2s as well. We've got past that point. And potentially, we can now build upon it a little bit. Of course, there's going to be a buy back in place, and that bomb pot really did help that as well. Mag 7 out for Matrix. It might just be quick towards A here. They're going at some pace, and everyone is blind as Rain will crack open the A side. Poi finding one of his own as well, and it might just be curtains here on Nuke. The remaining 3 have got to go huge to pull them back into it.
Go on.
Start with a shot from Pepsi, which delivers. Syrah, as he falls and Hanneman finds one with the nade, we are back into a 3 versus 3.
Pepsi Boss has got a kit and a smoke. They can get anywhere near the site, then maybe there's a chance, but not when Rain's on the scene. Easy. And Gizmy very aptly going 24-5. He'll be loving that for his HLTV rating. Will be cleaning it up. So formality for 100 Thieves on map 1. You'd imagine that would be the same on map 2. They're here to try and make the main event, not just win the opening round.
Yeah, exactly. And not even really just make the main event. I kind of see 100 Thieves make a little bit of a run, right? This is a side that have proven they can actually be a little bit scary at this top level. And with these aspirations, gosh, if that's ever a 1,000-yard stare, you know what I mean? That was, God. I mean, I don't blame him. That was a bit of a massacre, to be honest. 100 Thieves, really good showing. But also as well, I love that we're getting to see this from 100 Thieves as well. This is a side that do have the talent and the caliber to really be able to prove themselves at this qualifier as just head and shoulders above a lot of teams. And they should be doing this. For me, this is a team that really should be qualifying through this tournament. Yes, there's a few scary teams, your Liquids, your Bigs, your Heroics and whatnot, but I really want to see 100 Thieves make a run. I want to see them get top of this group, and I want to see them do it pretty comfortably. As much as Eternal Fire, also a very good team, I want to see 100 Thieves dispatch of them, assuming both of them win. I think that's the case.
That's the thing. For Eternal Fire, who are their main threat in the group, they've got players who are kind of been put into the roster pretty more recently, and don't have maybe as much cohesion or synergy yet. I mean, like, it's a great team. We love them. I mean, like Regali, Bro, Jota, there's some great players that we've been fans of for a very, very long time. But like 100 Thieves have been put together with the prestige of this organisation for a reason. And it's not just to win opening rounds. It's not just to qualify. It's to eventually compete a little bit deeper in tournaments and maybe make deep playoff runs. So as you say, completely agree. There'll be some banana skins to come that are much slippier than this one. I mean, of course, still got one more map to go. But yeah, I think at least it's a good sign that when they've played these games, especially the ones like some of the Parkin lands they played, Peace Parkin, but any of the like smaller lands they played, they usually, and when they started as well, even when they were a brand new team, they fought against NIP very, very close. They got a win over them, I think in the Roman Imperium Cup, I believe, on their debut with the roster. They were like relatively competitive, with, but sort of some pitfalls on T side, for example. But they were relatively competitive immediately, and that was the main thing for me that has showed me that there's improvement to come. And especially now with Gizmy in tow, now Rain's been taken off the in-game leader role. That's something that could get them even higher.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So, it's exactly what we want to see. Unfortunately, it's kind of one of those games where there's not really lots to break down. It was a bit of a massacre, a bit of a stomp. It was a comedy of error at times as well for Sad Famous. Throwback to that team kill with the Scout, just seemingly out of nowhere. And it was, because no one even pushed lobby. That was the funniest part about it. But it's just showing the golfing class, right? 100 Thieves should be coming in towards a game like this and stomping, and they did. And the fact that to make it even sweeter, it's their opponent's map pick, right? And that's exactly what we want to see for this side. So really, really good showing. 100 Thieves doing exactly what we expected of them. Gizmy looks so confident. He's loving life. Poi looks unbelievable. Device was deathless like the first 10 rounds as well. Everyone is having a bit of a field day, and all assumptions on Dust 2, they continue on that metrics. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we are back, we've got map number 2 and probably the final map of this series. Dust 2, sit tight. We'll see you there.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Welcome back to the EWC LCQ out here in Paris. We're looking forward to map number 2 as 100 Thieves just brought a beatdown on Sad Famous. And Trev, to put it lightly, it was one of the maps of all time. And we're not really expecting too much difference in towards now 100 Thieves pick.
No, indeed. I think the one thing that we can say as silver linings, which I like to be positive, I like to be kind in some scenarios. At least they got
You're a better man than me.
At least they got 3 rounds. If we can avoid a comedic team kill in map 2, then we've made progress.
Baby steps, Proud. Let's start with that, and then we'll move in towards trying to build up a bit of a game here. And the one thing I will say as well, Dust 2, in a similar vein to the likes of Mirage, for example, I do feel because it's a bit of a puggy map, you can actually just get a couple of individuals maybe shining here, maybe trying to bring something to the table. We never really got to see anybody really come alive in towards that first game for them, where on the flip side, a lot of people were having a real stunning show of things, and in particular, Gizmy, leading from the front as well, 24 and 5 for him. He was fantastic. Device was hitting basically all of his shots as well, was unkillable for ages, and Poi, an absolute rock over towards Ram. So, a lot of positives for a team that we have very, very high expectations for, a team that we want to see make it out of this qualifier as well, make it to the main event to really give that all so valuable VRS as well. But yeah, I mean, for this side, on the contrary, for Sad Famous, this is just a bit of an experience. You get to play against major winners and some of the greatest players of all time and some of the most legendary players of all time, and no matter what happens, you can say you've done that, which plenty of people can't.
Exactly, and that's what a lot of these teams who are playing in this first round will be kind of feeling in a way, because they are just getting stomped, right? I mean, it is the open round. It is the good seeding coming through really to help out the teams that should be making it closer to playoffs. Echo are 12-2 up, probably have already won map 1 against Passion Chicha. OG are actually behind to a team called Veil. Interesting. No. They're 5-4 behind, so hopefully that doesn't go too badly for them. We've seen Eyeballers get very close to map 1, may have got over the line by the time this gets up to broadcast, obviously. In their opening game, we've got Focus and Partisan doing battle, which is a much closer game. Prestige met as Porte as well. Prestige winning that one 4-3 at the moment.
Ooh.
I think they're playing with a known Estonian player. It's either HS or someone else. I can't remember. I'll have to double check that one. Could be Andu. It might be one of the old school boys, though. I'll have to check that in a moment, because the pistol is underway. That's 2. And already, Poi, if you remember, he got 8 kills in 2 rounds to start map 1. He's got 2 already. Yeah,
he wants to one-up that tally, it feels. Pepsi Boss left very low on 11 points of HP. The head spotted, though, and Matrix will at least get one hop his own, and Gizmy with a double to close as well. Of course, Gizmy had such a fantastic map number 1, and he wants to make it a fantastic series. And as you so adequately put it, Trav. Rating farm in this one, and this is the perfect game to rating farm.
It is indeed. To correct myself from earlier, it was not HS, it was Fates. So similar sort of vibe of an Estonian player days gone by. I think HS did play with that team, which is why I thought it was HS, but they're not playing with them here. The game that we thought would be the closest in these, as we look behind us, 16 BO3s that are going on behind us right now, incredibly. VP versus Sangel. VP are 8-5 up, so that is proving to be a bit of a contest over there in that opening BO3.
Sorry, look at Gizmy here. They threw a door smoke, and he's already pushed through it, and he's looking for kills here. And I just checked as well. From map number 1, obviously had a fantastic game. Device Glocks out. He'll get 2. And Gizmy's here with a Mac 10. He wants the money. Of course, he wants the rating. Gizmy looking for a little more, and he finds it. 3 kills for him. Map number 1 gives me a 2.27 rating with going 24 and 5, 131 ADR, and a plus 7.52 swing. So, yeah, he really, really had a whale of a time over there.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if there maybe are some occasional record-breaking games from some of these players in the opening rounds, that's for sure. I'm gonna look at Gizmy's all-time highest rating here. Let's see what it was. His all-time highest rating in his career. Oh, how about that? It was against Passion UA with Monty back last year. So he was 0.1 off his career best rating.
Really?
Gizmy, it's time to break it here.
It's time to break it. Yeah, indeed. 6-0. To begin for him. Boy, he takes a lot of damage. He's so lucky to be alive. 1 point of HP, and he's still going to get a kill. And he wants a little bit more. Eventually, he will fall, but Gizmy's here looking for that record, and it's Matrix who will fall. Morale is unchecked still, backside, but he's not cleared this close corner. Gizmy then gets the trade. And now with that, that bomb can go down, and Triple H, nothing really that he can bring to the table here. He knows that the only real option he has is saving. They have no money. They'd like an M4 and towards the next round, and they'll get it with him. And another 3-piece for Gizmy. 8-0 in the first 3 rounds. So 2.28 is what we're looking to beat for Gizmy. Is that right?
I think he got a 2.27, and he needs a 2.38 to get it.
2.38?
Because he got a 2.37 against Passion UA.
Okay.
So he's getting there.
0.1. Okay, 0.1, not 0.01.
Yes, exactly.
Maths.
My bad.
No. That's just my dumb. Don't worry.
Just to get you guys know, some of the teams that have already made playoffs, by the way. If you've been keeping in touch with the socials and everything, I'm sure you'll have seen who exactly is already on track to possibly qualify for the main event. 4 spots, of course, we're fighting for here. Inner Circle are through, Big are through, Dendele are through, so are Hotu.
Nice.
We've got BetClick who managed a 2-0 Infinite, which is a nice result for them. And they, of course, have come off beating Liquid in a LAN final at Stake Pulse, which is pretty good for them. BC Game 2-0 1 win, which is maybe, we thought that would be a 3-mapper, honestly.
Wow, I had 1 win as my favourites for that.
Yeah, that was a game that BC Game should be very happy at winning, because again, 1 win, that TDK core.
I really like that team.
In general, that'll be a team that's top 50 VRS. So win there for BC Game. That's already huge points after winning the LAN with Elisa as well. Fnatic are through. They're in playoffs as well. And so, of course, are heroic after we saw them on this very broadcast earlier on.
Yes, exactly that. Swing in towards mid. H will lose his life as Cyril leaves the charge going through double doors, and already that kind of mid split to B in a way is already found exactly what it was looking for. Rain spam is successful, and a molly to try and make it a little worse as well, and a molly that works. Pepsi Boss could not escape. Neither can Hanneman, and Cyril went pushing up short. Might work, to say the least. Morale, have you got anything for us? Just the 1 kill.
Come on.
Gizmy wants another one. He wants to get a kill every round. He's so aggressive on the hunt, and how can you blame him? Poise making a lot of noise. Oh no, back turn, shot missed. But then he's now walking in towards Gizmy. So it's a pick your poison of how or who you want to die to. It's Gizmy this time. Poisonoid, that should have been my kill. He missed, and he walked into you. What can you do?
What can you do? One thing that I think is a factor that neither of us have really mentioned so far on this broadcast, right? Look, these teams that are playing against the best teams here, like so many of them are getting stomped. Yeah. But there are 2 teams in a lot of these groups we're expecting to get stomped. Yeah. So in that decider match, getting one win from one of the two teams who are the much lower ranked, unpredictable teams, that gets your VRS points on the ladder.
It's
So
true.
you never look. You could get some invites to some lower tier teams in the lower tier events in the future.
Yeah.
You might get some points, man. Like
Even if it's just like a open qualifier, or not open qualifier, like a closed qualifier for like
Yes.
a Noggin or
An
CTT
online
or-
tournament. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You can actually like really give yourself something.
At least you can play a bit more in the professional scene, right?
Yeah,
If you
get some
even
experience.
Even just this one win will get you, your ranking on the board at least. Might not get you prize pool yet. Reminder, we have a 100k prize pool in this qualifier alone. Gizmy looks like he's wanting more. Oh, his preempts are so good. They're just setting up Gizmy to do anything he wants to do in this game. It feels like
And it's working.
another 2k entry for him. Look, he wasn't necessarily always an in-game leader in his career, I don't think. And maybe
No, he
he's
wasn't.
harking back to some of those days where he was a bit more of a star player, bless him. He's got another double kill entry here. Morale and Triple H, to be fair, it is a 2v3. They got a couple of kills back, but the issue is you just never usually attempt to retake from this position.
Yeah, retaking the A site is difficult at the best of times. Retaking the A site with a numbers disadvantage is even more so. Gives me another 3-piece from him. 12-0. Come on, King. That rating is calling.
Did you see that? That because we did have a 13-0 in a big tournament recently. I think I can't remember exactly who the player was. Maybe it was Spirit. I'm not sure because I think they played one round on one side of the map. But I think one of their players had like a 7.7 rating because it was one round of CT side. Like if you just click CT on HLTV, it's at like 7.7 or something. That's a crazy anomaly. Gizmy's doing it again, by the way. They're literally setting him up for everything. Now, look, you said you did some research beforehand. We know these guys are about a level 10 on Face It, around 2k, 2.3k elo or so.
Yeah, 2.1 to 2.3. Yeah.
They're kind of meeting what a 3.5 to 4k elo player looks like here, who plays professionally.
Yeah,
so,
this is when people are like, I'm level 10, and then the 2.1, and then they play a real level 10 lobby. It's like different gravy, different gravy.
hey man, my max elo I've ever got in my life was 2.4, so maybe I'm also a
This
bot.
is you.
Yeah, maybe
Boy,
I'm also.
they go looking. Falling. Actually, it's there. So will Rain. Device. Oh, they should have one there for free. Second time of asking. He'll get it. And Gizmy. Of course.
he does.
Of course. The quad kill. 16-0. We'll keep saying it until he eventually falls, but he is really loving this at the moment. And you know what? Can't lie, so am I. So
No,
am I.
honestly, it's just a fun experience.
It's like a car
for him.
crash in slow motion. You can't turn away.
I know.
You just got to watch.
It is. And yeah, he could be going for records here, Gizmy. He could really be pushing for not just his personal record. If they just keep setting him up like this and he keeps pushing and keeps getting the kills, I mean, look. Funnily enough, on the server here today, we do have a record breaker. Poi was up there in total kills in the game.
The Anubis,
I think
right?
it was the Anubis game with
Eyeballers.
It was Eyeballers, I'm pretty sure.
It was
yeah.
Eyeballers, yeah.
I think he got
remember watching
39.
Yep, 39. It was in double or triple OT.
It might have been in reg, you know, because
Was he the reg one?
I think it was the regulation record.
Was it
yeah.
Donk who had like the non-reg?
I think he has it, the Pro League LAN record.
Yes.
Dong.
Yeah,
I think a Pro
yeah.
League. But yeah, Poi is the man that's got it. Gizmy has died, unfortunately, so
I know.
the no
Heartbreak.
death challenge is now over, but the rating challenge is still going, and Poi will push forward to remove Hanneman from the round. 7-0 for 100 Thieves. They're just having a whale of a time, and they know there's more difficult games to come tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. Well, so far going about as expected after how map number 1 went. Bit of a speed run here to end the day. You know, we were a little sort of delayed getting in towards today's action, you know, as you can expect with 64 teams on LAN, and, you know, we're making up that time right now. It's
Yeah.
all part of the plan.
All part of the plan. And I gotta give credit where credit's due. After that delay, everything's been pretty smooth with the first group.
It really has.
Of
And
course,
it's-
everything's going to take time when the new set of 16 teams have to set up, obviously.
Yeah.
But still, like 32 teams to set up. But yeah, it's tell you what, it's been going pretty well so far.
Yeah, shout out to the sort of like team here. I mean, that's just no easy feat. That is such a hard task to set up this many teams and have it all working.
Shout out to the admins as well. There's a few of them, of course, over behind us right now, who are a lot of people we know, and some of our friends who've seen do multiple events before, and they're doing a great job. So, good stuff.
Trap, there's a round.
They're winning a round. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
My God.
Great check for morale. Rain will go down, and the boys have got a chance, but it is the main
all on
man.
him.
It's the main man, Gizmy. He's got 17 in the game, and it's round 8. Hanneman and Triple H are both in CT. Big damage with that smoke, but Triple H will get taken down. And now Gizmy can make his way toward B. Bomb picked up. I think he can get through the window. Yes, he can. Hanneman's worried about the CT and A bomb site side of the map. Still
he knew
for
about
now.
it. He heard him shoot, so he knows where he's coming from.
This is so very doable. What an angle he's put himself in as well. This is one of those angles where it's one you don't usually play against any other team, I would say. This is a ballsy angle. He's one bullet from death. Hanneman doesn't have a defuse kit, so he's going to have to put his skates on, and Gizmy might be able to complete it. Oh my goodness. Not like this, Sam Famous. Gizmy, 19 KD.
Oh, man. They gift it to him as well. They double spam that smoke. He follows the tracers for the first, and he does really well with it. And Gizmy recovers what was nearly that first round on the board. We even wrote it off as well, 400 Thieves. But I feel like at the moment, maybe we should never write them off. What a recovery from him. 1 versus 3. The first is there, and he just follows the tracers for that second. And unfortunate, Hanneman just does not clear the right side. It's a gamble, right? It's a 50-50. And he flips the coin, and he guesses wrong.
Unfortunately, sometimes you can't beat Jack von Spreckelsen.
That's it. UK's finest. Speaking of fine, Rain is trying to do something in towards mid, but you can just see the confidence flowing through 100 Thieves, right? To go for just a complete dry peek in towards mid, no smoking towards CT2. They know that they can get away with kind of anything at the moment. That is bold, to say the least, from Hanneman. And we punish for it. Device, Syrah, Gizmy, everyone getting involved.
Go on, Rain.
Give one to Rain. Let's get the team ace. It's been a while since I've seen one of them, but Syrah misses with the orb, actually. Don't see him on it too often. Tapping at range. Down goes Device. Any more for Matrix would be nice. There's not a lot of money in that back pocket, so to us, we kind of like to keep this Famas alive if he can, and Rain's got other ideas. There we go. The team ace for 100 Thieves. 9-0.
And well on their way to getting themselves through to that winners match. We're expecting it to be against Eternal Fire, and of course that will be a much tougher test. We know 100 Thieves have beaten teams above the caliber of Eternal Fire lately. That Falcons win over in Bounty got everyone shouting, deservedly so, even it being the first event of the season.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that Eternal Fire team we know has got tier 1 players that have played pretty much very consistently in tier 1 recently. So that might be a bit of a tougher test, and you never know what can happen on LAN. Nice trades here from Hanneman. Fair play to him for getting a couple on the board there, but again, it's an advantage recovered. Gives me 21-2 now. Poi will go down to Pepsi Boss, but Syrah does a good job. Trade in play as usual, and he's about to go.
Yeah, he's going to deflate out of this round. It feels 1 versus 2. And they know that B site is completely barren, so they can run all the way there, set themselves up into a post plant, and he'll get an AK. Will he keep it alive? It's a different story, and there's just no way. He's looking into his angle. Surely not. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Oh my god. He gets 2 left clicks off. But he has actually put this now into a 1 versus 1. So it's all well and good having the fun in games, boys. Don't throw around. Device is posted, or he was, but over the eagle, he'll pull off the angle. He now might play this a little bit more textbook. Over towards Big Box. 1 versus 1. Oh, he's going to see it off. Okay,
the fake dropped smoke to try and flash him off the angle.
Yeah, Device ain't falling for those tricks, pal.
No, he's been around the block, you could say.
That may work at 2.1k, it ain't here.
Oh, fair play.
Do you know what, though? Another round which is a little close. We are kind of clutching at straws here to build a bit of a narrative for this sad famous lineup. An ambitious knife as well.
I remember a knife in mid doors that lost a team around before.
Yes.
Simple.
Yeah.
I was against Liquid and Nitro, I think.
It was.
Long time ago now.
Look at the pace behind this as well. The flashbangs are absolutely perfect. What a flash. That third one that comes out is so good, but Device will lose out the orb battle. It's that secondary orb, and Hanneman with his gets one as well. So, Syrah and Gizmy in a 2 versus 4, and Syrah is making a stellar move. There's one. There's not quite 2 behind it, and we now need another 1 versus 3 for Gizmy, and Pepsi Boss finally gets one on the board. So, once again, no 30-0 here.
There it is. I heard a whoop behind me. Yeah. I hope it was them. I hope they're giving it large for getting one round on the board. Great stuff. Look, it's ingrained, even with a British player on 100 Thieves these days, it's ingrained into a British man's, a sporting enjoyer British man's genes to want the underdog to do something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And do okay.
I've been saying to Henry all day, I want to see an underdog qualifier.
Exactly.
So I need it.
Yeah. I think we might need one of the underdogs that is, you know, at least more than level 10 on Faceit, maybe.
Yeah.
You know. We'll see. We have got Zero working his way up here. Sad Famous getting some good damage off onto Device already, but not enough to really worry him. Matrix now down to 22. And fair play to Sad Famous. They're still trying to play positions like they know how. Flashing towards short. Gizmy's not seen Pepsi Boss.
Okay.
And then he has.
I was worried he might just storm on through there. That flash is hopefully ineffective on towards Gizmy. Wow.
They are just letting Gizmy farm. It's kind of funny.
They're just letting him do whatever he wants.
Literally.
Something tells me there's not a lot of calling happening in this game from 100 Thieves.
Or from Gizmy himself.
Yeah.
He's walking in a Gizmy Wonderland, to quote a famous Counter-Strike line.
He's calling around himself, and it's, let me go kill, please.
Yeah. Oh, through the door, Matrix. Easy completion on that one. 24 and 3. Is he getting the trade here as well? Of course he is.
He's matched his kills from last map. Well, I beat it in the first half. Device will close with a lovely shot through the door. 11-1. Gives me this rating is going to be ridiculous at the end of this.
Yeah, this is going to be. He's going to put this one up. What you'll do is you'll screenshot the match page. You cut out who the opponents are.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But you put your rating on in a frame at home. It's like, look at when I got this 2.8 rating on HLTV, guys. We're playing with legends like Device and Rain.
I'd put money on the fact that he's done that at least once at Epic Land. But an Epic Land or Insomnia, I feel like Gizmy might have done that before. But and who wouldn't? I will do the same thing.
Bless him. All right.
I know the UK scene are going to love it a little bit on Twitter tonight when we see this rating.
Yeah.
At the end.
Porte, no silencer on his USP. That's a new one. For him, anyway. And they will get punished a little bit, to be fair, toward Long. Sad Famous looking to try and find two, but Rain has got them locked in. And there we go. All well and good. Pepsi Boss.
They're going to get a plant.
Go on, lads.
Good effort. Go on.
Go on.
There's a buy in the next round at the very least.
1v3, you got Device, Rain, and Gizmy coming your way.
Two of the greats and a future great.
Yeah. I was about to say two of the legends of Counter-Strike and Rain. This is a joke. But, yeah, in the end,
oh my God.
Laboured duel with the Glock. Long range with the duel isn't too easy either. And yeah, that is unfortunately the way that cookie will crumble.
Yeah. Wow. Well, they were maybe a bit, overzealous in some of the early engagements out towards Long, but not punished for it in the end, and really haven't been punished at all this series. But a bomb plant does mean a slightly stronger buy into what is most likely the final round of play.
Yeah. And whatever you can say about Sad Famous here, people might say, oh, how on earth has a team like this got into the tournament? Look, it's open registration for a reason. They got amazing experience. They can now say it happened.
Mate? Why don't you turn up? If I see one thread being like, oh, what a waste.
Yeah,
if you don't turn up, you can't talk. Oh, Triple H, let them know. Let him know. Gizmy, we'll get that immediate trade. Boy. Oh, I was going to say there's a few to be had here, but actually, no. Will not happen. Device needs to be a little careful. He's being pressured here around the doors. They might even try and take a forward-facing fight against them, which they do. Hadamon will swing in with that M4. Bomb down. Numbers advantage here. Oh, the T side. Gizmy looking forward. The flash. It is actually really good. How does he get away with that kill? The 180 head on a swivel will find morale. He tries to push the smoke. Pepsi Boss was there waiting for it, but will you expect a second? Rain will creep on by. Barges Pepsi Boss. He actually won them their first round, and he'll win them their second round. And do you know what, Trav? That shows the value of the bomb plant in the previous.
There you go. There you go. Pepsi Boss, bless him. He's doing everything he can. Great experience for these boys coming over to Paris to play the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier. And they got a few souvenirs to take with it. And of course, as I said, they may even still find a W. There'll be you'd imagine a lower ranked team to face in that elimination game. Eternal Fire, you'd imagine they'll win their game.
No.
Let's see. Gizmy, do not get 30 kills via a Nova. Stop it.
No. Okay, now I've got Galil. Go back on the Nova. Why not? Why not? He'll replenish the smoke as well. He wants him to push it. He wants this fight.
He wants 30, mate.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Good lad. Good lad. Man of my own heart there. That's exactly how you should be closing it. In style, we would say. He's getting damage. He really is getting damage, actually. And Porte is poised for a kill of his own, which he gets. Triple H will drop. Hadam and Pepsi Boss. They won that previous round for them. And they're now going to win this one. Significantly tougher because Rain is here with the Deagle. Crosshair is absolutely perfect for the first, but just a little bit high for the second. 1 versus 5, now turn 4. Have you got it in the locker? No.
Oh, not after he's turned around.
Oh, I'm going to knife him. Uh-oh.
Not like this. Oh, okay. Porte will complete the job, and 100 Thieves hold up their end of the bargain. They complete their opener match. Not the first opener match. That's been an absolute stomp today, that's for sure. But at least this one we got to witness the experience.
Yeah, and I got to witness a Gizmi masterclass, which is, you know, I'm going to sleep well tonight knowing that. UKCS still thriving, no matter what you say. And, well, you know, exactly what we want, though. And all jokes aside, I think this is the sort of game that we need to see from 100 Thieves, right? Yes, there was a little bit of kind of joking around in a sense, but they're still winning dominantly. They should come into a tournament like this, an opening game, really prove their worth, and maybe even opening just the group as a whole, show their worth. We sort of expect there will be Eternal Fire they'll be facing, right? Most likely case. We can keep a, you know, we can check on that result at one point, but what we're really asking for 100 Thieves, make other groups and actually make a run in towards playoffs, and if anything, actually qualify to the main event, because we know they have enough talent, especially now with Gizmi at the helm of this lineup. There is so much to like, and that's the kind of performance we get.
Yeah, indeed. And look, I think as the handshakes come through here, it's going to be really fascinating to see if they can punch up, knowing there is a couple of results they've had this year already, knowing that at least even if it's online.
they you know, they're new to the land. They don't know about the handshake rule. Yeah, it's fair enough. Fair enough. First time for everything.
Boy keeps giving a little
Boy's being sent in
tap
first
on the back. Yeah, so that it's going to be fascinating to see if they can push to playoffs, right? Because I push past place into the main event, because there are so many quality teams in this tournament. They want to build off of winning against Falcons. I know even though it's online, but beating Falcons, if they won the major, even if, though it's their event back and they might be a little bit cold, but a bit rusty, there's all those caveats you can talk about. It's still a crazy win that happened this season, and they're going to want to get more of those.
Yeah, exactly that. And we keep talking about it, and we'll probably talk about it all tournament long as well. 100 Thieves and the goal that they set for themselves and for this roster about qualification to the major at the end of the year, these are the right steps. Get these wins under your belt, on LAN especially as well. Those VRS points, got not so much here, but later down the line. So valuable, the LAN VRS points, and what they can really kind of mean going forward for a roster, for an organization, and for this team who, again, everybody kind of wants to see succeed. Yeah. They're a really cool team with players that, you know, people just generally love.
I'm not sure there are that many 100 Thieves haters out there, honestly. I think every single person in the scene who at least saw them come through, like, this is watchable. This is so watchable. There are so many teams in, I can't lie, so many teams in Tier 3 and Tier 2, they're not very watchable. 100 Thieves are incredibly watchable. Exactly. And they could be pushing up to be even more watchable in the biggest events in the scene.
And also just like a group of guys that are just really likable. I think, you know, you don't really get many sort of like Device or Rain haters, you know what I mean? No. Like, they are just like, you know, lovely people who, it's good to see them succeed as well. And then there's obviously this core of youngsters they got around them that are just so exciting, such prospects as well for really the future of this scene. And, you know, the expectations are for these three that they'll be around for a long, long time, and especially with how well they're playing. Gives me obviously an incredible series out from him. He was absolutely loving life. And I might even just double check now, see if it's actually updated what the rating was at the end.
Might
of
be a little while to go.
Might actually be. We are like a. Yeah, it's HTV's one round away, so we can actually maybe check in a little minute and potentially see. But he got a 2.29 on that first game. But regardless, I mean, an insane series from him.
Yeah, we can have a look at our results, of course, coming in today as well. We've had some bangers, it has to be said. I mean, we didn't necessarily expect that we'd have two series go all the way. Basement Boys did a respectable job against BCG. They took them to that third map before they got stomped in the end. And, of course, BCG are now into the playoffs, just to confirm. beating 1 win earlier today as well. Heroic beating 9. That was also a pretty entertaining game. At the beginning of some of those maps, Heroic and 9, there was some real fun back and forth there. And they managed to get over the line. Heroic to eventually confirm the playoffs as well. And as we saw, the Thieves complete it against Sad Famous.
And realistically, 9 are probably expected to make it out. Maybe obviously a little bit of a longer route going into towards that lower, but still a really cool team. We even saw the map they took. They look really good, right? And there's a lot of talent on that roster as well. And that's kind of how the groups are set up. There's a couple of groups that's like group of deaths, I would say, with like 3 teams. And that's what makes that like lower bracket final game really kind of exciting. But we'll have to kind of see for the next couple of days how they pan out. But for today, for day 1, and from this lovely LAN hall, we are done here in Paris. Thank you very much for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure to be involved in what really feels like a kind of an old school type of tournament. The LAN hall, all the teams there, and everyone in such close, right next to each other or across from each other. It's really cool. It's an exciting tournament to be a part of as well. And we're excited for the next couple of days as well. We'll be back same time tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Make sure to check out all the socials and whatnot of when we're going live and what games we're going live with as well. But from us here today, myself, Noah, Kai, and Trav, thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. See you tomorrow.